HarperCollins presents Skulduggery Pleasant, Armageddon Outta Here, by Derek Landy, read by Kevin Healy and Stephen Hogan. Introduction. I've always loved introductions. They remind me of when I was a kid, wandering through second-hand bookstores, pulling battered old horror paperbacks from the shelves. Those wrinkled covers, those dog-eared pages, that wonderful, slightly stale smell of stories. Those books pulled you into their own history, made you part of it, and if you were lucky, like really lucky, right before the story started, you'd find the author's introduction. This, to a kid who wanted nothing more than to be a writer, was a portal into imagination. I couldn't Google a writer's name and read his blog or watch every interview he'd ever done on YouTube, and I hereby wave to some reader way off in the future who's just read that and is now getting information about Google, blog and YouTube downloaded directly into his brain. So I had to make do with what brief glimpses I was afforded. It was in the introductions that authors talked about their work and their process, and I scoured these words, searching for the secret to writing, hunting for the big clue that would lead me to where stories come from. I found glimpses of the big clue in the words of Stephen King and other masters of the genre, but nothing definite. Still, in many ways it was enough. These glimpses brought with them their own kind of inspiration. And when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, that's all I needed. My early stories dripped with blood. They were soaked in it, drenched. I had yet to learn concepts such as subtlety or restraint, and there is definitely a place for subtlety and restraint, but it was not a place that held any interest for me. I was all about the blood, the rawness, the viscera. I was reading King and Clive Barker and James Herbert and Michael Slade and Skip and Spectre and Sean Hudson and, dear God, the list goes on. My life was blood-soaked books, horror movies and heavy metal. Ah, youth. And yet, dig a little deeper and you reveal a love of film noir and craggy detectives in rumpled suits and cool hats. Dig a little more and you uncover a love of westerns inherited from a father, a love of screwball comedies inherited from a mother, and, for a kid who has stammered all of his life, to find these movies where everyone talks really, really fast was beyond exhilarating, and a love of science fiction and adventure that blossomed in the 80s because of people like Spielberg and Lucas and shows like Knight Rider and Airwolf and The $6 Million Man. Taking all this into account, I am the sum of my obsessions. I am every movie I've ever seen and every book I've ever read. I am every song I've ever listened to. I am every comic I've ever bought. I am entire collections of Joseph Wambo and Elmore Leonard and Joe R. Lonsdale, and I am his Dark Materials, and I am Harry Potter. And in all of these things, I have glimpsed the big clue. And these glimpses were enough to open my eyes to the ideas swimming naturally through the soup of my mind. It was from that soup that I plucked Skulduggery Pleasant himself, back in the summer of 2005, and he brought with him every genre I have ever loved. He is a detective, crime. He is also a skeleton, horror, who takes on a partner, screwball, and they fight monsters, fantasy, and they save the world, adventure, with a little bit of sci-fi thrown in to stop things from becoming boring. The stories in this collection, arranged here in chronological order for your reading pleasure, are but fragments of the world that Skulduggery has opened up for me. It is because of him that I am able to write a western and sit it comfortably beside a novella about a middle-aged man revisiting the horrors of his childhood. It is because of him that the tones of these stories shift so radically between one and the next. It is because of him that I have the freedom to write the kind of stories I loved and continue to love to read. And if there is a fledgling writer out there who is searching through this introduction in an effort to find the big clue, the secret to writing that I, along with all the other writers, share only amongst ourselves, I am afraid I must disappoint you. This is something you must find out for yourself, fledgling writer, as the author's code expressly forbids me from speaking of it in public. I may already have said too much. Derek Landy, Dublin, St. Patrick's Day, 2014. Across a Dark Plain. It was the year of our Lord, 1861, and it was up west of the Missouri River in South Dakota, and the dead men were riding again. It was still years before that damn fool Custer stumbled across all that gold in the Black Hills, years before Wounded Knee and the massacre that took place there. This was back before the territory was admitted into the Union, back before Deadwood, back even before that pitiful Treaty of Laramie promised the region to the Lakota people, a treaty that, if ever that was one, was drawn up just to be burned. It was a time of gunfighters and outlaws and hard living and easy dying, and, of course, it was a time of mean-spirited, blood-slicked magic. The dead men had traveled east from Wyoming, tracking their quarry, who'd led them a merry dance. But the longer they tracked, the easier it got. This was on account of the fact that their quarry had taken up with a necromancer called Nosh, who was developing a habit of leaving dead folk in his wake. Not regular dead folk, neither, but the kind that jumped up and ran around and had a madness in their dull eyes and a terrible, terrible hunger that could only be sated by human flesh. The kind only fire or a bullet to the brain pan could put down. Thankfully, fire and bullets were what the dead men specialized in. 7 of them, all Irish, some of their accents a little muddied due to all the traveling and living they'd done. There was Saracen Rue, all easy charm and easy smiles, like a man trying to convince himself he's nicer than he is. Beside him rode Dexter Vex, one of the more thoughtful of the group, though he wasn't one to show it. The quiet one, with a week's worth of stubble, was Anton Shutter, and a scarier man was hard to find, even in this forsaken land. There was Erskine Ravel, recently returned from his sojourn to lands even more foreign and forsaken than this one, and Hopeless, a man of one name and many faces. Riding in the lead was the Scarred Man, ghastly bespoke, and beside him the living skeleton, the one who looked like the Grim Reaper himself, the first of the 4 horsemen written about in the Bible and shouted about from pulpits up and down this wounded and pockmarked country. And I looked, and behold a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the 4th part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. Skulduggery Pleasant's clothes were scuffed and faded, and his coat was long and may have been black once upon a time. Among normal folk, what these men called mortals, he'd take that kerchief from around his neck there and tie it over all those teeth that were fixed in that permanent grin, and he'd pull that hat down low over those empty eye sockets. He had 2 pistol belts, crisscrossing low and held in place with tie-downs, and in those holsters he had guns with pearl handles and long barrels. Colt Walkers they were, guns built for stopping men. They'd been riding for days, and their horses were tired and thirsty, and the riders with flesh were chafed and sore. They came upon the town of Forbidden, and didn't think much of it, a town of 3 streets and dirty people who bathed not often or well. There was a mangy dog lying in the middle of the street, who looked at them with mild indifference as they passed. When they were safely gone, the dog offered up a feeble growl, then lay back down and went to sleep or died. Didn't make much difference to anyone which one it was. They found the livery down the other end of town, and the owner, an ungrateful piece of work called Sully, limped out into the sun, scratching himself in places soap hadn't touched in a long, long time. "Yeah?" he said with a mouthful of spit. "What the hell do you want?" The dead man dismounted. Pleasant and Bespoke stayed at the back, them being the most likely to draw attention, and Rue and Vex looked at the proprietor and frowned. "What the hell do you think we want?" Vex said. "We want our horses fed and watered. You own this place, don't you?" The piece of work Sully looked at these men, saw the steel in their eyes and the steel on their hips, and he lost some of his scowl and swallowed some of his spit. "I do," he said. "Proud owner of Sullivan's Livery. If the paint hadn't peeled off years ago, you could see my name on the sign up there, even though it was spelled wrong with the Y missing from livery. I blame myself, not being able to read, and I blame the fella I hired to make that sign, him not being able to write. But regrets are what regrets are. We all have 'em, and those who don't have 'em don't miss 'em. Fed and watered, you say? You can depend on me, provided you have coin enough to pay for such a service." Vex tapped Rue's arm. "Sell the man some coin, Saracen." He went to join the others, who were walking down the wide patch of dirt called Main Street towards the saloon. The townspeople gave them a decent berth, watched them with wary eyes, and waited till they were out of earshot to start whispering. Men with guns were never a good sign. Men who looked like they knew how to use those guns even less so. Bespoke was first through the doors into the saloon. Inside were a few uneven tables, a solid bar, and a cracked mirror. There was a small piano nobody played, and the floor was dried mud and sawdust. As far as patrons went, there weren't many here, but all heads turned and all mouths dropped open. To see a man of Bespoke scarring was not something you were ever likely to see again, and most people seemed to realize that, so they made sure to stare extra hard when they first met him. Bespoke tipped his hat to the room and walked up to the bar. The other dead men followed, filing in one at a time. Pleasant came last, found a table in the corner to sit, watching the room from beneath the brim of his hat. "Good day to you, barkeep," said Bespoke. "What sort of drinks do you serve here?" The barkeep, a man who'd seen a lot and heard more, had never been one to allow ugliness to get in the way of making money. There was a time he'd even served a leper who had wandered through town, though he served him out back, away from the eyes of his regulars. Money was money, he figured, and it didn't matter a whole lot how many stumps for fingers a hand had if what it was holding could add to the coffers. Fact is, the barkeep hadn't even washed the mug the leper had used all that much, so the barkeep told the scarred man what was on offer, and the scarred man asked for 6 drinks. Saracen Rue came in as the 6th was poured, and they all drank like thirsty men. Except for Pleasant, of course. "Now that," said Ravel, "was a long time coming, and it was welcome." He smiled at the barkeep. "We're looking for a friend of ours. 2 friends, actually, would have just passed through here. Maybe you saw them. Maybe you served them 2 of these delicious and refreshing beers." The barkeep said nothing. "Our first friend," said Vex, "is like us. He's Irish, tall and dark-haired, kind of pale, though in this sun he's probably reddened up a little. Wears a glove in his right hand. The other fellow wears black and carries a staff with him wherever he goes, the height of a man." The barkeep looked at the dead man and still said nothing. "It is very important that we catch up to our friends as soon as possible," Rue said. "We have news from home that requires their immediate and direct attention. Tragic news. Time is of the essence." "Haven't seen anyone," said the barkeep. "You're sure? Our first friend, he has green eyes. Normally eye colour means very little when talking about a man, but if you'd ever looked into those eyes, you'd remember them, like a snake's. And the second, as I said, carries a big old staff. That's something to stick in the memory, isn't it?" The barkeep shook his head. "Can't help you, fellas." "Well," said Ravel, "that is a shame." Bespoke turned to the dusty, dirty patrons. "How about the rest of you? Seen anyone like the men we just described?" A few people kept staring at Bespoke's face. Others looked down at their beers. One or two, and this caught the attention of the dead men, flickered their gaze to a man who sat alone with his eyes fixed on his hands. He was so knotted up he was shaking. The long silence that followed grew heavy and seemed to weigh down on his narrow shoulders. It grew so heavy he evidently couldn't take it any more, and he jumped to his feet and went for his gun all at the same time. He made a mess of both, went stumbling and fumbling and panicking, and Hopeless crossed him so quick no one quite knew what was happening till the man hit the floor with a broken nose and no gun in his hand. Hopeless walked back to the bar, put down the man's gun, and picked up his drink, finished it just as the man realized he was bleeding. "What did you do that for?" he said. He had a peculiar accent, German or Dutch or some such. "You were going to shoot us," said Vex. "I was not," said the man, though there wasn't a person there who believed him. "People try to shoot me all the time," Rue told him. "Usually because of a wife or a daughter or a sister or a mother. The point is, I'm used to having people shoot at me. We all are, but we generally know why we're being shot at." The man got to his feet, blood running freely through his fingers that cupped his nose. "I wasn't going to shoot you." "I'm having a hard time believing you," Ravel said, "seeing as how you were going for your gun at the time." The man didn't have much to say about that. "What's your name, friend?" said Rue. "Just," said the man. "Just? What kind of a name is that?" "Dutch," said Just. Rue nodded. It figured, from the accent and all. And anyway, half the world had come west to search for gold. This was when Anton Shutter stepped forward, and the 5 other dead men in the bar seemed to step back, even though no actual steps were taken. Shutter looked at Just, and to the poor, panicking Dutchman, it seemed like the whole world was narrowing to a very tight space. "Tell us what the man with the green eyes said to you," Shutter said in his quiet voice. "Church," Just managed. "He said something about going to church." The church, such as it was, stood on a hill, a few miles south. A ramshackle place where not much worshiping went on, and when it did, half of it was half-remembered, most of it was made up. It catered to 3 different townships, of which Forbidden was one. Its roof sagged and let in water when it rained. Its walls groaned and let in wind when it blew, and its doors creaked and let in hypocrites when it suited. There were 2 sides of narrow pews and a narrow aisle in between. And there was a table for an altar, and the pulpit was a box to stand on. It had once been a barn, and it had never got rid of the comforting smell of cow dung. In town, there had lived a man named Woolley, a quick wit who always found amusing, if sometimes crude, names for people and places. He'd come up with a name for this falling-down church barn that smelled of dung, and it was quite a clever and funny name. But he died of dysentery before he could tell anyone. Mighty unlucky man, that Woolley. The dead man walked up from the bottom of the hill towards this sad-looking church with a single candle burning in its window. It was night, and a warm one at that, and they followed the winding trail between all those graves. They walked single file, with Pleasant in the lead, the moonlight making his skull shine beneath his hat. At the top of the hill the trail widened out, and it was at this point that the dead men stood abreast with each other, observing the double doors with the window on one side. "Nefarian Serpine," Pleasant called. "If you're in there, come out. Come get what's coming to you."
The candle flickered behind the thin, cracked glass. The doors banged gently in the hesitant breeze. Pleasant looked at Rue, who shook his head. No one was in that church. Pleasant made to step forward, then stopped. The other dead men watched him as he turned slowly. They started to turn too. Corpses lunged up from the graves all around them, pushing aside packed dirt and overturning markers of wood and stone. They burrowed out from 6 feet under and less, moaning and groaning and uttering sounds that whistled through dried-up throats. They clambered to their feet and staggered and lurched and shambled, all going straight towards the 7 sorcerers who were slowly backing away from them. More and more crawled to the surface, breaking through to add their sounds to the growing chorus of the dead. Hundreds of graves, going back 60 years. Some of the dead, zombies they were called, were fresh enough, and some were little more than skeletons. Skulduggery Pleasant might have felt right at home at that moment. If he did, he didn't show it. "Start shooting," he said. Guns cleared leather, and immediately the night was shaking to the sound of gunfire. The dead men stood in a line and fired calmly, making every bullet count. Shots to the legs to slow them down, to the chest to drive them back, and to the heads to give them a death they wouldn't be walking away from. Bullets were easier than magic when it came to zombies. Quicker, too. Even the skeletons, those without a brain, went down when a bullet shattered their skulls. Bone fragments flew. Rotten flesh burst. Soon enough, the dead men were standing in a cloud of acrid gun smoke, and still the zombies came. "Reloading," Vex said, taking 1 step back. The other dead men closed in, filling the gap. When his guns were ready, Vex said, "Firing!" and stepped into the space that was immediately made for him. That's how they went, the dead men, doing this dance, covering for their partners. Guns got hot and fingers got singed, and still they fired and reloaded and fired, and still the zombies came. 3 zombies from the back pushed forward, fresher corpses these. They ran at Bespoke, and he blasted one of them in the face and one in the throat. The bullet passed right through the spinal cord, and the head flopped backwards, tearing decaying skin, then fell off. The 3rd zombie he punched with a column of air that lifted it off its feet. He fired at it as it hurtled backwards, hit it in the back of the head. The zombies were surrounding them now. The dead men moved into a tight circle, constantly turning, a spinning top of death. Empty cartridges fell. New ones slid into chambers. Hammers pulled back and struck down, and powder lit and lead flew. Faces, heads, and bodies disintegrated. The spinning circle of dead men spun its way halfway down the trail. The slower-moving zombies had to adjust their lumbering course a few times just to get within snarling distance. Pleasant slipped into the middle of the circle, and Ravel covered his back while he holstered his empty Colts. He held up his hands, gripping the air. It wasn't easy to do what he was doing. The rifles and shotguns that had stayed behind with the horses lifted from their holsters and packs, and he brought them up the hill over the heads of the foul-tempered dead. "I'm out," said Hopeless, returning his pistols to his belt. His rifle, the Sharps, fell into his waiting hands, and he brought it to his shoulder and resumed firing. Rue was next, and he made his Winchester sing, using the butt whenever a corpse got too eager. Shudder had the shotgun, a double-barreled monstrosity he liked to call Daisy. He fired that from the hip, blowing apart any zombie dumb enough to go up against him. The others all had Henrys, except for Pleasant himself, who favored the Spencer. They dug in their pockets for shells, reloading as fast as they were able, but it was clear there were more zombies than there were bullets. A big zombie, a man who died scarcely 2 weeks before, charged into the circle, and the circle split apart. Any rational mind watching might think that this would be the moment to panic, but the dead men went about their business, hurried but calm, knowing that one mistake, one fumble or misfire could lead to being swarmed and torn apart. They dodged among the grasping hands, firing and lashing out, reloading whenever they had a moment. One by one, rifles were dropped and balls of fire flew. Colored streams of light burst from Vex's hands, sizzled right through necrotic flesh. Rue went to work with his bowie knife, and Hopeless took out that machete of his. Only Shudder was still firing, his pockets providing a seemingly endless supply of shells.
"To the church!"
Pleasant shouted when it became clear they were about to be overrun, and each of them started making their way back up the hill. A wave of his hand opened the double doors, and they grouped together once more, backing into the shelter of the Lord. But the Lord must have been busy that night, or else he was sleeping on the job, because there was no respite in here. The carnivorous corpses kept coming, clambering over the pews, and the dead men kept backing up, shoulder to shoulder. They slowed their retreat some, only stopping when they had to, when the sheer numbers forced them to. Bespoke gestured behind them, and the makeshift altar and the pulpit slid to the side out of their way. By the time they reached the single door at the other end of the church, every zombie still moving was packed inside. At Pleasant's signal, Hopeless kicked open the door, held it for his friends, and the dead men turned and got the hell out of there. Shudder was last, but instead of running, he turned in the doorway and pulled open his shirt. Pleasant, Bespoke, and Ravel held out their hands, forming a wall of solid air, keeping the zombies from getting at their friend. They dropped the wall when Shudder nodded. The zombies rushed forward. There are types of magic that are easy, relatively speaking, that take no particular toll on the sorcerer using them. They'll get tired, sure. They'll get worn out and drained. That's what happens when magic is used, same as anything a body does. But then there are types of magic that demand a price. Anton Shudder's magic was one such. The risk he took every time he used it, the pain and anguish it caused him were immense. Few people ever mastered that discipline of magic. There were those who said it could never be mastered. Shudder himself was one such person. His gist burst from his chest, a screaming, squawking, nightmarish version of Shudder himself. It was made up of every bad thought and feeling the man possessed, and by the look of the fangs and the claws and the madness, those bad thoughts were many and resourceful. Attached to Shudder by a twisting stream of light and dark, it went at the zombies like they were the things it hated most in the world, which at that moment they were. It went through them and over them and back again, that stream looping over itself like an ever-growing snake. The zombies, with no room to duck even if they'd had a mind to, were reduced to tatters. Shudder's knees gave out, and Rue and Vex each grabbed one of his arms, held him up. With the last of his strength, Shudder called the gist back to him, and hollered and screeched and fought. But the thread between them shortened and shortened again, and then the gist was sucked back into Shudder's chest, and the night was silent, apart from the low moaning of the zombie remains. Rue and Vex helped Shudder walk away, and Pleasant, Bespoke, and Ravel clicked their fingers and filled their hands with flames. They tossed those flames through the door, manipulated them a little, and within seconds the whole church was burning, taking the last of the zombies with it. The dead men headed back down to their tired horses, where Hopeless was waiting for them. He'd collected their fallen rifles, and had picked up something extra along the way. A man in black, unconscious, with blood running from his nose and his hands in shackles. Beside him, as he lay in the dirt, was his staff. They rode back into town, found an empty corner in Sullivan's livery, and dumped the necromancer in there while the dead men took rooms for the night. Only Pleasant stayed to guard him. True dead man, never needing sleep. Pleasant stood, arms folded, looking at Nosh, not saying anything, not moving, not even to breathe. A few minutes past 8 the next morning, the rest of the dead men turned up, rested and fed. A bucket of water woke the necromancer, who sat up with a lunging breath and then rolled over into a series of coughing fits. When he was done with all the spluttering, he looked up at his captors.
"What'll we do with him?"
Espa spoke. "I think we should kill him," Rue said. "I don't like him. Look at his eyebrows. They're odd. He's got odd eyebrows, and I think they might be magical. He's trying to hypnotize me with his odd, magical eyebrows."
"Nobody is trying to hypnotize you," Shutter said. "We should shave them from his face and experiment on them. I think the stress has finally got to our dear friend Saracen Rue," said Ravel sadly. "He was a good man while he lasted, annoying at times perhaps, but a good man nonetheless." "I will be missed," Rue nodded. Nosh frowned up at them.
"You're all insane."
"You should have the measure of insanity," said Vex. "Not with all the palling around you've been doing with Nefarian Surpine. Why are you so Satan with the likes of him anyway? The necromancers have been staying out of the war. Are you really going to join the losing side right before it ends?"
"My brothers and sisters remain neutral."
"So it's just you, then," said Pleasant. "A rogue necromancer teaming up with the last of Mevalent's 3 generals. Why? To aid him in his escape? He's been running from us for months, and we're closer to him now than ever. It's only a matter of time before we have him."
Nosh smiled, the smile adopting a certain smug quality. "But time isn't on your side, is it? You're absolutely right. Mevalent's dead, vengeance is in shackles, and the war is coming to an end. Last I heard, your sanctuaries were talking of an amnesty. So long as the war is ended soon and not allowed to drag out, they'll be offering forgiveness to all of Mevalent's followers who aren't yet imprisoned. That's why you're so eager to get to Serpine, because you know that time is ticking away. If you don't get him before the amnesties are granted, you'll lose your chance to have your revenge, won't you, skeleton?" Pleasant tilted his head in that way of his.
"You're working with him. I really don't care why. Maybe he has something on you. Maybe you owe him. Maybe you're just a glutton for punishment. I don't care about your motives. All I want is a question answered."
"You'll not get any information out of me," Nosh sneered.
"We just want to know one little bit of information," said Rue. "It's barely worth mentioning, really. Barely worth the breath that will carry the words from my lips." "Just one tiny bit of information," said Vex, "and then we'll let you go. You can run off, and we won't tell anyone you helped us."
"We'll swear to it,"
said Bespoke. "Our word is our bond," said Rue. "Serpine," Ravel said. "Where is he headed?"
Nosh glared.
"I'll never tell."
"Please," said Ravel.
Another glare, and Ravel straightened up.
"Right. Well, you are of no use to us whatsoever, are you? I don't even see why you went to the trouble of being captured. I really don't. What's the point of being a prisoner if you're not going to divulge secret plans to your captors?" "Defeats the purpose," Vex grumbled. "It does indeed, Dexter," Ravel said. "What do you have to say for yourself? Are you suitably ashamed? You should be. If I were you, I'd have a good long think about what a disappointment you've been to us. We had high hopes. The highest. That's right, Saracen, the highest. See, you've upset Saracen." "I just have something in me eye," said Rue. "I have never seen Saracen Rue weep," Ravel said. "Since this morning. But you've made him weep like a little child. I hope you're proud of yourself."
Nosh looked at them warily. "You are all insane." Anton Shutter walked forward. "Tell us where Serpine is going. I don't play games like my friends. They're saying all this to confuse you and frighten you. I prefer to simply ask, and I expect a simple answer.
I would rather die,
said Nosh, a touch less convincingly. Do you know my chosen discipline, little man?
You have a gist.
That's right. And when I let it out, there are times when I just cannot control it. And it's a sight to behold, terrifying, ferocious, merciless. Tell us what we want to know, or I shall release it, and believe you me, you will garner its full attention. Nosh swallowed, like he'd something sharp stuck in his craw.
Serpine, he mentioned Lancaster County in Nebraska, somewhere he'd be safe. Sounded like that's where he's headed.
Rue peered at him.
Are you lying?
No.
I don't trust him.
Ravel nodded.
I don't trust him either. I trust him,
said Vex happily.
And I've changed my mind about his eyebrows too. Skulduggery, can we keep him?
Pleasant tilted his head at the necromancer. You're lying.
No,
Pleasant splayed his hand, and Nosh flew off the ground, hit the wall, his feet kicking at air. The dead men fell silent, lost their smiles and looks of good humor. My friend Anton will kill you, said Pleasant, but I will kill you worse. Why are you with Serpine?
Please,
You have one chance. If you lie to me, I will start killing you. Something changed in Nosh's eyes. Something dripped away. His melting resolve, most likely.
He's heading for the temple,
he said.
I was to meet him, take him back to it.
The necromancers are going to hide him?
Yes. I don't know why. He has an agreement of sorts, made long ago.
He left you here to delay us, said Pleasant, and went on to the temple without you. How far is it?
3 days' ride,
Nosh said. Pleasant curled his fingers, and the necromancer gasped for breath. Tell us where it is. They rode. On the second day they had grass under their horses' hooves. The third day they found Serpine's horse. It had snapped its leg in a gully, and Serpine hadn't even had the decency to put it out of its misery. Hopeless laid his hand on its neck and put a bullet in its head. It was a kindness. And then he remounted, and they carried on. They made good time. Serpine's tracks got fresher. They reached the top of a hill, looked down across the valley, and saw a man running and falling, making his way to a rocky outcrop of curiously shaped stones and boulders. Standing outside the opening to what looked like a cave were a dozen figures in black, all in a line, watching Serpine approach. The dead men tore down that hill like the devil's own demon dogs. They got close enough so that when Serpine glanced back, they could see the fear and exhaustion painted across his dirty, sweating face. Then he stumbled through the line of black and disappeared into the cave behind them. Pleasant leaped from the saddle, using his magic to propel himself through the air like he'd been shot from a cannon, and landed a couple of strides from the line of necromancers. "Move," he said. The necromancers, being the contrary lot that they were, showed no intention of budging an inch. The one in the middle, the one who'd stepped aside to allow Serpine pass, gave Pleasant a smile. "Welcome to our temple," he said. "Ours is a place of peace and learning. Do you have business here?" "Move," Pleasant said again. His voice, usually so smooth, was coarse as the sand they traveled across to get here. The dead men dismounted behind him, walked slowly up till they formed a wedge at his back. They kept their hands close to their guns. "Nefarian Serpine is a guest," said the talkative necromancer. "He has provided us a service in the past, and so he is under our protection. I'm afraid I can't let you through. If you side with our enemy, said Pleasant, you become our enemy. To his credit, the necromancer didn't seem at all that intimidated by a walking skeleton with guns on his hips. He gave Pleasant another smile. That's rather a simplistic view of things, isn't it? There's really not much room for manoeuvring around that little philosophy. I prefer, personally, to take each moment as it comes, and to treat every obstacle as an opportunity to do something different. It makes life interesting. His patience wore into a frayed thread already. Conversing with a smiling, flannel mouth such as this one was enough to snap it clean. Pleasant went to push by, and suddenly there was a wall of shadows looming over their heads. The dead men went for their guns, but froze before drawing. Once those guns cleared leather, death would come flying, and there'd be no turning back. "You think you scare us?" the necromancer asked. "They call you the dead men, but it is my brothers, my sisters, and I who wield the true death magic. You think we're afraid to die? Really?" "I think you talk big," said Pleasant. "I think you talk about death like it's your friend. But if you really want to get acquainted, we can help you with that." "Then kill us," the necromancer said. "But be warned, we stand at the mouth of a temple. Beneath our feet, there are more of us than you can imagine. They'll tear you to pieces, and you still won't be any closer to your quarry."
"Then we'll wait,"
Bespoke said.
"We'll make camp right here and we'll wait."
"As much as I would enjoy seeing you waste your time in such a fashion," the necromancer replied, "our temple has hidden entrances and exits leading far and wide. You're just going to have to accept the fact that Serpine is out of your reach, get on your horses, and trot away." "We don't give up that easily," said Ravel. "Then you should start," said the necromancer, "because you've lost this little game. The skeleton knows it. That's why he's gone so quiet. All this time, all this effort, all this building of hatred and anger, all for nothing. You were a few seconds too late, gentlemen. That can't be easy for you. You have my commiserations. But the game is done. It's over. You can pick it up again in another country, maybe. But in a few months, or a few years, there's going to be a treaty, and an amnesty. And then Mr. Serpine will be able to walk free without a care in the world, and there won't be a single thing you can do about it." The dead men took their hands from their guns. They'd been alive long enough to know when they were beaten, and they had enough wisdom between them to know there was no shame in it. Sometimes the cards flipped right, and sometimes they didn't. At Pleasant's nod, they got back on their horses. The necromancers began to file into the cave, and the wall of shadows became little more than black smoke in the wind. Finally, there were just Pleasant and the necromancer left standing there. "What's your name?" Pleasant asked. That smile again. "Cleric Solomon Wreath, at your service," said the necromancer. He even gave a little bow. "Mr. Wreath, today you have prevented me from doing my duty. On the contrary, I have prevented you from exacting your revenge, which amounts to the same thing. I won't forget this." "I don't expect you to," said Wreath. But Pleasant had already turned his back on him. That night they rested their horses by a stream and didn't talk a whole lot. Pleasant sat by himself, looking out into the darkness. To say he had a peculiar anger would of course be something of an understatement, but a peculiar anger it was, as it wasn't the sort any normal folk could understand. It was a slow-burning heat, capable of firing up at a whim, but never in any danger of puttering out. It kept him. It sustained him. Maybe there was even a part of him that was glad Serpine had wormed his way free. As long as the man who'd killed him and his family was alive, somewhere out there across the dark plain, Pleasant had a reason to fight, a reason to keep putting one foot in front of the other. But kill the killer, and what was left? Something cold and uncertain. Could be he hung on to what he had, his hate, his anger, his job, because hanging on was all he had. The war was coming to an end. His time as a soldier was coming to an end. What then? Was there something else out there, something he had yet to discover, that could keep him going when he'd used up everything else? Something or some person that would give him a purpose again, that would light a different kind of fire within him? Most likely, he didn't know. He probably didn't care to think that far ahead. The dead man slept, but not Skulduggery Pleasant. No, Skulduggery Pleasant just hung on, waiting, because it was all he had.
The Horror Writer's Halloween Ball.
Hell may well be other people,
Gordon Edgley muttered as they entered the ballroom.
but if you're looking for an everlasting purgatory of snide remarks and bitter snipes, look no further than other writers. The costumed guests mingled and laughed, sipped champagne and wine, and plucked tasty but pointless canapes from the trays of passing waiters. A string quartet played from the darkened gallery, as if they'd been shunted to one side to make room in the light for the chosen few. And the chosen few they really were. Invitations to Sebastian Faulk's parties were rarer than an honest coin in a politician's pocket. That wasn't a bad line, actually, Gordon realized. Needed work, but it had potential. Invitations to these parties are rarer than an honest coin in a politician's pocket, Gordon said to his companion, and waited for the response. When none came, he frowned, stored the line away, and vowed to play around with it later. He recognized a few of the faces. The mustachioed face, for instance, of R. Samuel Keene, an American whose every book had to have either an unnaturally wise child or a psychic dog. His latest one, which Gordon had tried to listen to as a book on tape before the cassette unspooled in his car, had both. It hadn't been very good. He saw Adrian Sykes, a soft-spoken Geordie whose work was fantastically gory and outrageously imaginative. The theme of the party was, as usual, horror, and Sykes had come dressed as one of Clive Barker's Cenobites, all black leather and hooks. Gordon had met him only once before, and had come away thinking of him as a thoroughly decent person. It was occasionally true to say that the writers of the most disturbing horror stories were among the nicest people you could possibly meet. There were exceptions, of course. For instance, the gentleman Sykes was chatting to, Edgar Looms, another American, was a man of singular vulgarity. Gordon had first met him 10 years earlier, just after Gordon's first book was published, and since then he had developed quite an abhorrence of the man. Tonight, Looms was one of the many who had come dressed as Frankenstein's monster, from the James Whale movie, not the book. For his first time here, Gordon himself had come as the creature from the Black Lagoon, a costume he'd had specially created at no little cost. It was worth it, though, even if the flippers made it difficult to walk and the mask made it difficult to see, hear, or breathe. It also made it difficult to be heard, which may have explained why his companion hadn't responded to his politician line. Gordon leaned in closer, careful not to topple over in his costume, and said, quite loudly and clearly, "Invitations to these parties are rarer than an honest coin in a politician's pocket." His companion, dressed as he was in a 1930s suit and tie, his head covered in bandages exactly like Claude Rains from The Invisible Man, turned slightly, so that Gordon could see his own costume's reflection in those sunglasses. "Are you having a stroke?" Skulduggery Pleasant asked. "You keep repeating the same phrase. Is it hot in there? It looks hot." "It is," Gordon admitted. But I'm not having a stroke. I'm too young. I'm only 35, for God's sake. Though I may start hallucinating, and thirst will likely become an issue before too long.
How do you take the mask off?
I'm not entirely sure. It took 2 people to get me into this thing. They probably told me how to take it off, but the mask makes it hard to hear properly.
Skulduggery said something. Gordon leaned in again.
What?
I said, what about toilet breaks?
I hadn't thought of that. Can you see a zip anywhere?
It looks rather seamless.
Damn it. And now I want to pee. I didn't before you brought it up, but now I can feel how full my bladder is. Oh, dear God. If I wet myself in front of all these writers, they'll never let me live it down.
Skulduggery nodded. Writers are small-minded like that.
A waiter came over. Gordon went to wave him away, but his huge flipper hand caught the edge of the serving tray and sent glasses of champagne flying. Even before they'd crashed to the ground, Gordon was spinning on his heels and lurching awkwardly away. Skulduggery fell easily into pace behind him.
It's hard to look innocent when you're the creature from the Black Lagoon.
I suppose that's the one advantage of this mask, Gordon responded. Nobody knows who I am. Gordon Edgley. Gordon had to turn his whole body to look round at whoever had called his name. She came out of the crowd like a bespoiled vision in mint green. 1960s skirt and sweater, her blonde hair tied up, scratches all over her face, and attached to her jacket, 6 plastic birds. Tippi Hedron, Gordon said at once, smiling even though she couldn't see it. What gave it away? Susan said, standing on tiptoes to kiss both cheeks of his mask. It was either this or Grace Jones from Vamp, which would have raised a lot more eyebrows, believe me. Who's your friend? Susan was a typical upstate New Yorker, talking a mile a minute. This is my associate, Mr. Pleasant, Gordon said. Mr. Pleasant, may I introduce Susan DeWick, author of the Chronicles of the Dead series. Mr. Pleasant, Susan said, shaking Skulduggery's gloved hand. How delightfully formal we suddenly are.
Miss DeWick, it is a genuine pleasure to meet you, Skulduggery responded, his voice beginning to work on her already. I've been a fan ever since Gordon recommended you. Your latest book is one of your best.
Oh, you're just saying that because it's true, Susan said, and laughed. She looked back to Gordon. So, Fishface, is this your first time here? I've been waiting years for an invitation. When it finally came, I have to admit, I squealed a little. Just a little, mind you, for I am a horror writer, and so I comport myself with absolute solemnity at all times. Oh, naturally, Gordon said, really wishing he wasn't wearing a stupid mask. When did you get to London? Wednesday, she said. I thought travelling all this way for a silly costume party would have appalled my dear late mother, but my dad insists that even she had heard of Sebastian Faulks and the extravagant bashes he throws. The who's who of the horror elite all in one place. Kind of gives you an illicit little thrill, doesn't it? Mr. Pleasant, are you a writer also? I'm afraid I'm not familiar with the name.
I am a mere reader, Skulduggery said.
Gordon allows me to help him with his research, and in return I live out my writer fantasies vicariously through him. Oh, I like a man with writer fantasies, Susan said, flashing him a smile. Gordon felt the sudden need to step between them, but doubted he could manage it dressed like a big fish monster. A heavily bearded wolf-man swooped upon Susan, nuzzling her neck, and she laughed and allowed herself to be dragged away. She looked back before vanishing into the crowd, but Gordon didn't know if she was looking at him or Skulduggery.
She's nice, Skulduggery said.
Gordon made a noise that sounded like agreement.
She looks a little like Grace Kelly.
Now listen here, Gordon said. I didn't invite you to this thing so that you could sweep Susan DeWick off her feet. If anyone is going to be sweeping her off her feet, it'll be me, in a fitting homage to the Gillman and Julie Adams. Admittedly, it won't be easy. Coordination is not what this suit was designed for, and I do have a bad back, and all of this heat is making me feel quite weak, so I may pass out and drop her, but just the same,
No sweeping her off her feet, Skulduggery said, clearly amused. You have my word. Besides, why would I antagonize a friend who has taken me to the first party I've been to in years?
You have the Requiem Ball, don't you?
Full of sorcerers talking about sanctuary business, Skulduggery said,
dismissing it with a wave of his hand.
It's an evening of carefully chosen words and awkward silences, where nobody wants to mention the name Nefarian Serpine in case I suddenly get it into my head to kick down his door and kill him. As if that thought isn't constantly swirling through my head as it is.
No, Gordon, you have brought me to a proper party of mortals.
Of mortal writers, no less. This is beyond wonderful. This is just what I've been looking for.
Well, I'm glad, said Gordon. We weren't supposed to bring guests, but I did suspect that you might appreciate it. And if Fawkes finds out and banishes me to the horror wilderness for the rest of my career, it will have been worth it to pay you back, in some small way, for everything you've done for me.
Why, Gordon, I never noticed this before, but you are such a sentimental fool.
Gordon laughed. Indeed I am, my friend, and proud of it. The lights suddenly dimmed, and the string quartet stopped playing, as a spotlight fell upon a balcony high above, on which stood their host for the evening. Sebastian Fawkes was tall and thin, with high, narrow cheekbones. His black hair was shot through with startling streaks of silver, as was his goatee beard. Even his eyebrows, arched to perfection, each had a slash of silver. Apart from the Dracula costume he wore, he looked, Gordon realized, exactly like his author photo from 20 years ago. The crowd fell into a deep and respectful hush.
"Hurrah!" Fawkes said, casting his gaze down upon the room.
He had a deep musical quality to his voice that made him sound like an English Vincent Price.
"Fear, dread, these are the commodities in which we trade. In return for the devotion of our readers, we conjure for them the stuff of nightmares."
He paused, allowing his words to permeate the air. A tad melodramatic, but Gordon didn't mind melodrama every now and then, just as long as it didn't get too pretentious.
"We are the dark guardians of the soul," Fawkes continued. "The new millennium is a mere 12 years away, and we stand between Scylla and Charybdis to hold back the tide of apathy and indifference that threatens, even now, to engulf us all. We offer glimpses into madness. We bring their hands close to the black fires of terror, and then we guide them safely back to the light. Ours is a noble calling. Where once we would have sat round the campfire telling our stories, now we sit at our typewriters or our word processors. The world is our campfire now. But while you may think we have banished our demons with our modern technologies, with our VCRs and our CD players and our MTV, they still lurk out there in the dark, and we are their hunters."
He bowed his head, and the ballroom erupted in applause. Gordon clapped his webbed hands along with everyone else, glad that he was wearing a fish mask so no one could see him cringe. Fawkes motioned for silence.
"And here we are, gathered together on this most special of nights. A lot of you have been here before. A lot of you already stand within the inner circle. You know the secrets. You have reaped the rewards."
A low murmur rippled through Fawkes' audience. People were nodding and smiling softly.
"But others are here tonight for the first time," Fawkes continued. "They stand on the cusp of enlightenment. They stand on the edge of wonder. We have seen uninitiated writers among us, writers who have proven their worth, who are ready to be welcomed into our family."
Fawkes chuckled at the word. and the guests laughed along with him. Gordon didn't know what the hell he was talking about any more.
"But all that is still to be revealed," said Fawkes. "For now, eat, drink, talk, laugh, be merry, and give me a hip, hip, hooray for horror. Hip, hip,
hooray!" They did that 3 times in all, and Gordon could only blink at the sudden shift in tone. Fawkes gave a wave. Everyone clapped, and the lights came back on. A few minutes later, Fawkes made his entrance into the ballroom, and the string quartet started up again. Skulduggery looked at Gordon.
"That man's an idiot."
Gordon nodded. "He does seem to be idiotic."
"I never liked his books. Maybe he's improved with age, but his early work is derivative, with definite signs of pretension. And look, he's coming this way.
This will be a wonderful opportunity for me to make like the character I've come as, and disappear." Skulduggery moved backwards into the crowd, and by the time Gordon shifted his position to look around, he was gone. The mask was ridiculous. He seized it with both hands, squeezed and pulled, and only managed to shift the eye-holes around to his ear. Now he couldn't see anything. "Help!" he said. He reached out and heard a crash. Another tray of drinks bites the dust. He stepped back, bumped into someone, heard the unmistakable intake of breath that accompanies a well-dressed lady spilling wine down the front of her dress. "Terribly sorry," Gordon said, spinning quickly, hitting someone else and getting a muffled curse in response. Suddenly there was a steadying grip on his arms, and he heard Susan DeWick say, "Hold on there, Fishface. You're leaving a trail of destruction in your wake." "My head's on sideways," he explained. "I can see that. Want me to take it off?" "If you wouldn't mind," said Gordon. "Thank you." He felt her hands take hold of the mask. She twisted and pulled and fiddled, and just when Gordon's claustrophobia was closing in on him, she yanked the creature's head off. Air rushed in, cooling the sweat on his forehead, and he gasped, laughed, and ignored the glares he was getting from the people around him. "You're a lifesaver," he said, and Susan laughed and handed him back the mask. "I couldn't watch you flail about any longer," she said. "It was funny, sure, but also kind of sad and pathetic." "Sad and pathetic are 2 of my most charming traits." Susan smiled, a wicked look in her eye, but her response was curtailed by the arrival of Sebastian Fawkes.
"Susan," Fawkes said, kissing her hand, "it is so good to see you again. I'm sure it's been said already tonight by men more charming than I, but you look simply ravishing. Tippi Hedron, yes?"
"Got it in one," Susan replied. "Thank you so much for the invitation, by the way. I was just telling Gordon here how much of an honor it is to be at one of your Halloween parties."
"Oh, yes, Gordon Edgley," said Fawkes, shifting his gaze and holding out his hand. "Very good to meet you."
"Likewise," said Gordon, smiling broadly as he removed one of his gloves. The handshake that followed was unsatisfying and dry. "I've loved your books since I was old enough to read," he said. "I don't wish to embarrass you, but you've been a huge influence on my own work."
"Have I?" Fawkes said. "I haven't read your books, so I wouldn't know if I'm supposed to be flattered or insulted." He laughed. Susan laughed too, but it was hesitant and accompanied by a frown. "And how are your sales, Gordon? Robust, I hope?"
"I can't complain."
"Well, you could," said Fawkes. "But who would listen, eh? Sales can always be better, can't they? It still astonishes me, even to this day, the kind of tripe that sells. Are you one of these exponents of splatter-punk that I've been hearing about lately? Writers who value vulgar gore over genuine chills?"
"I wouldn't count myself as such, no."
"Dreadful stuff. No finesse to their writing. Violence and bloodshed in graphic detail. Where's the character? Where's the theme? Where's the nuance? Cheap shocks, cheap thrills. Blood spills, cheap thrills, eh? He chuckled at his rhyme. "I'm sure you're successful enough, Gordon. You wouldn't be here otherwise."
"Oh? There's a sales criterion, is there?"
"Oh, absolutely," said Fawkes. "My associates go through the numbers, pick out the writers who are currently in vogue, like you, writers who sell enough books, and their names go on the list."
"I feel so special."
Fawkes' smile faded a little. "I'm sorry, Gordon. I didn't quite catch that."
"I didn't quite throw it."
Now Fawkes' smile was looking decidedly strained. He took a small, spiral-bound notebook from his inside pocket and flipped through it. Edgley, here we are. Gordon Edgley, writer of, among others, Caterpillars. Oh dear. Was that the book about the killer caterpillars? Gordon reddened.
"That's it?"
The killer caterpillars who eat people?
"Well, they swarm, yes."
I'm interested. Are caterpillars known to swarm?
"I took liberties with the science."
"I can see that," said Fawkes.
"They're a mutant strain of caterpillar that feasts on human flesh."
"Oh, dear Lord."
"I wrote it when I was 19, said Gordon, a touch aggrieved. "It was my first published book."
"You're hugely fortunate it wasn't your last, dear boy. Carnivorous caterpillars, eh? Have you written the sequel yet? Butterflies? Or the prequel? Larvae?" Gordon ground his teeth.
"They're in the pipeline."
Fawkes roared with laughter.
"Oh, that is brilliant. That is wonderful."
"Caterpillars is actually an excellent debut," said Susan, "and it follows in a glorious tradition. You have Herbert's The Rats, Hudson's Slugs, Guy and Smith's Night of the Crabs, Halkin's Bloodworm. Caterpillars stacks right up there with the best of them. I'm sure it is esteemed company indeed. I apologize, Gordon. I didn't wish to insult or belittle you. I'm sure you have enough critics belittling you without me judging you by my own standards." Gordon frowned.
"That's an apology?"
"It is nevertheless a pleasure to meet you," said Fawkes, smiling again. "And thank you for coming. Stick around. I have a feeling it will be a memorable night for you both. If you'll excuse me." He walked away.
"You're excused,"
Gordon muttered. Susan looked at him.
"Wow." "Yes. Wow. So that was Sebastian Fawkes, eh?"
Susan gave a small shrug. "If it's any consolation, whenever I meet him, he's lovely to me. Always calls me ravishing."
"He didn't call me ravishing."
"I noticed that."
"Maybe he has something against Irish people."
"He probably just hates you," said Susan.
"I think he's racist."
"Are Irish people a race?" Gordon frowned. "Aren't we?" "Don't think so."
"Damn. Maybe he just hates me, then. It's probably because I'm better looking than him."
"Oh, I don't know," said Susan.
"What? You seriously think he's better looking than me? He's old."
"He looks great.
He's been around forever.
Doesn't look a day over 50.
50 is old," said Gordon sullenly.
"You won't be saying that when you're 50. Gordon peered at her, making sure she was telling the truth.
"You really think he's good looking?"
"I really do."
"So why does he hate me?"
"I don't know. Did you sleep with his wife?"
Gordon looked around. "Which one is his wife?"
Susan laughed. "Hey, I think you're a great writer, and I love the hell out of caterpillars, and every book since just gets better and better, and I'm a ravishing young lady. So who are you going to believe, me or him?"
"Well," Gordon said, "you do have better taste."
"See? Now quit your belly aching and dance with me, you subaquatic fool." Gordon stopped drinking halfway through the night. He had a long-standing policy: never drink too much in front of rivals and colleagues. Also, never drink too much when you don't know where the zip is on your costume. This was an important policy, too, but it was a new one with limited applicability. Still, what these policies allowed him was the chance to stand back and watch as fellow authors got drunk, and the drunker they got, the funnier it all became. Petty jealousies reared their heads.
Comments got snippier. Compliments became barbed. There were many backs behind which many things were said. It was all highly amusing. He started to notice the crowd being thinned, very slightly at first, with certain people, all at the low end of the pecking order, being escorted into another room. When it was done, the guests had been split into two groups, with Gordon staying in the main ballroom. Walking with his mask tucked under his arm, he searched for Skulduggery, whom he had glimpsed charming various people throughout the night. Surely Skulduggery would not have allowed himself to be escorted away. Gordon noticed that the music had stopped, and, in fact, the string quartet had left. He was about to ask somebody the time when he saw the waiters and waitresses leaving the ballroom, stepping out as if synchronized, and closing the doors behind them. The conversation died, and all attention was turned to Sebastian Fawkes, standing where the quartet had been playing. He waited for absolute, solemn silence.
"My fellow writers," Fawkes said, "and here I speak only to the uninitiated, welcome to the darkest of secrets."
Gordon stifled a groan.
"As writers, it is our solemn duty to take our readers by the hand and lead them down a barely lit path, on either side of which lie perils waiting in the shadows. This we do out of a sense of duty. Someone has to shine a light into the dark, after all."
Gordon examined his mask, wondering if he could put it back on by himself. Then maybe he could look as bored as he felt.
"I was approached, years ago, by a being," Fawkes continued, "an entity, a man, but something more than a man. And this being, this magnificent presence, showed me a way to use my talents and be rewarded, not just financially, but also spiritually, physically. He showed me a way to draw life energy, anguish and pain and emotional suffering from the hearts and minds of my readers, and to use that energy to keep me successful, young, and virile. Behold, Argento."
Okay, now Gordon was deciding he should be paying attention. Had Fawkes just talked about how virile he was? How was that appropriate ballroom conversation? He became aware of someone moving through the crowd. An excited thrill rippled by, utterly failing to thrill Gordon himself. He stood on his tiptoes, but all he saw were the guests parting before a man in a white toga. He was pale and heavily muscled, and brightness seemed to spill out of him, although that may just have been the spotlight that followed his every step. Fawkes continued talking as the big man in the toga moved gracefully through the room like a bodybuilding angel.
"He showed me the symbols to hide in the words on the page, in the arrangement of the letters, the order of the sentences, and the paragraphs. These mystical symbols not only act upon the reader's subconscious, convincing them to buy multiple copies of my books, but they also draw forth energy, which then flows into me and keeps me young."
Fawkes smiled beatifically at the people around him.
15% of which goes to Argento, naturally, with 20% for foreign territories.
Gordon had gone cold inside his creature from the Black Lagoon costume. Fawkes was talking here about magic. Real, actual, supposed to be kept secret from mortals, magic.
"I know what you're thinking," Fawkes said. "I thought it too. I asked the same questions you're asking. We all did. Is this right? Is this fair? But don't we deserve this, after all we sacrifice for them? As writers, we hold a mirror to the face of society, a scalpel to its dark underbelly. Don't we deserve a little extra for the depths to which we must plunge?"
Gordon spotted Susan in the crowd, looking mystified.
"You have been invited here tonight, so that you may become one of us, so that you may become family. We will share with you the secrets, the symbols you need to put in your books. You will learn the different types of pain, the particular strain of anguish that is most effective. You will be shown how to get your readers to care about your characters so much that when these characters die, the readers are traumatized far past the point of tears. You will be instructed on the best way to bombard your readers with emotions, with feelings. Susan stepped forward. So, you make your readers suffer, and you draw strength from that? Their pain makes me strong, said Fawkes, smiling. And your readers' pain can make you strong. And you actually believe everything you're saying? You will believe too, my dear. Uh-huh, said Susan. You said something about draining their life energy. Isn't that, bad? No, not necessarily. Is it exploitative? Yes. But fatalities are few. Fatalities? Are you saying you've killed your readers? It is regrettable, obviously. We don't want to hurt anyone. We're refining the process even now. Argento is supplying me with new, safer symbols. We want our readers living a long life, so they can keep buying our books. He chuckled. Susan looked around. I don't get what's going on here. Are you all this stupid? There's always one, Fawkes said, his smile growing sad. Always one who needs convincing. The crowd parted, and a gap opened between Susan and Argento. I can feel your doubt, Argento said, his voice soft yet piercing. Yeah, no kidding, Susan replied. Doubt, uncertainty, these are feelings laced with a bitter aftertaste, powerful in their own way, and made all the more so by the fear that always follows. Uh-huh, said Susan. Argento held out his hand. I will drink from you now. Susan gasped, her body sagging, and Gordon tried to push through the tightly packed guests. Argento's hand glowed, and he closed his eyes. Delicious, he said. Doubt turns to realization, to the truth, and the truth is a scary thing. Let me taste your fear. Susan had gone ashen white, and still Gordon fought to get to her. And then suddenly there was a cry from above, and everyone turned, looked up at the balcony from which Skulduggery had just thrown the spotlight operator. He stood there, looking down at them all. Terribly sorry, he said, but I'm going to have to bring an end to tonight's festivities. It's just, I'm disappointed. I wanted tonight to be special. I'm here with my friend. I'm surrounded by writers, and I wanted to talk about books and stories and creativity, and I wanted to overhear conversations about social responsibilities and the writer as outcast, but instead I get this. I get an empathy vampire and a group of idiots who are working with him. And he looks ridiculous. I mean, we're all here dressed up in costumes, I understand that, but he wants you to think that this is how he dresses normally. It's not. No one dresses like that normally. Why would they? I met a vampire once, an ordinary vampire who dressed like Lestat. I told him what I'm telling this one. Stop reading books about vampires. Fawkes cleared his throat and looked at Argento, who stepped forward with a dramatic swish of his toga. You talk like you know my kind, Argento said. You, who are nothing to me but an insect, would dare stand upon that balcony and attempt to wound me with insults. I am made of sturdier stuff, my friend. I cannot be hurt by words, nor by blade, nor by bullet. I am eternal. I am the night. I am the day. I am forever. And who are you? Skulduggery let his sunglasses fall, then clicked his fingers and set fire to the bandages around his head. They went up in a blaze that died as suddenly as it began, revealing the skull beneath. I'm Skulduggery Pleasant. Oh, hell, said Argento. And you're under arrest. Argento spun on his heels and sprinted away.
Skulduggery leaped high into the air, using his magic to boost himself halfway across the ballroom. He landed and gave chase. Argento shrieked. There was a moment of stunned silence. Then somebody screamed, and the guests surged to the doors, yelling and shouting and tripping over each other. Gordon pushed his way through, catching Susan as she fell. He checked her pulse, and her eyes fluttered open. "That was weird," she said, sounding drunk. "Did that happen?" "It did," said Gordon, making sure she could stand on her own. "Are you okay? Will you be okay here?" Susan frowned at him. "Where are you going?" "I'm going after Fawkes." Susan grinned. "I'm fine. You go get him, Tiger." He nodded, left his mask with her, and ran as fast as his costume would allow. He got to the door, emerged into a narrow corridor. He followed it to an empty kitchen with 3 doors leading out from it. He chose one at random, ran the length of it, and found Sebastian Fawkes trying to get out of a window. "You're going nowhere," Gordon said. Fawkes turned. "Edgley," he said, "what the hell are you doing here? Go away. There are forces at work you cannot possibly fathom." "I know all about magic," Gordon said. "I know about the sanctuaries and the sorcerers. You're not the holder of dark secrets. You're an idiot, and you're not going to get away with what you've done." Fawkes stopped trying to get away, and regarded Gordon with new eyes. "I don't understand why you're against this. It's power, it's success, it's wealth, and it's a longer life to enjoy all that. Why won't you just go along with it?" "Because you're hurting your readers," said Gordon. "Writers hurt their readers all the time, and the readers love it." "This is different. This is torture." "Nonsense. How can it be torture? How can it be cruel if they don't even know it's happening? We give them stories, they give us longer life. It's a fair trade." Gordon approached. "So what about the readers who've died reading your books? What do you call them?" Fawkes shrugged. "The learning curve. No, this will not continue." Colour rose in Fawkes' cheeks. "Who are you to stand up to me? I am Sebastian Fawkes. The Telegraph called me the world's greatest living horror novelist. The New York Times said my work was artfully sublime. My last novel was heralded as a humane, heartbreaking journey through a nightmare landscape and a triumph in form. What awards have you won? What accolades have you gathered? You're a flavour of the month, easily dismissed, easily forgotten. I am a literary horror novelist. What the hell are you?" Gordon took a last step towards him. "I'm a storyteller, you pretentious buffoon," he said, and he pushed Fawkes. Fawkes stared at him, his eyes wide. He pushed Gordon back. Gordon lost his temper, gave Fawkes an extra hard push to teach him a lesson. Fawkes let out a roar and charged. Gordon tried to keep him away, but he was too slow. They collided and stood there, wrestling. Every so often they'd move their feet slightly. There was a lot of grunting. Fawkes got a hand against Gordon's face. Gordon squeezed his eyes shut. Fawkes' palm was crushing Gordon's lips painfully. Gordon stuck out his tongue, and Fawkes snapped his hand away, yelling in disgust. Gordon tried to press his advantage, but the creature of the black lagoon suit was making it difficult. Fawkes stumbled and flailed, and his elbow whacked against Gordon's chin. Gordon cried out and dropped to his knees, cradling his face. Fawkes stood over him, too out of breath to say anything. Ignoring the pain in his chin, Gordon lunged at Fawkes's leg, wrapping his hands round the left knee. Gordon held on as Fawkes cursed and staggered back. He weathered the storm of slaps that fell upon his head. One of them clipped his ear. It really hurt, but he didn't let go. Fawkes turned, tried to pull his leg free. Gordon's grip slipped a little, but his fingers tightened again like a vice round Fawkes's ankle. He was dragged a few centimetres across the floor every time Fawkes took a step. "Let me go!" Fawkes screeched. "No!" Gordon gasped. Fawkes overbalanced and fell, and, like a ninja, except slower and with less coordination, Gordon crawled on top of him. He was sweating badly now. The suit was way too hot to fight in. Fawkes struggled, tried to turn over onto his back to push him off, but Gordon let his body go limp, and he lay on top of him. Fawkes's breath came in ragged wheezes. "You may Wheeze, wheeze. Thank you. Wheeze. One, but... Wheeze. You'll never... Really long wheeze. Escape! Gordon focused all his attention on staying as heavy as possible and gasped. Your time is... Gasp. Over you. Gasp. You utter... Gasp. Utter nutball. Ah! Wheeze. Gentle will... Wheeze. Tear your soul into... Wheeze. Tiny little bits. Your friend is... Gasped Gordon. Already in handcuffs. Gasp. And your reign of... Gasp. Terror is at an... Gasp. End. Fawkes shook his head fiercely. Gordon nodded insistently. They lay there like that for some time. When Skulduggery Pleasant and Susan DeWick found them 8 minutes later, Gordon was sitting astride Fawkes like an oddly dressed cowboy riding an exhausted and flattened-out horse. The Cleavers arrived to take Argento into custody, and a pair of sensitives talked to the main body of guests, convincing them that they'd had a nice, if slightly boring, night, and that nothing unusual had happened. The writers, who knew the intricate details of Fawkes's deal, could not be dealt with in the same manner, so they were instead threatened with terrible and gruesome deaths if they spoke a word of this to anyone. According to Skulduggery, threats worked just as well as psychics. Sebastian Fawkes was released, since an unexplained disappearance would not have gone unnoticed in the mainstream media. His next book, however, failed to reach a receptive audience. The follow-up barely punctured the top 20 bestseller list. After he appeared uninvited and drunk on Wogan, a light entertainment talk show broadcast by the BBC, his publishers quietly dropped him, and nobody much cared. Gordon asked that Susan DeWick's memory of the night be left intact. Skulduggery granted this request. Gordon and Susan were entangled romantically for 3 months afterwards, before she fell for a struggling young actor and he fell for a supermodel. They remained close friends until Gordon's sudden and unexpected death years later. Her book, Stirrings at Norfolk, the first true horror novel to win the Booker Prize, was dedicated to him. It said simply, "To Fishface." Gordon was to go on to document, in his way, the darker realities of life of which the normal person is not aware. He wrote stories to shock, entertain, thrill, and traumatize, and he regretted not one moment of it. His participation in real-life adventures was not quite so prolific. That role would, of course, eventually go to his niece. But he did accompany Skulduggery Pleasant on at least one more case, solving the mystery of the phantom killer at Darkenholme House. But that is another story. It's also not very interesting. The butler did it. The Lost Art of World Domination. With the shadows wrapped around him, and the sliver of light falling dramatically over his eyes, the evil sorcerer, Scaramouche Van Dreg, stood in the dungeon and watched his captive with predatory amusement. The dungeon was dark and damp and dank, and the chains that bound the skeleton detective were big and thick and heavy. They shackled the bones of his wrists to the stone floor, forcing him to kneel. Scaramouche liked that. The great detective, the living skeleton who had foiled plan after plan, scheme after scheme, was now forced to look up at Scaramouche, like he had always been meant to. Like everyone had always been meant to. The detective, his dark blue suit burnt and torn and muddy, hadn't said anything for almost an hour. In fact, he hadn't moved for almost an hour. Scaramouche had been standing in the shadows, gloating, for a little over 15 minutes, but he wasn't entirely sure that his captive had noticed. He shifted his weight noisily, but the detective still did not acknowledge his presence. Scaramouche frowned. There was very little point in going through all this if his efforts weren't rewarded with due and proper attention. He brought himself up to his full height, which wasn't very high, and sucked in his belly, which was substantial. He gathered his cloak and stepped forward, gazing down at the top of the detective's skull with the pitiless gaze he had practiced for hours. "Skulduggery Pleasant," he sneered. "Finally, You are within my grasp. The detective shifted slightly and muttered something. Good God! Was he asleep? Scaramouche cleared his throat and gave the detective a little kick. The detective jerked awake and looked around for a moment, then looked up with those empty eye sockets. "Oh," he said, like he had just met a casual acquaintance on the street. "Hello." Unsure how to counter this unexpected approach to being a captive, Scaramouche decided to replay the sneer. "Skulduggery Pleasant," he repeated. "Finally you are within my grasp." "It does appear so," Pleasant agreed, nodding. "And in a dungeon, no less. How brilliantly postmodern you are." "You have interfered in my plans for the last time," Scaramouche continued. "Unfortunately for you, you will not live to regret your mistake." Pleasant tilted his head curiously. "Scaramouche? Scaramouche Van Dreg? Is that you?" Scaramouche smiled nastily. "Oh, yes. You have fallen into the clutches of your deadliest enemy." "What are you doing here?" Scaramouche's smile faltered. "What? How are you mixed up in all this?" "How am I? What do you mean? This is my plot!" "You're plotting to use the Crystal of the Saints to bring the Faceless Ones back into our reality?" Scaramouche frowned. "Huh? No. What do the Faceless Ones have to do with this? I don't want the Faceless Ones back. I don't even worship them. No, this plot is for me, to gain absolute power." "Then you're not in league with Rancid Fines or Christophe Nocturnal?" "I've never even met Rancid Fines," Scaramouche said, "and I hate Christophe Nocturnal." Pleasant absorbed this information with a nod. "In that case, I'm afraid there's been a bit of a misunderstanding." Scaramouche felt like he'd been punched in the gut. All the breath left him, and his shoulders slumped. "You mean you're not here for me?" "Dreadfully sorry," Pleasant said. "But you arrived at the hotel. You and your partner, the girl, you were asking all those questions." "We were looking for Fines and Nocturnal. We didn't even know you were in the country. Be honest, and I don't mean to offend you or anything, but I thought you had passed away some time ago." Scaramouche gaped. "I just took a little break." Pleasant shrugged. "Well, at least now I know. So, what are you up to these days?" I have plans," Scaramouche said, dejected. "The absolute power thing you mentioned?" Scaramouche nodded. "And how's that going?" "It's going okay, I suppose. I mean, everything's on schedule and proceeding apace." "Well, that's good. We all need something to get us up in the mornings, am I right? We all need goals." "Yeah." An unwelcome thought seeped into Scaramouche's mind and lingered there. He tried ignoring it, but it flickered and swam, and finally he had to ask, "You don't view me as your deadliest enemy, do you?" Pleasant hesitated. His skull remained as impassive as ever, but this hesitation spoke volumes. "I view you as a deadly enemy," he said helpfully. "How deadly?" "I don't know. Relatively?" "Relatively deadly. That's all. I thought we were arch-enemies." "Oh," Pleasant said. "No, I wouldn't call us arch-enemies. Nefarian Serpine was an arch-enemy. Malevolent, obviously, a few others." "But not us?" "Not really." "Why? Is it because I'm not powerful enough?" "No, not exactly." "Then why? What's so different between me and, say, Serpine?" "Well," said Pleasant, "Serpine had options. He was adaptable. Remember, the deadliest enemies are not necessarily the strongest. They're the smartest." "So it's because I'm not smart enough, But I am smart. I am highly intelligent." "Okay," Pleasant said in an understanding voice. "Don't patronize me," Scaramouche snapped.
I have you as a prisoner, don't I? You fell into my trap without even a hint of suspicion.
It was a clever trap.
And those chains that bind your powers? You think that easy to do? You think that doesn't require intelligence?
No, Pleasant said. I have to admit, you got me fair and square.
You're damn right I did,
Scaramouche sneered.
And you don't even know about my plot yet, do you, huh? You don't even know how intelligent that is.
Well, like I said, I've been busy.
Busy with fines, and with Nocturnal, busy with the threat of the Faceless Ones. But you haven't been busy with the real threat, have you, huh?
I suppose not, Pleasant said, and then added, You mean you, don't you?
Of course I mean me. I've been smart enough to fool you all into thinking I was dead. I've been smart enough to work under your radar, to set in motion events that will grant me absolute power, which will lead to my total dominion over this world. Now, that, detective, that is smart.
Total dominion?
Oh, yes, Skeleton. How does it feel to know that an opponent such as I, an adversary you would have classified as merely relatively deadly, will soon rule this planet with a will of iron and the fist of... He faltered. Iron. What?
I was just going to say, have you really thought this through?
What do you mean?
You're talking about ruling the world, right?
Yes.
Not bringing back old gods, not turning the world into some new version of hell, not remaking it as you see fit.
Well, no.
You're just talking about ruling it, then?
Yes, with a will of iron and a fist of iron.
Yes, and again I'm compelled to ask, have you really thought this through? Scaramouche pinched the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger. He was getting a headache. He could feel it coming on.
What do you mean? What is so wrong with planning to rule the world?
Well, for a start, think of all the work.
I'll have minions,
Scaramouche said dismissively.
But they'll still need orders. They'll need you to tell them what to do. They'll be inundated with reports, with documents, with briefings.
There won't be enough hours in the day to go over them all, let alone make any decisions.
Then I'll just order that the days be longer, Scaramouche said. I will decree that a day stops and starts when I decide, not the sun or the moon.
And how will you cope with warring nations? Scaramouche laughed.
When I am ruler, there will be no wars. Everyone will do what I tell them.
There are billions of people in the world, all with their own viewpoints, all with their own rights. It won't be as simple as telling them to just stop. What about famine?
What about it?
What will you do about it?
I'm not sure I understand.
If famine strikes a country, what will you do? Scaramouche smiled evilly.
Maybe I will do nothing. Maybe I will let the country die.
In which case you will have an entire country rise against you because they have nothing left to lose.
Then I will destroy them.
And you'll have to deal with the neighbouring countries squabbling over the remains.
Then I'll destroy them. No, I'll order them to... They'll do what I tell them, all right?
And the media? Scaramouche sighed.
What about them?
How will you cope with the media questioning your policies?
There will be no questions. This won't be a democracy. It will be a dictatorship.
There will always be dissent.
What did I say? I'll have minions. I told you. They'll take care of any rebels.
You'll have a secret police?
Of course.
You'll assign minions to levels of power?
Naturally.
And when these minions get ambitions of their own, and they go to overthrow you...
Then I'll kill them,
Scaramouche said, exasperated.
I'll have absolute power, remember?
And how do you plan to attain this absolute power?
It's all in my plan,
Scaramouche yelled, pacing to the wall of the dungeon. What about sorcerers? Scaramouche tore the cloak from around his neck. It was heavy and too warm, and when he paced it was annoying.
What about bloody sorcerers?
Pleasant's chains jangled slightly as he shrugged.
You don't really think they'll just stand back and let this happen, do you? I realise I'll be dead, so that's one less you'll have to worry about, but there are plenty more.
There won't be,
Scaramouche said, stepping back into the shadows for dramatic effect.
When my plan is complete, I will be the only one capable of wielding magic.
So you're going to kill them all?
They won't have to. They will be left as ordinary mortals, while I will be filled with their powers.
Ah, Pleasant said. Okay.
Now do you appreciate my vast and superior intelligence?
Pleasant thought for a moment.
Yes,
he decided.
Excellent. I'm sorry we can't talk further, Detective, but my hour of glory is at hand, and your death will be...
One more question. Scaramouche's chin dropped to his chest.
What?
He asked bleakly. On the surface, the plot is fine. Drain the magic from others, and then use this magic to become all-powerful and unstoppable and take over the world. I can't see anything wrong with that plot, in theory. But my question, Scaramouche, is how exactly are you going to achieve all this? Scaramouche picked his cloak off the ground, felt through it until he came to the cleverly concealed pocket. From this pocket he withdrew a small wooden box with a metal clasp. He held the box for Pleasant to see. Recognize these? Pleasant peered closer, examining the etchings in the wood. Oh, he said, impressed. Exactly. This container, enchanted with 23 spells from 23 mages, is one of the fabled lost artifacts. I've spent the last 15 months tracking it down, and tonight it is finally mine.
So it's true, then? Of course it's true. Why wouldn't it be?
Pleasant's head jerked up sharply.
You mean you haven't checked it?
Scaramouche suddenly felt a little foolish.
I don't have to, he said. Everyone knows. Oh, Scaramouche, Pleasant said, disappointment in his voice. I just got it, Scaramouche said defensively. Literally, I just got it 3 hours ago.
And you haven't checked it?
I didn't have time. I had to capture you.
Pleasant looked back at the box, and his head tilted thoughtfully. If that is the box from the lost artifacts, and it certainly does look like it might be authentic, then it contains an insect with the power to drain magic at a bite. Exactly. Providing that insect is still inside. Scaramouche looked at the box. There are no holes in it. It's been lost for 300 years.
But the insect's meant to live forever, right? It doesn't need food or anything.
Well, that's the legend. Can you hear it? You should be able to hear it buzzing around in there. Scaramouche shook the box and held it up to his ear. Nothing, he said. Well, it's a thick box, Pleasant said. You probably wouldn't be able to hear it anyway. Scaramouche shook it again, then listened for any buzzing. Even a single buzz. Anything. Did you pay much for it? Pleasant asked.
The guy who found it, he needed to mount expeditions and things. It wasn't cheap.
How much did he charge?
I gave him everything I had.
The detective went quiet.
But I'm going to be ruler of the world, Scaramouche explained. What difference does it make to me?
He made an awful lot of money by just handing over a box, without even verifying that it contained what you hope it contains.
How will I know?
There's only one way. You have to open it.
But the insect will fly away.
Let it out near me, the skeleton suggested. You're going to kill me anyway, right? So what do I care if it drains my powers before I die? Scaramouche narrowed his eyes. Why would you make this offer? Because I'm curious. Scaramouche, I'm a detective. I solve mysteries. If my final act in this world is to establish whether or not a mythological insect could still be contained in one of the lost artifacts, then that, to me, would be a good death. Scaramouche looked at him and nodded. Okay. Put it on the ground, open it, and stand back. When it's finished draining me, it'll be sluggish,
That's when you recapture it. Scaramouche nodded. He licked his lips nervously and placed the box on the floor. He undid the metal clasp, felt his heart pound in his chest, and he opened the lid. He scampered back into the shadows. The detective gazed down into the box. "Well?" Scaramouche asked from the corner. "Can't see anything," Pleasant said. "It's a little dark." "Wait. Yes? What?" And then the most beautiful sound Scaramouche had ever heard. A buzzing. "Amazing," Pleasant said in a whisper. Something rose from the box, rising into the air after centuries of being trapped. It was unsteady and weak, but it flew. It lived. "One little insect," Pleasant was saying. "The legends say it rose from the carcass of a slain demon, an insect born of evil and wickedness, the demon's last attempt to destroy its enemies. The insect flew up, dancing in a shaft of light. One little insect, and it could be responsible for bringing this world to its knees." "Wonderful," Scaramouche breathed. The insect landed on the ground in front of its box, its prison for all those years. Pleasant looked down on it, then moved slightly and knelt on the insect and squished it. Scaramouche screamed, and the door burst open and Valkyrie Kane stepped into the dungeon. "What the hell is going on here?" she asked. Scaramouche charged at her, and the girl closed her eyes and flexed her fingers. Her eyes and hands snapped open, and the air around her rippled. Scaramouche was hurled back off his feet. He crashed into the far wall, hitting his head and collapsing with a groan. He heard the girl and the detective talking, and he heard the chains being unlocked. Moaning, he turned over and looked up at them. "It was a trick," he said. "You really were here to stop me, weren't you? You really were here to foil my plan. This is the last time, you hear me? I will escape whatever prison you send me to, and the next time we meet, you will pay for—" "Who's this?" Valkyrie Kane asked. Scaramouche paled. What do you mean, who am I?" "His name's Scaramouche Van Drag," Pleasant told her. "She knows who I am!" Scaramouche shrieked. "I am your deadliest enemy!" Kane raised an eyebrow but ignored him. "Has he got anything to do with Fines and Nocturnal?" "Nope." "Then why are we wasting our time? Come on, we've got real bad guys to stop." Kane walked out. Skulduggery Pleasant looked down at Scaramouche and shrugged. "I'll just chain you up for the moment, but the Cleavers will be around soon to take you into custody. Is that all right with you?" Scaramouche started crying. "Good man. Don't let this get you down, though. We all need goals, and I fully expect to do battle with you again. Okay?" Scaramouche wailed. "We need more villains like you know that? We need more bad guys who want to take over the world. There aren't enough of them. But the others think it's just, silly." Scaramouche felt the shackles on his wrists. He had to look up to watch Skulduggery Pleasant leave the dungeon. Gold, babies, and the brothers Muldoon. The cemetery was cold and dark, and the dead man was standing on his grave, watching her as she approached. "Hello," she said. The clothes he had been buried in were torn and musty, his shoes caked with mud. He stood with a slight stoop, and he had, for the most part, skin and hair. The middle of his face had rotted, however, robbing him of lips and nose and eyelids. "You're late," he grumbled. "Midnight has come and gone." "Sorry about that." "Lives hang in the balance. You're lucky I stayed." "Yes, I am." "You are Valkyrie Kane?" "That's right." 13 years old, elemental by power, partner of the skeleton detective.
and late. I suppose. You're lucky I stayed. So you said. I could have left, you know. 1 minute past midnight, when you weren't here, I could have walked away. I didn't have to wait here for you. I was under no obligation. But I stayed, because I have no wish to see innocent lives taken. You're a corpse, Valkyrie said. Where were you going to go? He glared at her, but didn't answer. He started walking, shuffling off his grave, up towards the ruined church. She followed. I thought the skeleton would be with you, the dead man said as they walked. We're quite busy at the moment, so Skulduggery had to stay behind. I said I'd take care of this one on my own. He looked back, and she was thankful the moon was only a sliver, for his face was mostly hidden. Maybe you underestimate what awaits. No, I think I've got it. 3 babies snatched from their cots, being held by a family of goblins who want to exchange them for gold. Fairly straightforward. If you fully realized the danger you are walking into, you would not be so calm. I'm sure I would. They're goblins, you know. How bad can they be? They were not always goblins, the dead man said, irritation in his voice. The Muldoons were sorcerers, descended from a long line of the most powerful mages the world had ever seen. They were rumoured to be descended from the ancients themselves. That was disproved, Valkyrie said. What? I asked Skulduggery about that. He said the Muldoons reinvented their own family tree in a sad attempt to appear threatening, and then they actually started to believe their own lies. If you know so much, the dead man scowled, then why are you asking me? Oh, right, sorry. Please go on. The corpse muttered something under his breath, then resumed. The father died, or the mother went insane, but the children maintained the belief that because of their heritage, they should be the rulers of the world. They believed in the inherent superiority of those who wield magic, and they despised the mortals, whom they saw as pedestrian and drab. Why are they called mortals? Asked Valkyrie. What? I've been wondering that. Non-magical people. I mean, why are they called mortals? Sorcerers are mortal too. Sorcerers don't claim any different. But by calling non-magical people mortal, it's like they're implying that they themselves are immortal. And they're not. Magic just makes them live longer. The dead man stopped suddenly and turned. His brows were furrowed across his unblinking eyes. Do you want to hear the story of the Muldoons or not? He asked. Sure. Sorry. He grunted, then turned and carried on towards the church. The breeze caught the mustiness of his clothes and brought it down to her. The Council of Elders identified the Muldoons as the sorcerers behind a spate of attacks on mortals. In an effort to keep the mortals safe and to keep the magical communities hidden, the Muldoons were ambushed, and although they escaped, they were not unharmed. This is my favourite bit, Valkyrie said. This is when they get turned into goblins, right? Correct. Over the years they have amassed a collection of gold, for gold is the only thing that could return them to human form. But it has not been enough. So they started stealing babies? Yes. They arrived at the ruined church. The dead man looked at her. My role is almost fulfilled. I agreed to make the introductions and witness that both parties keep their side of the bargain. There are innocent lives at stake. So you keep saying. Earlier, I was with the goblins, and I saw that the 3 babies were safe and well. Thus far, they have kept their word. And you, Valkyrie Kane, are you here with gold? Yes, I am. May I see it? The dead man asked. No, you may not. And why not? Because it's not for you to see. The dead man looked at her, and he gave the slightest of nods.
Very well. He turned to the open door of the church and spoke loudly. It is I, and I stand with the girl, the elemental and the partner of the skeleton detective, and although she is late, she is here, which is the important thing, and we are moving on. I ask that the exchange take place, the 3 innocent lives for the gold she claims to possess, though as of yet I have not seen it. If it makes a difference, she has an honest face, although her eyes are as dark as her hair. Will you bid her enter? Torches flared in wall brackets, inside the ruin, beating the darkness back. The dead man stepped away. You may enter, he said. You're not coming? No. You wouldn't be letting me walk into a trap, would you? Asked Valkyrie. Why would I do that? I'm dead. What do I have to gain? I can't leave this graveyard. There is nothing that brings me joy anymore. There is no pleasure to be had. There is nothing I can use, so there is nothing that I want. I am empty. My existence is a shallow thing of coldness and— Okay, Valkyrie interrupted. I get it. You're miserable. Fine. I'll go in now. The dead man shrugged. Valkyrie left him there and stepped into the church. Part of the roof had caved in, and her boots brushed rubble as she walked. Her boots, like the trousers she wore, and the tunic and the coat, were made of impenetrable materials that had saved her life on numerous occasions. Everything she wore was black, and it was a black that melted into the shadows and hid her from unsuspecting eyes. It wasn't hiding her tonight, however. Every move she made was being watched. She could feel eyes on her. There were a few broken pews in the church, but no altar and no decoration. The flickering torches reflected off wet patches on the stone walls where the rain had fallen. Valkyrie stopped walking. "Hello?" she called. "Goblins?" "Gold," came the voice from behind her. She turned slowly, making no sudden moves. The goblin was maybe up to her shoulder, short and squat, and distressingly ugly. He had large, bulbous eyes and a long, bulbous nose, and his nostril hair mingled with a moustache in a way that was far from appealing. His green skin looked unhealthy in the torchlight, afflicted as it was with sores and boils. He wore a filthy grey suit that had lost all the buttons from the jacket. His belly protruded. Hair sprouted from his belly button. "Give her the gold," he said. "Give me the babies," she told him. "Then you get your gold." He shook his head. "Give us the gold, then you get the babies." "How do I know the babies are here? I can't hear them crying." "Maybe they're happy." "Then show me them smiling." The goblin scratched his belly thoughtfully. "Compromise," he said. "Okay." "We'll give you half now. You'll give us the gold, and then we'll give you the other half." "There are 3 babies. How do you give me half?" He shrugged. "Chop a baby in 2. You know, even for a goblin that's disturbed. Bring the kids out right now or I walk away with the gold." The goblin growled in displeasure. "Calm," he said. "Finton, bring them out." From behind him, 2 more goblins emerged. Valkyrie was amazed to realize that the first goblin was the handsome one of the family. His brothers wore rags, torn and dirty, and they carried the babies between them. The babies had dummies jammed in their mouths. "See," the first goblin said. "Alive, uneaten, and not chopped or anything. Now, the gold." Valkyrie reached into her coat and brought out a bag that jangled in her grip. The goblin stared at the bag, practically drooling. "Put the kids down," she said. Just place them on the ground over here very gently and step away. Then I'll give you the gold and we'll say goodbye. One of the goblins, she didn't know which one he was, so she decided that he should be calm, grunted,
"How do we know there's gold in that bag?"
"Because I tell you there is."
"We don't know ya. Liam, we can't trust this girl."
The first goblin, Liam, scratched his belly.
"We were expecting the skeleton. Where is he?"
"He couldn't make it."
"He sent you instead?"
"Yes, he did," said Valkyrie.
"You're his assistant, then?"
"Partner."
"You're a child."
"You're a goblin."
"Only on the outside."
"And on the inside you steal babies. Looks and personality."
"I don't like you."
"You just have to get to know me," she said. "Are we going to stand around talking all night, or are we going to do this ransom thing?"
"The skeleton should be here,"
the third goblin, Finton, mumbled.
"Shut up," Liam barked. "We'll settle that later. Right, now, give her the brats. I want to see that gold."
Colm and Finton walked forward, bringing with them an interesting aroma of dried sweat and boiled cabbage. They put the babies on the ground, close to Valkyrie, and the babies gurgled and made baby noises. The goblins stepped back, rejoined their brother.
"Now,"
Liam said with a snaggletooth smile,
"give us your payment."
"And then you let us go."
"Of course."
"Why don't I believe you?" Liam shrugged.
"A deal's a deal. We held up our part. Now you have to do the same."
If things turned nasty, Valkyrie would only be able to scoop up one of the kids before the goblins were on her. The goblins didn't look very fast, so she'd probably be able to beat them to the door, but it would mean leaving 2 babies here. She didn't see any alternative, however, and the goblins' patience was running out. She tossed the bag, and Liam caught it and yanked open the drawstring. He let the gold coins spill out into his hand. Finton licked his lips.
"They're real, Liam! They're real!"
Liam put one of the coins in his mouth and sucked on it a moment, then reached his grimy fingers between his lips to retrieve it.
"It's gold,"
he said happily. His wide eyes glinted. "Pleasure doing business," Valkyrie said, hunkering down to the kids.
"You're not leaving,"
said Liam. Valkyrie sighed. "Is this a double cross?"
"That's what this is. It'd be better if the skeleton was here instead of you. But when we send him your head wrapped up in a pretty bow, he'll come looking for us and we'll get him then."
"You have issues with skullduggery."
"We hate him,"
Finton snarled.
"He's the one responsible for turning us into creatures of slime and bad breath."
"I see," said Valkyrie. "Before you kill me, can I ask you a question?" Liam laughed.
"Go ahead."
"Thank you. My question is, what makes you think I came alone?" Liam's smile faded.
"What?"
"You know Skulduggery, right? You've gone up against him before. You know how smart he is."
"Not that smart,"
Colm grumbled. "And he knows you," Valkyrie continued. "He knows how treacherous you are, and he's told me how you never keep your side of a bargain and how you always double-cross." Liam frowned.
"So?"
"So, smile, goblin. Skulduggery Pleasant has been here all along, and tonight's the night when he gets to kick your green and wrinkly little—" There was a crash on the roof above them, and the rotten wood splintered and gave, and Skulduggery fell through and hit the ground with his face. "Oh, my God," he muttered as he lay there. "Oh, my God, that hurt." Valkyrie hesitated. No one made a move, and no one made a sound. Even the babies had stopped gurgling. The goblins grinned. Valkyrie chewed her lip. "This is slightly unexpected," she said. Skulduggery Pleasant, the skeleton detective, his blue suit ripped and streaked with dirt, rolled onto his back and groaned. If his skull had features, They would surely be twisted in pain.
"Don't move," he managed to say. "You're all under arrest."
The goblins laughed.
You think you're the only one with backup?
Liam grinned at Valkyrie.
You think you're the only one with a surprise?
Valkyrie glared at him. "So who've you got out there? More of your little buddies? Some assassins? Couple of monsters, maybe? Because I have to tell you, we've faced them all, and we keep winning."
"No assassins," Liam said. "No monsters. Just Peg."
"Who's Peg?" Liam sneered.
"Oh, of course, you haven't met our sister, have you? Peg'll be the one who threw your friend there through the roof. Peg!"
A massive shape filled the doorway, and Peg the ugly goblin stepped in. She was twice Valkyrie's height, and had legs as wide as tree trunks, and arms as wide as her legs. Her body was a solid slab of meat, clothed in what appeared to be 6 grimy wedding dresses sewn together, and her hair hung long and lank over her face. Skulduggery got unsteadily to his feet.
"Don't worry," he told Valkyrie. "I have her on the ropes now."
"She threw you over a church," Valkyrie pointed out. For a moment he was silent, and then he said,
"Not all the way over."
"Skulduggery!" Peg moaned. Valkyrie frowned. "Did she just say what I think she said?" Skulduggery shook his head quickly. "No." Peg took another few steps inside. Her brothers cackled and let her pass. "Lucky!" Peg moaned again. Skulduggery glanced at Valkyrie.
"Okay, she may have a thing for me."
"She loves you?" "Well, yes, but I assure you, it's very unrequited." Liam grinned.
"Weren't expecting this, were you, Mr. Detective? Probably thought once a mountain fell on her, you'd seen the last of our sister, eh?"
"To be honest," Skulduggery said, "yes."
"She's tougher than she looks,"
Finton said.
"Now that's an achievement,"
Skulduggery murmured. Peg stood there, a wall in a wedding dress, and held her arms out. A swollen tongue dragged itself over her cracked lips, and she struggled to form her next word. "Peace," she said. Valkyrie arched an eyebrow. Skulduggery nodded, more to himself than anybody else.
"I'm going to have to let her down gently," he said,
and ran forward and leaped, slamming both feet into Peg's belly. She roared in anger and swiped at him, and he dodged, kicking at the back of her knee. She barely noticed. The 3 brothers were coming for Valkyrie. She clicked the fingers of her right hand and made a spark, then caught the spark and cultivated it into a flame that burned in her hand. Finton was closest. She reached out with her left hand, feeling the air against her skin. He ran at her, and she felt the space between them, felt how it connected, and when she found the right spot, she splayed her hand and snapped her palm, and the air rippled and hit Finton like a truck. He flew back and smacked into the church wall. The fire in her other hand was burning fiercely, and she threw it. The fireball hit Colum's ragged coat, and he shrieked and stumbled back, tearing it off. He raised his head to see her running straight at him, but couldn't do anything to stop the elbow that smashed into his jaw. He spun around, then tipped over backwards and didn't get up. Liam rushed her, and she tried to move, but she wasn't fast enough. She was taken off her feet and slammed into the ground, Liam's hands at her throat, trying to throttle her. Behind him, she saw Peg strike Skulduggery. He hurtled into the shadows. Valkyrie tried breaking Liam's grip, But his fingers were short and thick, and she couldn't pry them loose. She grabbed his wrist and twisted, but he was too strong. His fingers dug into her throat, and black spots flashed in her vision, her head swimming. She brought her hands in, felt the air between herself and the goblin, but Liam scuttled up, knelt on her left hand and pinned it to the ground. He took one hand from her throat and held her right wrist away from him.
"Try your little tricks now,"
he snarled, his foul breath hot on her cheek. Blood pulsed through her temples. Her lungs burned, and although her struggles were getting more frantic, she could feel herself growing weaker. Spittle dripped from Liam's lips onto her face. Her muscles ached, and her body was tired, and darkness seeped into her vision. She couldn't hear anything over the beating of her own heart. Liam was kneeling on her left hand. His right knee was pressed into her belly, leaving her legs to kick uselessly behind him. She brought her legs in, bent them, the soles of her boots flat to the ground. With the last ounce of her strength, Valkyrie lifted her backside off the church floor. Liam lurched forward a little and laughed.
"Think that'll do it? I've tamed wild horses, little girl, and they buck a lot harder than you."
Valkyrie took her right foot off the ground. She could feel the air on her face, on her hands, on her exposed skin. Now she struggled to feel the air through her boot. It was possible. She knew it was. And as her consciousness ebbed, she thought she felt it, a slight resistance. And that's all she needed. She stepped on the air, and it shimmered. And Valkyrie's body flipped over backwards, and the goblin screeched as he was catapulted away. Valkyrie landed on her belly and gasped, sucked in breath hungrily. Tears had sprung to her eyes, and she wiped them away, in time to see Skulduggery reach out a hand. A large piece of rubble lifted off the ground. Skulduggery made circular motions, and the piece of rubble started to move. Faster and faster it went, in an ever-increasing circle. The piece of rubble slammed into Peg's jaw, and before she could even growl, it had made its way around and slammed into her jaw again. It struck her repeatedly until Skulduggery's hand stiffened, and the piece of rubble hurtled into Peg's face and shattered. Peg fell back to a sitting position. She held a huge hand to the side of her face and moaned. Valkyrie stood and saw Liam. He was on his feet and sneaking towards the babies. She ran at him, and he snarled. She ducked under a punch, and he twisted to get at her again. His fist swung, and she blocked, but her block wasn't strong enough, and his knuckles hit the side of her face, and she staggered. He grinned, and she smacked him, and goblin blood, the colour of mucus, sprayed from his lip. In the middle of the church, Peg had Skulduggery wrapped up in a bear hug. He was trying to hit her with a section of a broken pew. Liam ran at Valkyrie, yelling out a war cry. She clicked her fingers, and he stopped and cowered, expecting the fireball. But instead she moved in, stiffened the fingers of her other hand, and jabbed into his neck. His head swung around, offering up the perfect target. Her elbow connected with the hinge of his jaw, and Liam the goblin crumpled to the ground.
"You don't really love me,"
she heard Skulduggery say. Peg was sitting against a wall, Skulduggery standing over her, the remains of the broken pew in his hands. "I'm flattered," he continued. "Really I am. I'm sure you're a lovely girl." Peg moaned. "But the truth is, we don't know each other. Not really. I don't know what your favourite song is, or what flower you like most, or what you like to do on long summer evenings. And what do you really know about me?" "No, you don't, Peg. This isn't real love. This isn't true love. You deserve someone who can give you true love." "No, not me." "I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt your feelings." Peg
sniffled. "He's out there, you know. You're Mr. Right, and I'm sure he's looking for you." She looked up. "Really? You just have to find him." Peg nodded, then nodded again with renewed determination. Skulduggery stepped back as she stood up and brushed some of the dust off her wedding dress. "Stay away from your brothers, okay? They're not a very good influence on you." She nodded and marched for the church door. Before she stepped out, she stopped and looked back tearfully. "I'll think of you, Scully." "And I'll always think of you too," Skulduggery replied. And then Peg was gone. Valkyrie stood beside Skulduggery. "Anything you want to tell me?" "No," he said. "Not really." "Are all the babies safe?" "Safe and unharmed. Their folks will be glad to have them back. Are you sure there's nothing you want to tell me? To share?" "Relatively positive, yes." "She seems nice. Peg, I mean." He looked at her. "It's going to take you a while to stop teasing me about this, isn't it?" She grinned. "Oh, yes." He sighed. "Then you may as well get started." The slightly ignominious end to the legend of Black Annis. Black Annis didn't like living in a ditch, but times were changing, and the England she had known as a child was long gone. She narrowed her eyes, left eye blue, right eye green, and tried to remember what she had been like as a child. It had been so long ago she had quite forgotten. Had she laughed and played like other girls? Had she giggled and joked and run through the meadows and the fields of Leicester, letting the sunshine warm her skin? Highly unlikely. The more she thought about it, the more she remembered. She couldn't recall any friends, nor could she recall any giggling or joking. She seemed to remember a lot of screaming, though. Oh, yes, a lot of screaming. Annis walked to the cave mouth, her feet crunching on bones and human remains. It was almost morning. She hated mornings. She hated the morning, the noon, the early afternoon, the late afternoon, the bright evenings. She hated a lot of things. What had she been thinking about? Oh, yes, her childhood. Now, that was a time of her life that had outstayed its welcome. Her parents had been terrified of her. Her father had thought she was the spawn of the devil, but she'd always taken that as a compliment. Whenever she got angry, her fingernails would grow long and pointed, and her teeth became jagged, and her skin turned blue. She'd never really understood why her skin turned blue, or what purpose it served, but her parents used it as an early warning system. Annis's temper was not a pretty sight. All in all, it had probably surprised no one when she started eating people. Her parents' friends had probably nodded when they'd heard, maybe shrugged, saying something like, "Aye, doesn't surprise me one bit, her eating people. Always had that look about her, didn't she?" Black Annis didn't mind. By the time she was 20, she'd eaten everyone in her village, parents and all. That had been, how long ago? 200 years, maybe. Now she had streaks of grey in her black, matted hair, and her face was lined, and she wore her age like an ugly shawl. This was her life, living in a cave that opened into a ditch, kept awake during the day by the tractors that ploughed the field above. A rat scampered in from the ditch outside, and she snatched it up. It was thin and mangy and squirmed in her grip, but she hadn't eaten in a week. So she bit down, and the rat squealed, and its warm blood ran down her throat. She munched through it, not bothering with the tail, which was always too chewy, and dropped the remains at her feet. She coughed up a hairball and spat it out, then wandered back to the fire at the centre of the cave. She heard Scrannell returning, heard the clanging of his armour, and she allowed a spark of hope to permeate her usual dour humour. He was hurrying. Maybe that meant he'd been successful. Maybe he was struggling with someone. She heard him lose his footing and splash and crash into the ditch. She didn't care who he'd brought with him, child, adult, old person. She genuinely didn't care. She was regretting eating the rat now. She should have held off a little longer. She heard Scrannell hiss in pain. Either the meal had struck him, or he'd become tangled in the thorns again. Black Annis licked her lips, picturing a plump child, maybe 10 years old. She was starving. But when Scrannell appeared at the cave mouth, he was alone. Disappointment became a weight in the pit of Annis's stomach.
"Hello,"
Scrannell said, his armour dripping with ditch water.
"I'm back."
It wasn't real armour, of course. He had made it from an assortment of tin products and segments of corrugated iron. It was held together by nuts and bolts and pieces of frayed string. It clanked when he walked. It clanked when he didn't walk. It just clanked. "Where's my dinner?" Black Annis asked, even though the answer didn't interest her. The only thing that mattered was that she wasn't going to eat again.
"No one's about,"
Scrannell said, giving an apologetic shrug that kicked up quite a racket.
"Everyone's asleep."
"Of course everyone's asleep," Annis snapped. "It's night. You were supposed to sneak into a house and grab someone."
"I tried,"
Scrannell claimed, eyes wide with earnestness.
"but every time I got close to a door or window, the light would come on and I'd have to run away. I don't know how they knew I was there. It happened 6 or 7 times.
Annis crossed her arms. Her dress was shapeless and made of sackcloth. "Do you think," she said, her voice quiet and filled with barely restrained rage, "that maybe they hear that stupid armour you insist on wearing?" Scrannell frowned.
"They hear this? I don't think that's very likely, Annis. They're probably all psychics. That's what I think."
She resisted the urge to tear him limb from bloody limb. Scrannell was, for lack of a better word, a pet. His mother was a troll, to whom his father was nothing more than a drunken blur one dark and stormy night, and so Scrannell himself was a crossbreed, a mongrel, an oddity. He had milky white eyes that were set too far apart. He had no nose to speak of, and a mouth wide enough to swallow a decent-sized rock. He had tiny teeth and high cheekbones, and only the barest hint of a chin, upon which he was trying to grow a beard. He had been trying to grow this beard for the past 3 years. His chin looked vaguely fluffy, but that was as far as it had got. Scrannell was an idiot of a creature, who actually enjoyed living in a ditch, and the only reason Annis had not eaten him was because he tasted dreadful. The first time they had met, she'd torn off a chunk of his leg, chewed it for a few moments before spitting it out. She'd spent the rest of the night being sick in a stream, and Scrannell had stuck around, eventually offering to hold her hair back while she vomited. That had been 12 years ago, and he still hadn't left.
"I have a bit of news,"
he said, trying to sound casual.
"I think I was followed."
She stared at him. "What?"
"I can't be sure now," he said hurriedly, "but there was a woman, and she had blonde hair and a long coat, and I've never seen her before, and she looked, out of place."
"And why do you think she was following you?"
"Because when I ran away, she ran after me."
Annis could feel her skin starting to turn blue. Scrannell spoke softly.
"I might be mistaken, of course. Could be just coincidence. She might be a jogger or something."
"A jogger?" Annis growled. "In a long coat? At night?"
"Carrying a sword."
"What?"
"I'm fairly certain she was carrying a sword."
Annis felt her fingernails grow long.
"That doesn't sound like a jogger now, does it?"
Scrannell pondered, then shook his head.
"To be honest, no, it doesn't. And now that I think about it, I don't even think she was wearing jogging shoes. What kind of jogger doesn't wear jogging shoes?
You're an idiot,
Annis snarled. His armour clanked when he nodded. There was a movement of the cave mouth. Scrannel scuttled away, and a young woman with tousled blonde hair, wearing a long coat over brown leather trousers and a brown leather tunic, stepped into the cave holding a sword in her right hand. "That's her," Scrannel said unhelpfully. The woman was holding a coil of thick rope in her other hand, which she let drop into the human remains at her feet. "Nice place," she muttered, almost to herself. She had a London accent. Annis liked Londoners. They tasted great. Scrannel let out a battle cry. Then he ran forward. The young woman didn't use her sword, as Annis expected. Instead, she swayed to one side and slapped Scrannel on the back as he hurtled by. He ran into the cave wall. Annis could feel her teeth start to lengthen in her mouth. "Who are you?" "Tanith," the young woman said. "Tanith Lowe." Scrannel charged at her again, and she kicked out, slamming her boot heel into the piece of tin wrapped around his knee. He hit the ground with his insignificant chin. Tanith ignored him as he rolled around in pain. "And I'm just guessing here, so don't be offended if I get this wrong, but you must be Black Annis? I've heard an awful lot about you."
Is that so?
"Yes, indeedy. The blue skin, the nails, the cave littered with the bones of your victims. It's all very impressive." Annis's jaw dislocated with a loud pop, and her mouth hung open, impossibly wide, to accommodate her growing, jagged teeth. "Why, Granny," Tanith said with a smile, "what big teeth you have."
"You don't know everything about me," Annis said. "If you did, you wouldn't have dared set foot in my home."
Tanith shrugged. "I know that you're under arrest, and I know you really shouldn't resist." Black Annis laughed. Scrannel forced himself to his feet and threw a punch, but Tanith struck his forearm with the hilt of her sword. The piece of tin that covered that section of arm now had a large dent in it. She kicked him, and the corrugated iron that made up his chest plate rattled as he fell back. Tanith looked over at Annis. "I know enough. I know that sunlight turns you to stone for all eternity. I know that you've killed and eaten hundreds of people over the years."
"Thousands,"
Annis corrected. "Well, in that case, you are doubly under arrest."
"You shouldn't have come here alone."
Scrannel ran to the dark corner of the cave where he kept his stuff, and grabbed the wooden spear he'd been working on for weeks. He ran back towards Tanith, and when he was close enough so there was no way he could miss, he hurled the spear and missed. It sailed past her, right out through the cave mouth. She didn't even have to duck. Tanith jumped and spun, a leg snapping out from nowhere and hitting Scrannel in the jaw. He whirled and clanked and fell and clanked and hit the ground and clanked, and then he lay still and didn't clank any more. Annis bent her knees, ready to spring.
"Any last requests?"
Tanith shrugged. "Fall over and go to sleep?" Tanith dodged the first swipe of the nails, but only just. Annis pressed the attack, forcing the intruder to retreat. Tanith, panic showing in her eyes, blocked with the sword, but Annis had both hands working, which was the equivalent to 10 long knives slashing through the air. A boot found Annis's knee, and she stumbled back and hissed. Tanith came forward, thrusting the sword high, then sweeping it low. But Annis had anticipated the feint, and the nails of her left hand connected with the blade and forced it down, while her right hand went to carve up Tanith's pretty face. At the last moment, Tanith raised an elbow, striking Annis's arm and making her miss. But the move meant that she had taken one hand off her sword. Annis flicked her left hand and tore the sword from Tanith's grip. It fell between them. Then Annis stepped over it, hands flashing. Tanith stumbled back, desperately trying to dodge another few swipes. Annis's nails struck the cave wall repeatedly, but she was grinning now, looking forward to the meal that was about to come. Tanith kept moving, however, swaying just far enough so that the nails would miss and hit the wall. Annis was growing impatient, and Tanith moved in,
punched her right on the nose before moving away again. Annis could see, by the skin of her hands, that she was at her bluest. She felt the anger build, and she let out a roar, and her attack became a frenzy of slashing claws that hit nothing but cave wall. She rushed at Tanith, who leaped to the wall and ran sideways along it. Annis howled her rage and tried to reach her, but now Tanith was upside down, above her, and as Annis whirled, Tanith jumped and flipped, landed beside her sword, snatching it up. They went at it, sword against nails, and now Annis could see something new in Tanith's eyes. The panic was gone. The desperation was gone. And Annis suddenly realized it had never been there in the first place. She knew instinctively that this had all been planned. But why? What could Tanith possibly have to gain by simply defending and dodging attacks? Tanith ducked under another swipe and dropped to the ground. She swung her foot out, hitting Annis in the back of the leg. Annis fell, tried to get up, but Tanith smashed a boot heel into her jaw. Dazed, Annis swiped at where Tanith had just been, and her nails found nothing but air. She felt something tighten around her ankle and looked up. "What are you doing?" she asked dully. Tanith had tied the thick rope to Annis's leg, and for the first time Annis realized that the other end of the rope trailed out of the cave. Tanith gave the rope a little tug, then stood up and stepped back. "It's morning," Tanith said. "See outside? That sunlight, that is." Annis shook her head to clear it. So, Tanith continued, "there's a farmer out there on a tractor, and the other end of this rope is tied to that tractor, and his instructions are, when he feels a tug on this rope, he is to start driving very slowly away." Annis frowned. The rope was beginning to tighten. After a moment, it was taut, and Annis felt herself begin to move towards the cave mouth. "You'll turn to stone," Tanith said, "for all eternity. You don't want that, do you?" Annis, her odd-coloured eyes wide, sat up and slashed at the thick rope with her nails. "You've gone a bit blunt, I'm afraid," Tanith said. "Striking my sword was bad enough, but the cave wall? That's what did it." Annis squealed as she was slowly dragged towards the sunlight. She slashed again and again at the rope. "There's no way you're going to cut through that in time," Tanith said. She took a pair of wrist irons from her coat and tossed them on the ground. "Put those on." "Never!" Annis screamed. "Okay." Annis attacked the rope with renewed vigour. She cut through one strand. By the looks of it, only another 200 to go. She twisted around. "Scrannel! Scrannel, wake up!" Scrannel didn't move. He snored gently. Annis glared at Tanith. "You can't do this! You can't!" "You eat people," Tanith said. "I pretty much can, unless you put those shackles on and let me take you in." The sunlight was mere inches away. "Fine!" Annis screeched. Tanith kicked the shackles over to her, and Annis clicked them on around her wrists, the chain dangling. Immediately she felt her powers fade. Her skin began to lose its blue tint, and her teeth and nails shortened, and her jaw relocated. "I hate you," Annis said. Tanith nodded. "A lot of people in shackles do. If I ever get out, you'll come after me? Tear me apart? Cut off my head?" "I've heard it all before, Annis. It doesn't impress me." "If I ever get out of prison," Annis said, ignoring her, "I'll find you and eat you." Tanith smiled. "Well, okay then. Haven't heard that one in a while." She took hold of Annis's arm and pulled her to her feet. "I've got a sack outside," she said. "I'm afraid you'll have to wear it until I get you to the van, just to keep the sunlight off. Hope you understand." Annis perked up. "Is it a nice sack?" "It's pretty stylish as sacks go." On their way out, they passed Scrannel, who was snoring peacefully in the dirt. Annis gave him an affectionate kick, and he mumbled something and went back to snoring. "Boyfriend?" Tanith asked. "Pet," Annis answered. Tanith nodded. "All the best ones are."
Friday night fights. She was food, she was told, as they dragged her to the cell. She was lunch. She was little more than a snack, to be thrown to the beast to reward it for blood spilled. The men were strong, and she kicked at them, and they hit her. But still she kicked. She would not go gently to her death. Not her. Not Valkyrie Kane. Her knees scraped over rough stones and rubble and bled through her jeans. The cold shackles dug into her wrists. Her struggles echoed down through the concrete corridor as wide as the school running track. The sunlight was too far behind to throw shadows. The darkness was too close in front. The man holding her arm let go, and keys jangled as he went to the cell door. He slid open a hatch before he unlocked it to check on the beast. She felt the other man tense, and for a moment his attention was away from her. She twisted from his grip. The light was too far away, so she ran into darkness. Laughter followed her. She ran fast. Her tennis shoes splashed in dark pools of stagnant water, and the uneven ground threatened to cut short her escape. She kept her shackled arms up, like a boxer, to protect her head should she run into a wall or a low-hanging pipe. Her eyes were adjusting to the world of shadows, and she couldn't risk a backward glance. There was a break in the solid mass to her left, and she veered into a branching corridor. The cold registered on her bare arms, but she didn't feel it. She wouldn't feel anything until the adrenaline faded. Their voices came, calling for her. Cell doors, iron and old, blurred by on either side. There were people in some of those cells. She could hear them, reacting to the mocking calls of the men. In other cells, there were beasts. They snarled and snapped and hurled themselves against the iron, excited and bloodthirsty, adding to the cacophony. Concrete steps led upwards to a faint yellow light. Valkyrie left the darkness and took the steps 3 at a time. The staircase spiraled and the light grew stronger. Another corridor, long and thin, the sunlight streaming through the narrow windows on one side. At the end of the corridor, a wooden door. She ran past the narrow windows and through them saw a small stadium, basic stone seating curving round a lowered arena. Where the hell had they taken her? The wooden door opened before she got to it. The man with the keys smiled. Oddly for someone so dirty and brutal, he had a nice smile. Behind her, the other man was blocking her retreat. "You'd better be coming along now, girl," the man with the keys said. Valkyrie went to a window, turned sideways, and squeezed the upper half of her body through. There was an open space of flat concrete 12 meters below, just before the seating started. She managed to get her hips through, but a hand grabbed her leg as she fell. She swung into the wall and did her best to loosen the grip. The man with the keys could barely get his head through the window. His fingers were tight on her ankle. "Go down and catch her," he said to his friend. Coins fell from Valkyrie's pocket as she dug into her jeans with her shackled hands, searching for something to break his hold, something sharp. She unbuckled her belt and pulled it free, held the buckle in her palm with the prong sticking up through her index and middle fingers, and closed her fist. She curled her body upwards, stabbing the prong repeatedly into the back of his hand. It was a crude dagger, and limited. He cursed and yelled and gritted his teeth, but didn't let go. The muscles in her abdomen were burning. She had to break his hold now. She wouldn't get another chance. Valkyrie released his forearm and grabbed his hand, doing her best to prise a finger loose. She could raise his fingertip off her leg, but that was it. She heard him laugh at her efforts. Her muscles screaming at her. She dug the buckle prong beneath his fingernail. He cried out for his friend to hurry up. She squirmed the prong deeper, and he cursed at her, the pitch of his voice rising with the pain. Finally his nail lifted, and she fell with his screeches, turned her body, and tucked her chin to her chest. She hit the concrete with her shoulder and tried to absorb the impact through her side. She knew how to fall. She'd been taught how to fall. But she'd never fallen from this height. She lay on her back and tried to breathe, but couldn't. She tried to move, but couldn't. Her arms wouldn't push her up, and her legs wouldn't bend. She made a sound, a long, involuntary groan.
Her lungs were trying to inflate. Her stomach muscles were bunching up, and she had to fight the urge to curl into a ball. When the first bit of control returned to her, she arched her back and groaned again. A sliver of breath in through her lips. Valkyrie turned over, got up, saw the other man running for her. She stumbled away from him, still trying to breathe. He was fast, and he was gaining. Her legs struggled to find a rhythm, but at least she was running again. Valkyrie jumped onto the stone seating, leaping from seat to seat, moving diagonally down to the arched tunnel that led out of the stadium. He was behind her all the way. Her breathing was ragged, but back under her control as she dropped from the last seat. The tunnel lay ahead, opening out on the other side to a view of magnificent green countryside. She ran for it. She could lose him in the fields, or the trees, or even swim a river to get away. She could flag down a car on the road. She could pick up a rock and smash his brains in. Once she got through that tunnel, she could do a lot of things. She was halfway through when there was a rattle and a rumble, and a gate began to lower. It was one of those old latticed gates, the kind that protected medieval castles. It was waist-height as Valkyrie neared, and she had to throw herself down and roll beneath it, springing up immediately on the other side. Her pursuer shot his arm through the gate, but she was well out of reach. She looked round, hands behind her head, sucking in air and gearing up for the next run. She was standing in a large, makeshift car park that pushed back the countryside as far as it would go. Hills of green rolled like frozen waves towards the horizon. To her left was a forest that spread unchecked, enveloping everything within reach, and to her right were houses in the distance. She counted 7, isolated from each other on the sides of the hills. But for all Valkyrie knew, there was a town beyond that clump of trees, or a village hidden by that hedgerow. "Don't go too far," the man said behind her. "We'll get you soon enough." She took off at a quick jog, following the trail that led away from the car park. She could hear Skulduggery's voice in her head, telling her to stay off the path, telling her that was making herself an easy target. But the trail would lead to a road, Valkyrie knew, and a road would mean cars and other people. She took the trail downhill, where it evened out and became a small road. She turned the jog into a run. The road joined another, and as she approached, a tractor passed. She waved, but the driver didn't see her, and it was round the next bend before she reached the junction. She took off after it, wishing she had something with which to tie her hair back. She didn't like running with it loose. The tractor was ahead of her, trundling on its way. It was old, and by the look of it ran primarily on rust. It didn't have any wing mirrors, so Valkyrie's frantic waves were going unnoticed. She had to slow, she had to, and she glared at the tractor as it trundled on. She heard another engine, a car or a van coming from behind, and had visions of the van the men had been driving when they'd grabbed her. She was about to jump into the ditch when a blue sedan came round the corner and stopped sharply. The woman behind the wheel stared at her, then opened the door and stepped out. "Are you okay?" the woman asked. She was about 60, with short grey hair. "2 men are chasing me. I need to get away." The woman waved her hand at the passenger side. "Get in!" Valkyrie did as she was told, and buckled up as the woman put the car in gear. "What happened?" the woman asked as they overtook the tractor and sped on. "Who's chasing you?" What was Valkyrie going to say? Was she going to tell the truth? Of course not. "Bad men," she said. "They kidnapped me, brought me here. I got away, but they're chasing me. I have to get back to my friends. They'll be able to help." "What's your name?" "Valkyrie," she said without thinking. "Valkyrie? That's an unusual name. I'm Grace. I'm not from around here, so you're going to have to tell me where to go." "I don't even know where we are." "I think we're in Kildare." "I'm so sorry. I'm kind of lost." "Do you have a phone? They took mine." Grace winced apologetically. "I have, but the battery's run out, and I left the car charger at home. I think the best thing we can do is just head for the nearest town." She took a right turn. "I passed one about 5 minutes ago." Valkyrie frowned. "We're going back?"
Not the same way. I think this road loops around. I really think we should be getting as far away from here as possible. You don't have to be afraid. There's no one about. I don't think you're getting how serious this is. They're not going to just let me escape. Valkyrie frowned. Are you sure we're not heading back on the exact same road we were on? This looks familiar. Oh, no, said Grace. I'm quite sure. Why are you looking at me like that? You seem almost... Oh, my. You think I know those men, don't you? You think I'm bringing you back to them. Let me out, said Valkyrie. Let me out, right? The van reared up at Grace's window and swerved into them, and there was a crunch of metal, and the world spun, and Grace was screaming. The car dipped sickeningly and hit something, and the airbags rushed out, knocking Valkyrie's head back. Suddenly, it was still. The engine was running, but they weren't moving. Valkyrie opened her eyes. She heard Grace moan and started to push the airbag down. They were in a ditch. Her thumb clicked the seatbelt release catch, and she reached for the door, but it wouldn't open. She moved her head, looking back at Grace. There was movement outside. Someone was opening the driver's side door. "Help," Grace said softly. The man reached in and took hold of Grace's head, and he twisted until her neck broke. Then he looked over at Valkyrie. "Told you we'd get you," he said. They dragged her to the cell, and this time they didn't take their attention off her. The man with the keys opened the iron door, and his companion threw her inside. Valkyrie stumbled in. Her foot hit something, and she fell. The door shut, and darkness swarmed. She stayed very still, on her hands and knees, and listened for the beast, but she could only hear her own breathing. Moving slowly, she tracked her hand back to whatever she tripped over. There was a cold metal ring bolted to the middle of the floor, and a thick chain led from it and snaked towards the far right corner of the cell. Valkyrie moved forwards, wincing every time she made a sound. She got to the door, her foot loud against the iron. After waiting a moment to make sure this hadn't roused the beast to attack, she crawled sideways to her left, sat back into the corner, and pulled her knees into her chest. She held her hand in front of her face and couldn't even see movement. The ground was smooth, with no rocks to use as weapons. She still couldn't hear the beast. Had they been lying, toying with her? She thought of Grace and the sound her neck had made, and she folded her arms across her chest and brought her knees in closer. She was starting to shake. It was freezing in here, and the adrenaline had worn off. She felt the panic rise, from her belly to her throat and bit her lip. She wasn't going to cry. They could have a camera on her right now, and she wasn't going to cry. She did her best to close down her mind, but one thought slipped through, and that was all it took. I wish Skulduggery were here. Her face crumpled, and tears came, and she lowered her head and cried. When there were no more tears to fall, Valkyrie wiped her eyes. She was fairly certain she was alone in the cell. Anything that hadn't been woken when she'd been thrown in would surely have stirred since then. So they'd been playing little games with her. She wasn't food for anything. So what then? Was she to be used as leverage against the sanctuary? She doubted Grand Mage Thurid Guild would negotiate too much over her fate. "Hello," said a voice. Valkyrie cursed in fright and pressed herself back into the corner, widening her eyes to try and distinguish shapes in the dark. "I'm not going to hurt you," the voice assured her. It sounded like the voice of a young man. Probably. "Who are you?" Valkyrie asked, her voice loud and harsh. The voice was smooth and quiet. "I'm Caelan. This is my cell. You're sitting in my favorite corner, you know. Switching corners every few days is the only thing that makes life bearable in this place. Keeps things fresh." She frowned. "Sorry." "It's okay. You can have it." "What's happening?" "They haven't told you. Usually they tell people." "They just said I was going to be food." She almost sensed him nodding. "So they have told you."
But technically you wouldn't be food. You'd be drink. Valkyrie went cold. You're a vampire. Aha, he said slowly. You must be a sorcerer then. Don't suppose you could use your magic to get us out of here? She held her hands up in the dark. These shackles are bound. I can't use magic. Ah, it was a nice idea while it lasted. What's your name? Valkyrie. Valkyrie Kane. You say it like that name is supposed to mean something to me. I work with Skulduggery Pleasant. The skeleton detective, Caelan said. Now him I have heard about. I heard he was gone, though. Sucked into another dimension or something equally stupid. He is. I'm going to get him back. There was a moment's silence. And you're doing a wonderful job of that. She glared at the darkness. So what about you? What are you doing here? Right now? Right now I'm on hunger strike. Since when? Since this morning. It's going pretty well so far, but I always falter around dinner time. What are you striking about? Asked Valkyrie. I don't want to play their game anymore. Have you seen the arena? The pit? Yes. Every Friday night, said Caelan. We're taken to the pit and we're made to fight each other. We? The others like me, in the other cells. Vampire pit fights. Not just vampires. All sorts of creatures. It draws a crowd. Of course, I'm not allowed to change fully. The beast I'd become would rip apart anything it faced. And where's the fun in that? So they give me a half-dose of serum to trap me halfway through the change. For the sport. If I win, I'm taken back here, and before my next fight I'm thrown a morsel to keep my strength up. You are said morsel. If I lose, I'm dead. Real dead, not just vampire dead. So you're not drinking my blood because they want me strong when they put me into the pit. That's the only way the crowd will be satisfied. Who wants to pay to see a starving vampire flail at a zombie or a bridge troll? If I don't eat, they won't put me in the pit. I've been here for months, and I'm not going to do it any more. That doesn't make any sense, said Valkyrie. You really don't want to be talking me out of this, you know. I've been draining every person they throw in here. You're lucky today's the day I've changed my mind. Who are they? The men who do this? You mean, are they sorcerers? Asked Caelan. They are not. They're mortals who know more than they should. Those shackles binding your power are just one of the things they've picked up over the years. Everything they have is scavenged. The big one's Bruno. I don't know the name of the smaller one. As far as I can tell, the whole thing is run by a man who calls himself the Promoter. And the audience that gathers every week? Mortals, also. They keep all this a secret from the press to prevent the sanctuary from noticing them and sorting them out. I've come to the conclusion that mortals are far worse than any vampire or sorcerer. What'll happen when they realize I'm still alive? If I don't feed on you, they're going to give you to someone who will. What day is it today? Thursday. Then you'll be dead by tomorrow night. Valkyrie didn't say anything to that. She didn't have anything to say for the next 4 hours either. She was cold and getting colder, and she was hungry, and she had other needs. I have to pee, she called out. For a moment there was just darkness and silence. Well, Caelan said slowly, that's a little awkward. Embarrassment made her angry. So what do I do? Knock on the door or what? I'm really not sure. No other meal has survived long enough to want to go to the bathroom. You're just going to have to go in here. Valkyrie got up, felt her way to the door, and banged her fist against it. Hey! She shouted.
She heard the voices from the other cells shouting, "Hey!" back. She kicked the door. "I have to use the toilet!" The response she got to that one was predictably disgusting. And then a new voice, clearer than the others. "Shut up in there!" It wasn't a voice she recognized. Most of the other prisoners quietened down, and those that didn't got a sharp rap on their iron doors as a warning. Valkyrie waited until she could be heard. "Hello?" she called. "I need to go to the bathroom. Hello?" She heard striding footsteps getting louder, and then the door rattled and the viewing hatch slid open. The beam of a torch blinded her, and she immediately looked away. "What's going on?" the man demanded. "Why isn't she dead?" "I need to use the toilet," she told him, blinking her vision back. The man ignored her and repeated his question. "Why isn't she dead?" "I'm on hunger strike," Caelan said. The man shoved the torch through the hatch in an attempt to see into Caelan's corner, and Valkyrie reached out and grabbed it, wrenching it out of his grip. "Give that back!" the man roared. "You let me go to the bathroom and I'll give it back." "You're supposed to be dead." "Well, I'm alive and I need to pee." "Keep the bloody thing!" he snarled, and slammed the hatch shut. She heard him striding away. "I won't look," Caelan said. "I promise." Angrily, Valkyrie swung the torch to the sound of his voice. The beam fell upon a boy around her age, maybe a bit older. He languished with his back to the corner. One long leg stretched out straight along the floor, the other pulled in. His boots were scuffed, and his jeans dirty and torn. His torso was bare, the light flowing over the lean muscles of his arms. But it was his face that caught her attention. Black hair falling to his brow, and a smile so wicked and cheekbones so sharp. He had one hand up, shading his eyes. "I won't even tell anyone about it," he continued. "Your dignity is safe with me. I swear." She let the torch beam drift down to his torso again, and allowed herself a moment to marvel at the way the light caught his abdomen. "Excuse me," he said. "I'm starting to feel just a little bit objectified here." "Don't flatter yourself," she retorted. But still the beam lingered. "You're kind of good-looking in your own way, but you're really not my type." She was, of course, lying. She swept the beam to his outstretched leg, to the shackle that was attached to the heavy chain. She scanned the walls, looking for cameras or windows, but there were none. She pointed the torch at one of the free corners. "I'm going to go here." "I'm not looking." Valkyrie went to the corner and kept the torch on him, to blind him if he did look. But it appeared that he was going to keep his word. His face was turned away and his eyes were closed. She hesitated, then undid her jeans and hunkered down. "Talk," she ordered. "What?" "Talk to me, but do it loudly. I don't want you to hear me." That smile again, playing with the corners of his mouth. "What would you like me to talk about?" "I don't care." "Very well. Your friend, the skeleton? How do you plan on rescuing him from this other dimension?" "It's a long story," said Valkyrie. "It's complicated. I'm almost there, though. I just have one more thing I need to get, and that's it." "And what is this one more thing?" "The murder skull." "I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it." "You don't have to be. I've been trying to find it for ages now, trying to find out who has it. That's what got me in trouble, actually. The guy who has it is a man called Shaban. In my efforts to get in touch with him, I've been mixing with a bad crowd." "What a nice way of putting it." "Thank you. The bad crowd led me to the big guy. What did you say his name was?" "Bruno."
"Bruno. Who figured out I was a sorcerer and thought I was coming to arrest him or set him on fire or something. I turn away for 1 second and bam! I wake up in a van with my wrists shackled."
"Just when you'd got within arm's reach of your goal."
"I'm a little more than arm's reach away. I don't know anything about this Shaban guy."
"He's a criminal," said Caelan. "Thames Shaban, an information broker / lowlife from London. You know him? I know some people who can get in touch with him. Can you help me? Caelan laughed softly. Sure. We'll just explain to the promoter that we've got stuff to do, and he'll let us walk out of here. If I can get you out, will you set up a meeting? You're chained up in a cell, about to be fed to whichever monster isn't picky about its food. You're not getting anyone out. But if I do, he sighed. If you get me out, I'll owe you a favour, I suppose. Valkyrie stood, doing up her jeans. Good. She walked to a corner, but didn't sit. Instead, she leaned back against the wall and turned off the torch. How long have you been a vampire? Longer than some, he said. Not as long as others. How did it happen? In the dark, there was silence, and then he spoke. I was in love. Her name was Anna. Our parents wouldn't allow us to be together. They said we were too young, so we planned to run away and get married. His voice changed as he spoke. The rhythm became slower, like he was suddenly living in a different time. We quietly sold our possessions and saved our money, and every night I'd climb through her bedroom window and we'd lie in each other's arms, and we'd talk about the things we were going to do. We planned to go to England, and then France and Africa. I could see my whole life in her eyes, and she could see hers in mine. Valkyrie sat while Caelan continued. Her family owned a tavern. She was used to leering men and wandering hands, and she had no patience for either. And then the tavern door became darkened by the presence of a stranger. She'd tell me about him as we lay together. He'd sit at his table, and he wouldn't touch the drink he'd ordered, and his eyes would never leave her face. Night after night he'd sit there, looking at her, always with a smile beneath his beard. One of the regular patrons was sweet on Anna, as many of them were, for she was a beautiful girl, and he took offence at this stranger. This patron, and two of his biggest friends, attempted to eject the man from the premises. Anna was fetching wine from the cellar at that moment, so she didn't witness the fight. But according to the bartender, it was over as quick as it had begun. He said the stranger had lifted one of the men over his head and thrown him the length of the room. He said he then gripped the shoulder of the second man and pulverized the bone. And the patron who was seeking to defend Anna's honour, he was dragged outside and no one saw him again. After that night, the stranger started talking to Anna while she served him. She said he was rough, but educated, and he was charming in his way. She found herself telling him a great many things. She told him about me. She even told him of our plans to run away. He seemed interested. One night, he was waiting for me in the garden below her window. He dragged me to the willow tree and bared his fangs. But he didn't drain all my blood, and he didn't kill me. He just threw me away. And that's all it took? Valkyrie asked softly. Just one bite. That's all. I crawled through a narrow window, dropped down into the tavern cellar. I lay hidden by barrels for 3 days while the fevers took me. When my senses returned, I smelled blood, and I was starving. It was a hunger I had never experienced. I left the cellar. The tavern was dark and empty, and I went up to the living quarters. The stranger had visited only hours before, and he had torn Anna's family limb from limb. Blood painted the walls, still wet. I can't recall if there was a part of me that was horrified by the scene. All I remember was the blood, and that it was the only thing that could satisfy me. You drank it? I lapped it off the floor. I licked it off the walls. Valkyrie didn't say anything. It was orchestrated, of course. The stranger did like his little games. In the 3 days I'd been gone, he'd convinced Anna that I'd left without her. She was distraught, and he was her comfort. And he manipulated events so that when I was at my weakest, on my knees and smeared with blood, Anna would return home and see me. She fled to him, and he took her to his bed. And when he was finished, he cut out her heart and left it for me as a gift.
Did you ever find him again?
No. I tried, but he was gone. I never even knew his name.
Valkyrie looked into the darkness where Caelan sat. I didn't know vampires could be like you, she said. There was quiet amusement in his voice.
Known many vampires, have you?
Only one, she admitted. And I gave him a scar that'll never fade, so he doesn't like me very much.
There was a moment of silence. Dusk, said Caelan. Valkyrie's eyes widened.
Yes. He's not a friend of yours, is he?
No, said Caelan softly. No, not a friend.
She slept badly. She was cold and there was no padding on the ground. She was hungry and thirsty, and every time her defences lowered she thought about skullduggery and how she was his only hope. And here she was, chained up and about to be killed. The thought that she was going to fail him brought tears to her eyes. Sleep came in fits and starts. In the cell, time wasn't something that could be judged. Time was something that went on outside. The door would open whenever it would open, and then time would be allowed to flow in. But until that happened, there was only the cold and the dark and the vampire across the floor. She thought of her parents, living the rest of their lives with the reflection standing in for their daughter. She thought of her friends, of Tanith and Ghastly and Fletcher. They'd have noticed her absence by now. They'd be worried. They'd talk to the reflection, and the reflection would tell them that Valkyrie hadn't even taken her armoured clothing when she'd gone off to do her investigating. That's what she got. That's what she got for letting this take over her life. She made stupid mistakes. She talked to the wrong people without taking the proper precautions. That's what she got. Morning came. Valkyrie heard the men making their rounds. The hatch in the door opened and the light fell on her. She heard a grunt, and the hatch closed. "You're not happy with me," said Caelan. His voice was weak. He didn't talk much that day. When he did, his voice was dry and thin, and there was something else behind it, a hint of anger. No, not anger. Fury. Violence. He was trying to hide it, but it was too sharp to disguise. More hours passed until he said, "I'm sorry." "For what?" "They're coming, Valkyrie. The stadium is filling. I can hear them talking and laughing. I can hear the cars outside." "What will they do with me?" He didn't answer for a moment. "They'll feed you to someone else." Outside the cell, a light switched on. The edge of the door lit up. Valkyrie stood. The torch was in her right hand, and she gripped it tight. "I'll make a run for it," she said. "The moment that door opens—" "You won't make it," he told her wearily. "There'll be too many of them." "I'm not going to just wait here," she spat. "If I'm going to die, I'm going to make them hurt." He managed a last laugh before the hatch rattled and slid open. Yellow light burst through. She pressed her back to the wall, her eyes on the light, blinking quickly to help the adjustment. The door opened, and when the big man, the man Caelan had called Bruno, stepped in, she launched herself at him. The torch cracked against his head, and he cursed and flung her back. She tripped over the chain and sprawled onto the ground. "What the hell is this?" he snapped. "I told you," said the man behind him, the one whose torch she'd stolen. "I told you he wasn't drinking." "Vampire," Bruno said. "Why isn't she dead yet?" "We talked about this last week," Caelan said calmly. "I'm on strike." "And what makes you think that changes anything?" "You have a crowd out there baying for blood," Caelan said. "And as much as they hate me, I'm still the biggest draw you've got. They'll be expecting a certain standard.
It's not going to be a very thrilling fight when I'm as weak as I am.
Bruno laughed.
So you think we're going to let you forfeit simply because we don't want to upset your fans?
That would seem to be the reasonable thing to do.
I hate to burst your bubble, Vampire, but you're really not that entertaining, and there are quite a few people out there who think you've been given too easy time in the pit.
That's ridiculous, and you know it.
Hey, if you don't want to take part in the scheduled fight, then so be it. We'll shake things up a little. What do you say? We're going to give them a spectacle tonight. Yes, indeedy we are. Caelan, the weakened champion, going up against Victor, the eager young contender.
Caelan's voice changed immediately.
You can't put me up against Victor. And yet we are. He won't do it. Vampires are forbidden to harm other vampires. That didn't stop you now, did it? And it's not going to stop Victor either.
Bruno stepped to the side, and two burly men came in and unlocked Caelan's shackles. They started to pull him to the door.
You can't put me in the pit with him, Caelan protested. He's at full strength. Then you should have fed when you had the chance.
Caelan looked at Valkyrie, and there was something in his eyes that made her step back.
Just give me a second, he said.
Bruno shook his head.
To the pit, boys! Caelan reached for her. I'll just take a little sip.
There was an electric flash, and Caelan jerked and then slumped, and the men dragged him out. Bruno smiled at Valkyrie. I don't know how you managed to keep away from you, girl, but you're back on the menu tonight. He grabbed her shackles and shook the torch from her hand, then pushed her out of the cell. The men dragged Caelan on ahead, but Bruno took Valkyrie another way. Already she could hear the chanting of the crowd. He took her through a narrow passageway that linked to a larger tunnel. She glimpsed the night sky, but she was forced in the opposite direction. The chanting got louder. Eventually, they came to a set of large wooden doors that sealed off the tunnel. Valkyrie could hear the crowd on the other side, working itself into a frenzy. Like the cells, these doors had hatches, and Bruno opened them and pushed Valkyrie forward. They emerged into a fenced-off area in the stands, the pit opening out below them. There were two doors opening onto the arena, both shut. Valkyrie looked at the crowd. They were wrapped up in coats and hats, and a lot of them had colourful umbrellas, anticipating rain from the clouds that were blocking out the stars. They sang and chanted and laughed like they were at a football game. This was insane. The crowd grew quiet, and Valkyrie shifted her position to watch a tall man walk into the centre of the pit.
"Ladies and gentlemen," he called,
his voice carrying,
"welcome to the fights."
That drew an appreciative roar from the stands. Valkyrie figured they were an easy crowd to please.
"And what a night we have in store for you," the promoter continued. "Vicious animal against vicious animal, inhuman killer against inhuman killer, monster against monster. And we have a surprise or two. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we can see that you're growing complacent up there. We can see that you have your favourites, and you're betting accordingly. There's a lesson we have to teach you, my friends and neighbours, when it comes to monsters. You can take nothing for granted. Am I right?"
The crowd roared, and the promoter nodded.
"They'll sneak up on you, won't they? They'll steal through the night to your open window, girls and boys. And what will they do then? They'll bite your neck and drain your blood."
Some of the audience squealed in horrified delight.
"When it comes to vampires, especially, expect the unexpected. That's the only way we'll ever rid our land of these parasites. And so our first fight of the evening is the rarest of the rare. There's a code that vampires live by, to never harm another one of their kind. And yet, here tonight, we have two vampires who have forsaken their code. Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets."
The doors to Valkyrie's left opened, and a man was led through, shackled hand and foot. He wore blood-spattered tracksuit bottoms, cut off just below the knee. His body was a map of pain, criss-crossed with scars both old and new. His head was badly shaved, like he'd done it himself in the dark with a blunt razor. His eyes were black,
his sharp teeth splitting his gums.
"Victor!"
the promoter said, drawing down a chorus of booing.
"Each fight's in, he's proving himself to be a capable little monster, aren't you, Victor?"
Victor didn't respond. He was trapped halfway through his transformation into full vampire. Valkyrie could see it by the pain on his face, by the way his body twitched. She'd seen it before with Dusk, when he'd been jabbed with vampire serum in the middle of a change. That time, Valkyrie herself had been responsible. The doors to her right opened, and the promoter swung round, pointing to the newcomer as he was led out into the light.
"And tonight, for your sporting pleasure, for your entertainment and your education, Victor will be facing Kalen!"
The crowd roared their cheers. Kalen stumbled, and the man behind him poked him in the side with the barrel of a shotgun. Valkyrie glimpsed the claws that tipped his fingers. He, too, was caught halfway between his two natures. The fighters were brought to opposite sides of the pit, where their shackles were taken off as the promoter left the pit. The men, 6 for each fighter, backed off warily to the doors, sealing Kalen and Victor in. The promoter appeared in the stands, sitting down in a chair that could only be described as a throne.
"Vampires!" he shouted. "Begin the slaughter!"
Kalen and Victor started circling each other, knees slightly bent, shoulders hunched. Victor bared his fangs and attacked, and Kalen spun him away, keeping the space between them. Victor moved in again, forcing Kalen to retreat and cutting off his avenues of escape. Victor was bristling with energy. Every movement was sharp. Kalen's movements were tempered with a controlled wariness, and he looked positively sedate compared to the other vampire. Valkyrie hoped this was a deception. She hoped he wasn't really as weak as he'd said. If he was, she had a feeling that this would be a very short fight. Victor came in, and this time Kalen had no room to maneuver, and the blow caught him across the jaw. He stepped back, and Victor's claws slashed open his chest. The crowd roared its approval. Kalen managed to hook an arm round Victor's body, then heaved and twisted, slamming Victor to the ground. He kicked him while he was down there, and Victor spun on his back and swept Kalen's feet out from under him. Both fighters scrambled up, but Victor was noticeably faster. They collided, and Kalen was thrown hard against the curved wall of the pit. Above them, bets were being shouted, and there were people wearing bright sashes across their jackets, furiously scribbling into notebooks. Bruno was shouting too, struggling to have his voice heard. Valkyrie tried to wriggle from his grip, but he was far too strong. Victor pummeled Kalen, knocking him round the arena, only letting him get up just so he could have the pleasure of knocking him down again. When they broke away from each other again, the promoter's voice came blasting through the speakers.
"How are you enjoying the spectacle, folks?"
The crowd roared.
"This is indeed a special night, isn't it? This night could not get any more special now, could it? What's that? It could!"
The crowd went almost quiet in anticipation. Valkyrie could hear the grin in the promoter's voice.
"Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, for our main event, we are not only giving you, for your viewing pleasure, a rare and thrilling vampire versus a vampire matchup, we're also throwing a third party into the mix. Friends, family, colleagues, you've heard about them, you've heard the stories, you've heard what they can do, but you've never seen one in action. Until now! Patrons of the arena, she's young, she's beautiful, she's magical. I give to you our third and final fighter, the Sorceress!
"What?" said Valkyrie, and then Bruno kicked her right in the ass, sending her stumbling over the lip and falling into the arena. She landed on her knees, the sheer volume of noise from the crowd threatening to overwhelm her. She looked back at Bruno, who gave her a smile and tossed her a key. It glinted in the bright lights as it fell, and she caught it, spun immediately, making sure Victor and Kalen weren't making any moves. The two vampires stood on the opposite side of the pit, both staring straight at her. Her hands were trembling so much the key scraped against the lock of the shackles for an eternity before it slid in. One twist to the right, and both wrists were freed, and she felt the magic flood her body. But the sound of the shackles hitting the dirt-packed ground was all the signal the vampires needed. They sprinted for her, and Valkyrie pushed at the air, sending Caelan tumbling backwards. Victor dodged around, came at her, and she whipped the shadows at him, taking him off his feet. He hit the arena wall, landing in a crouch, shaking his head to clear it. His snarls were drowned out by the roar of the crowd. Caelan burst at her. She went down, rolled, staying away from his claws and fangs. She tried to kick him off her, but it was like kicking a wall. Sharp nails dug into her leg, drawing blood, and he dragged her close. She turned over, clicking her fingers and shoving a fistful of fire into his face. Caelan lurched away, yelping like a wounded dog. Valkyrie scrambled up. Victor thudded into her from behind. His claws raked her shoulder blade. She cried out, twisted, stumbled, and fell, Victor getting tangled in her legs. He fell on top, snapping at her. She held him back, barely. He pushed her head to one side, exposing her throat. But as his head darted in, she filled his mouth with shadows. He recoiled, gagging, and she sat up. But in his blind panic, he kicked out and found her jaw, and the world sparked and tilted, and Valkyrie was lying on her back, blinking slowly in sudden silence. Gradually, the sounds from the arena soaked back into her hearing. Without moving, she looked over at Caelan and Victor as they thrashed around in the dirt, snarling and biting and punching. Groaning, she rolled over, looked up. The promoter was leaning forward in his throne, watching the contest with an eager, greedy delight in his eye. The wall of the arena was lower where he was, allowing him a better view. It wasn't low enough for a vampire to jump, but maybe if there was a sorcerer nearby willing to give a little boost. Valkyrie got up, clutching her left arm. Blood ran freely down her back, and her leg was pretty bad. She ignored the pain, ignored the snarling, snapping vampires beside her, and limped towards the throne. When she was close enough, she turned back to the vampires, put 2 fingers in her mouth, and blew a short, shrill whistle. The vampires stopped fighting and looked over. The audience stopped roaring and peered closer. The vampires bolted for her. Valkyrie waited until they were close enough, and then swept her arms in and up, lifting them off their feet so that they hurtled over her head. All she heard was the promoter's panicked cry before all hell broke loose. The audience stampeded. People screamed and shouted and scrambled over each other. Extra lights snapped on over the stands. Doors that should have been closed were opened, and doors that should have been opened were closed. Behind the screams of panic were screams of pain, of people getting torn apart. Valkyrie wasn't the least bit sorry. She found a door in the arena wall, used shadows to smash the lock. She hurried through, gritting her teeth against the pain. Men with guns passed, and she shrank back till they'd gone. She could hear gunshots now, a lot of them. Ahead was the tunnel out of here, the tunnel to the outside. 2 men were guarding it, arguing among themselves about what they should be doing. They had guns too. Valkyrie hurled a fireball at the ground between them. They cried out and jumped back, and the shadows slammed them into the walls. They collapsed. Dead or just broken, she didn't know, and she didn't care. She ran out, between the rows of parked cars. Headlights swooped all around. Panicking people crashed into other panicking people. Horns blared. There were gunshots closer now, outside the arena. Someone grabbed her, tugged her, and she was on her knees before she even realized Caelan was beside her. Up close, his fangs were ragged things that split his gums. He wasn't looking at her. He was trembling, resisting. They stayed low, moving quickly. Around them, excited voices and angry shouts, accusations and orders. Valkyrie heard Bruno organizing the search, telling people to get in their cars and spread out. They stayed in the dark while people ran through the rows on either side. Bruno's voice got closer. Valkyrie shrank back as Bruno hurried to a jeep just ahead of them. Someone called to him and he called back, and as he did so he looked her way and frowned. He took a single step in their direction, and then his eyes widened. He opened his mouth to alert the others. Caelan's hand wasn't closed round Valkyrie's wrist any more, and he wasn't by her side. Instead,
He was a dark blur, rushing Bruno, dragging him down into the space between the jeep and another car. He went for the throat, and Valkyrie saw Bruno's arms spread wide in shock and then scrabble madly against Caelan's shoulders and back. But Caelan was locked on, and there was nothing that could shift him now. She watched in horrified fascination as he fed. Headlights swarmed her, and she rolled from her position. Then the car reversed, and the headlights swept away again. She was going to be seen. Any moment now they were going to find her. She looked back at Caelan. Bruno's arms were limp. His legs were twisted beneath him, like he'd been trying to push himself up right until the moment his life left him. Caelan dug inside Bruno's pockets, found what he was looking for, the serum. Without hesitating, Caelan jabbed the syringe into his skin, and a moment later he straightened, his back arched, his muscles rolling beneath his moonlit skin. She saw his hands go to Bruno's head, and he wrenched it to one side. She heard the pop of bone. "We have to go," she said softly. Caelan pulled on Bruno's coat and used the sleeve to wipe his mouth. Valkyrie was glad it was too dark to see much. He found the keys for the jeep in the jacket pocket. They got in and kept their heads low, waiting for the van in front to pull away. They followed the trail of cars to the road, and the first chance they got, they broke away and sped on. There was a phone charging on the dash, so Valkyrie called Ghastly, told him what had happened. A truckload of cleavers and a truckload of sorcerers were on their way before she'd even hung up. Valkyrie and Caelan waited down a side road for the cavalry to arrive. When it did, they returned to the arena. 12 dead, another 12 injured. The promoter was found ripped to pieces. He had a ledger in his jacket with the names of the people who'd paid in it. Sorcerers visited each one of these people. Some were convinced to never speak of any of it. Others were taken away to places mortal lawyers couldn't help them. The creatures, vampires, and various fighters in the cells were released. There was no sign of Victor. Caelan was human again. His scars were already beginning to heal. Valkyrie talked to him, but got the barest of responses back. He was different, she realized. His rediscovered freedom was unnerving him. Back in that cell, with death so close, it could happen at any moment. He had nothing to lose. Despite the chains, he was free. But now that the chains were off, and his world had expanded, he himself was shrinking away from it. By morning, she had forgotten what his smile looked like. "The murder skull," he said, breaking the silence between them. "You want it?" "Yes," she said. "I know you don't owe me anything. I got you free, but you saved my life, so we're even. But if you can help at all, I'd be—" "We're not even," he said. "I still owe you." "For what?" He didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the cleavers and the sorcerers, and then he looked back at her. "I'll be in touch," he said, and walked away. Valkyrie watched him go. He was a dangerous one, of that she was sure. Attractive, though. There was no denying that. But she wasn't a girl to fall for the cliché. She wasn't going to be won over by brooding good looks and a tortured soul, not when the risk was so obvious. She was a teenage girl, and she made stupid decisions sometimes. But she wasn't a complete idiot. Lesson learned. It was a little after 10, still warm, but just getting dark, when the Bentley pulled up at the pier and Valkyrie got in. As they drove out of Haggard, they chatted and exchanged gentle yet barbed insults, and then Skulduggery asked, "How was the class?" Valkyrie looked at him. He kept his face turned towards the road ahead, but she knew he knew. Of course he knew. She briefly considered lying, just to see how long he'd indulge her, but finally she just rolled her eyes. "You know I didn't go." "I know you didn't go where?" "You know I didn't go training," she said. "You know I didn't turn up. Do you know why I didn't turn up? I was going to. I was all set to turn up. But do you know why I didn't?"
"You didn't turn up because you didn't think you needed to," Skulduggery said.
"Exactly," Valkyrie responded. "Why do I need someone else teaching me how to fight when I have you and Tanith?"
"Tanith and I have vastly different combat styles."
"Which is why it's all I need. Tanith focuses on kicks and punches, and you teach me what to do when I'm in too close to kick or punch. I'm getting a wide range of instruction. That's a good thing, isn't it?"
"Tanith has astonishing agility, and I don't have tendons," Skulduggery said. "You need instruction from someone who understands your body's limitations."
"My body doesn't have limitations," Valkyrie announced. "It's awesome, and so am I. Besides, why do I need to fight when I've got magic?"
"There'll always be someone with more magic."
"I'll get by. It's what I do."
"Can I tell you a story?"
"Does it have sharks in it?"
"It does, actually. There was this little shark, and it was a very special little shark, and everyone knew how special it was, including the shark. The little shark was very good at a lot of things, but it was especially good at two things in particular, swimming and magic. But because it was so good at these two things, it didn't really practice either of them and didn't develop its skills. There came a day when it needed to swim like it had never swum before, but it couldn't because for years it had taken its talents for granted. And then it died for some reason."
"Wow," said Valkyrie.
"I managed to sneak an important lesson into the middle of the story. Did you spot it?"
"It was subtle, but I think I did. Was the swimming like a metaphor for fighting, and was the magic a metaphor for magic?"
Skulduggery nodded. "You did spot it."
"That is so clever." "It was a very good story, Skulduggery. What was the shark's name?"
"Sharky."
"Did it have any brothers or sisters?"
48 brothers and 33 sisters.
"That's nice and cozy."
"I feel you may have missed the point of the story, though."
"Pretty sure I got it."
"So, if I reschedule your lesson for tomorrow afternoon, you'll actually turn up?"
Valkyrie made a face. "Don't I know enough people? Like, I know loads of people already, and I forget half their names. And I'm just worried that if I meet this instructor guy, then he'll be added to the list of people I know, and someone else on that list will be kicked off. And it'll just be really unfair. Also," she made a noise like she was being strangled, "I really like training with you and Tanith, and I don't want to start training with anyone else."
"Because you're shy?"
"Because I'm rude. But you and Tanith don't seem to mind."
"This instructor is used to rude. He teaches soldiers how to kill."
"Is he going to shout at me? I can't handle people shouting at me. If he shouts at me, then I'm just going to shout at him, and we'll never get anything done."
"He probably won't shout."
"Probably."
"You are very annoying."
Valkyrie grinned. "I am."
"He's very good at what he does, though, and you'll learn fast. Once he's done with you, I'll take over and guide you through the more advanced levels. But you really should kick this off with someone made of flesh and blood. If I take you through what he's going to take you through, I'll end up snapping every muscle and tendon you have. Shall I reschedule the lesson?"
"Fine," she grumbled. Skulduggery's phone beeped in his pocket, and a moment later her own phone buzzed. Valkyrie read the message, and her mood brightened. "Better not reschedule it just yet," she said. "There's been another murder." They drove through the city, and the nighttime traffic eased off. Passing a roadworks crew who'd cordoned off the street, they parked behind the vans and got out. Valkyrie recognized one of the crew, a sorcerer she'd spoken no more than 5 words to, and he nodded to her and she nodded back. It was a nice night, quiet, as they approached the dead body lying just beyond the corner of an old abandoned building. The necromancer ring on Valkyrie's finger turned cold. She hunkered down, squinting into the mess.
"Well," she said, "this is disgusting."
"Disgusting," Skulduggery echoed and gave a nod. "Excellent work, Detective Kane. Incisive analysis. Do you have something for me that's a little more professional?"
Valkyrie sighed. "I don't know. What more do you want? It's really disgusting, like, ew."
That's much better.
I mean, with the way the head's been chewed off, that's pretty gross. It's probably the grossest thing I've seen since last night when I saw the previous victim. Missing head and open chest cavity, bite marks and claw marks. The internal organs that remain have been chewed, which probably means the internal organs that are missing have been eaten. Also, we've got these footprints in the blood, which we haven't had before. They look like they were made by an animal, although it's no animal footprint I've ever seen. My technical professional opinion," she stood up, "a monster did it."
"I concur," said Skulduggery. "So how do we find it?" Making sure not to step in any of the evidence, Valkyrie backed away from the body, giving her the space to look around.
The previous victims were all killed in the early morning between midnight and 5 a.m., and there was a lot less of them left at the scene. Tonight it's barely gone 10:30, and we already have a body. This isn't like the other attacks. We're not in someone's home or a secluded area. We're outdoors, on a city street, where it's quiet and empty, but anyone could stumble across what was happening. I think the monster was interrupted, or was about to be interrupted, and had to abandon its meal.
So
it might still be hungry, and it might still be in the area. I reckon we get the cleavers in to scoop up the remains before some poor mortal wanders by, and then we go hunting.
"Lead the way," said Skulduggery, and followed her back towards the roadworks crew. Halfway there, he put a hand on her arm and a finger to his lipless mouth. They turned quietly and retraced their steps to the corner of the abandoned building. Valkyrie became aware of a new sound, a chomping, a chewing, a guzzling. She raised an eyebrow at Skulduggery as he drew his revolver. She'd been right. The monster was still in the area. Skulduggery took a few quick steps round the corner, and Valkyrie jumped out beside him, shadows curling round her right fist as the creature that had been crouched over the dead body jerked backwards and held up its clawed hands defensively.
"Don't shoot!"
it cried. Valkyrie blinked. Skulduggery lowered his gun a fraction.
"I don't mean you any harm,"
the creature continued. It was large, about twice the size of a gorilla, powerful. Its skin was rough, and its eyes were yellow, and its mouth had fleshy mandibles that clicked.
"I understand that this must look bad. It must look very bad indeed, but I assure you I'm not a threat."
Its voice was deep and garbled, but understandable behind the clicking of those mandibles, like a bear who'd learned to talk. It spoke with a refined British accent. "What are you?" Skulduggery asked.
"My name is Amios Adroit. I'm sensitive."
"No, what are you?"
"Oh,"
said Amias, looking down at himself.
"You mean this? I suppose, technically, I'm one of the Shalgoth Wrath."
Valkyrie frowned. "You're from the caverns below my uncle's house."
"Am I?"
Amias looked confused.
"Maybe I am, but the underground caverns that the Shalgoth Wrath inhabit stretch for incredible distances in all directions. Some of them link up to other systems, some are entirely self-contained. It is possible that this form I'm inhabiting might have originated from the system you're referring to. I myself hail from Hampstead, in London."
"So what's a British psychic doing in the body of a Shalgoth Wrath in Dublin?"
Skulduggery asked.
"Experimenting," said Amios. "Over the years I have trained myself to inhabit the bodies of various birds and animals, casting my consciousness into their minds, experiencing life from a drastically different perspective. I've long since been fascinated by tales of the Shelgothreth, monsters created by the Faceless Ones to hunt down the ancients and feed off their magic. I thought this would be the ultimate journey for one such as myself, and so, 4 months ago, I commandeered the creature you see before you."
Skulduggery had lowered his gun to his side, but hadn't put it away.
"And then what happened?" "I'm not entirely sure," said Amios. "But in order to send my consciousness to inhabit another form, I enter into a trance state. Unfortunately, I do have a history of sleepwalking, and I entered into this particular trance state while sitting cross-legged on the top of a very tall cliff. So you think you got up and sleepwalked off the edge? Seeing as how I have been unable to return to my own body, that is exactly what I think happened. I'm dead, and my consciousness now has nowhere to go."
"You're not very bright, are you?" Valkyrie said.
"Not as bright as I thought I was, no. I taught myself to speak, though, which hasn't been easy, and although I mangle a few words every now and then, I take small victories where I can."
"Speaking of mangling," Skulduggery said, "this trail of half-eaten bodies you've been leaving behind—"
"Ah,"
Amios said, his features contorting in what Valkyrie assumed was a wince.
"Yes, that. It seems the longer I inhabit this creature, the more it seeks to re-establish itself as the dominant personality in this pseudo-relationship. It has its urges, and I seem to be faltering in my resistance to them."
Valkyrie nodded. "So you're killing people?"
"Sadly, yes."
"Butchering and then eating them?"
"And feeling really guilty about it, I must say."
"And yet you haven't turned yourself into the sanctuary?"
"I was going to," Amios said quickly. "I fully intended to. Once I realized that murder was on the cards, I decided that I could no longer hide away in the shadows. Killing the first person was the absolute final straw for me. Killing the second person was irrefutable proof that this wasn't a one-off event. The third person I killed and ate opened my eyes to the fact that I now had a serious problem that must be dealt with. From there, my determination to find a workable, livable solution only grew stronger."
"I admire your resolve," Skulduggery responded, "although I can't help but notice that you're still killing people."
"I am, yes,"
said Amios. "And eating them?"
"Eating parts of them, yes."
"And though you might intend to stop—"
"I definitely intend to stop."
"The fact remains that you have not stopped, and even as I'm talking, you've taken another bite."
"Sorry,"
mumbled Amios, his mouth full.
"Corpses go off surprisingly quickly."
"Mr. Adroit," said Valkyrie, "we're obviously here to take you in. Hopefully the experts at the sanctuary will be able to find a way to help you, but this whole killing and eating people thing, it has to stop." Amios finished chewing. He swallowed and nodded.
"Yes, no, absolutely right. When would be a good time for me to turn myself in?"
"You don't have to. We can arrest you right now and get you the help you need. Amios hesitated.
No?
It's for the best.
Now, though.
We may as well. We're here. You're here. We have special chains in the car that should be able to hold you. If we arrest you now, you won't have to be in a position to hurt anyone else.
That does, in theory, make sense,
said Amios, then shook his head.
I'm dreadfully sorry, but I don't think that arrangement is going to work. Even now, at this moment, I can feel the creature's impulses strengthening. It understands, you see, that incarceration is imminent. I seem to be getting quite angry about it.
There's no need for anger, Skulduggery said.
Oh, I think the creature might disagree with you there,
Amios responded, shaking his head again and growling. Valkyrie hesitated. Mr. Rejoice. Skulduggery took a step forward, and Amios lashed out, catching him full in the chest and flinging him off his feet. Valkyrie backed away, her hands up. Now, just hold on a second, she said. You don't want to hurt me, Mr. Rejoice. I know you don't. You don't want to hurt anyone, do you? Amios snarled. He swiped at her, and she dodged, stumbled, ran. She sprinted down a side street, and Amios came after her, claws clicking right beside her ear. Valkyrie grabbed a fistful of shadows and hurled them. They broke against his skin, and the back of his hand found the side of her head, and she went flying, a rag doll tossed from a baby's pram. She fell backwards through an empty doorway, tumbling into the darkness of a burnt-out warehouse. She picked herself up, her skull ringing, her knees shaking. He came through the doorway after her, and she threw a fireball into his face. He recoiled, and Valkyrie snapped her palms against the space between them. The air rippled, and he staggered. Fire, though conjured with magic, was still fire, and a wall of air, though propelled by magic, was still a wall of air. Necromancy, though, her strongest weapon, was pure magic, and that was the kind of stuff the Shalgoth-Reth drank in. So her strongest weapon was pretty much useless. Amios thundered behind her as she ran. She didn't look back, couldn't, had to keep her eyes on the path ahead. She dropped and slid beneath a collapsed beam, and was up and running again as Amios smashed into it, getting tangled in the fallen architecture. There was a ramp of debris, and Valkyrie took it, climbing to the floor above by grabbing bits of wood and girders and metal pipes and cables. If any one of the things she grabbed had come loose, she would have fallen into the monster's arms as it followed her, snapping and snarling. The ramp cracked behind her as she reached the top, the whole thing collapsing under Amios's weight, but he dug his claws into the blackened floorboards and sprang up after her. Valkyrie tripped in the dark and stumbled, and those claws of his swung into her and took her off her feet. She hit something and flipped, and her shoulder crunched when she landed. She rolled to her feet on pure instinct, wheezing for breath, and Amios took hold of her coat and tossed her through the darkness. A pillar smacked into her, and Valkyrie fell, unable to even wheeze any more. Blinking, she watched the Shalgoth-Reth close in.
If I had a throat to clear, Skulduggery said from the shadows, I'd clear it now.
Amios stopped and growled and looked round. And now Valkyrie could see Skulduggery standing there, holding the biggest rifle she'd ever seen across one shoulder. She blinked as she tried to breathe, not quite believing what she was looking at. He was being all cool with a rifle that he had obviously gone back to the car to get. He had left her to possibly die while he went and fetched a bigger gun. The monster roared at Skulduggery with untold rage, and Valkyrie knew how it felt. Skulduggery, for his part, merely took the gun off his shoulder, raised the sight to his eye socket and said, Amios, if you can hear me, I really would advise you to calm down. Amios went to run at him, and Skulduggery fired. Amios spun and staggered, but didn't fall. Skulduggery chambered another round as casually as brushing lint from his lapel. "Seriously," he said, "I've got plenty of bullets and plenty of time. If you don't behave, I'll be forced to do something I'll regret." Crossing his massive arms in front of his head, Amios charged, and Skulduggery fired twice before Amios crashed into him. The rifle went flying, and the monster slammed Skulduggery into the wall, then grabbed his leg and swung him into the closest pillar. Amios swung again and again, and Skulduggery bounced off walls and broke wooden beams, and then he was flung towards Valkyrie, sailing over her head. She kept her eyes on Amios as Skulduggery landed and went rolling away behind her. Blood leaking from his arms and chest, Amios filled the building with his roar. Taking as deep a breath as she was able, Valkyrie grabbed Skulduggery, and they ran on, squeezing through gaps too small for the creature to follow. Staying low and staying quiet, they manoeuvred to the opposite side of the warehouse and ducked down. A minute passed. "You're mad at me for some reason," Skulduggery whispered. Valkyrie ignored him, kept watching for Amios. "If you're mad at me because we've walked into a dangerous situation without adequate backup," he continued, "then may I point out that we've walked into far worse? I'm not sure what marks this occasion out as special, other than the fact that I've lost my hat. Are you mad because I've lost my hat? Is that it? Do you feel somehow responsible? Valkyrie, I assure you, while you may be at least partially responsible for the loss of my headwear, I do not actually blame you. Any blame is reserved solely for Amios Adroit. Do you hear me, Valkyrie? I forgive you." She turned to him and glared. "You went back to the car to get that rifle." He cocked his head. "That's why you're mad at me? It's got nothing to do with my hat." "You left me alone with a Shalgoth Wraith while you went and got a gun that didn't even work." "The gun did work. Firing bullets is exactly what a gun is designed to do." "But it didn't stop him, did it? He's still hunting us, isn't he?" Skulduggery glanced at his pocket watch and then put it away. "Probably not, actually." She narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean?" "That was a hunting rifle, Valkyrie. Do you think I drive everywhere with a hunting rifle in the back of my car?" "Yes." "Oh. Well, I don't. We've been on the trail of a monster, so I brought along a gun that would stop one." "But it didn't stop one. That's my point." "Ah," Skulduggery said. "You think I meant to kill the creature. Not so. Those bullets were coated with a special tranquilizer of my own design. A dart wouldn't have pierced its skin, so I needed something bigger." "So Amios is unconscious?" "He's probably unconscious, yes." "How probably?" "He's very probably unconscious," Skulduggery said, and straightened up. "Come on, let's go and see if I'm right." Amios Adroit opened his bleary monster eyes and blinked. "What's happening?" he asked. Skulduggery clicked shut the last of the padlocks, securing the chains in place, and hunkered down in front of him. "You attacked us," he said. "You tried to kill us. You destroyed my hat. I shot you, tranquilized you, and now we have secured you with chains. But that is of little comfort to my hat, which remains destroyed." "Oh, dear," said Amios. "I'm dreadfully sorry." "It was a very nice hat." "Will you stop talking about your bloody hat?" Valkyrie said, stepping into Amios's view. "Amios, we're waiting on a teleporter to take you to the sanctuary, where, hopefully, someone will be able to help you." "Thank you," said Amios. "Thank you very much. I'm so incredibly sorry for attacking you. It is as I feared. I am increasingly losing control over this body." He sniffled. "You may have to put me down like a rabid dog."
Skulduggery tilted his head. A rabbit dog?
Rabbit.
You're saying rabbit.
I'm saying rabbit.
Rabbit, yes.
Rabbit with a D. That's drabbit,
Skulduggery said. That's not even a word. Amios frowned.
You're joking with me, aren't you?
I am, said Skulduggery. We're not going to put you down, Amios, whether it be like a rabid dog or a rabbit dog. We're going to help you because helping people is what we do.
Thank you,
said Amios. Sometimes.
Thank you very much.
If we haven't already killed them. The teleporter arrived a little before dawn and took Amios to the sanctuary, and Skulduggery drove Valkyrie back to Haggard. They didn't speak until the Bentley pulled up beside the pier. The tide was in. You're still mad at me, Skulduggery said. I could have been killed, she responded, winding down the window to smell the sea air. And I know why you did it. You left me alone with that monster to teach me a lesson, didn't you? You let me face an enemy that couldn't be defeated with magic because you wanted to demonstrate that I shouldn't be so confident that magic will get me out of whatever mess I find myself in. Interesting theory, Skulduggery conceded. Of course, you wouldn't have been able to defeat the monster with your fighting skills either. But doesn't that just reinforce your point about not becoming complacent about the skills I already have? Skulduggery tapped his chin. It might, at that. Do you really think that's what I was doing? I think it might have been. And if that was, indeed, what I was actually doing, did it work? No, not really, she glowered. Although, I suppose I could start training with the new guy. This afternoon? After you slept? Through gritted teeth. I suppose. Then today is a good day, he said, and Valkyrie got out of the car. She closed the door and leaned down to look in at Skulduggery through the window. So, did you plan this whole thing just to teach me a lesson or not? I did not, he said. So you left me alone with a monster for no other reason than you wanted to go and fetch your rifle? That's right. And you just had faith that I wouldn't get myself killed. I know you well enough by now to know that you wouldn't allow that to happen. Skulduggery, that's incredibly irresponsible. Isn't it? He said happily, and drove off.
Myosotis Terra. In 2011, Derek ran a competition for German fans to come up with a new character who would feature in a one-off Skulduggery short story. The response was staggering, making it especially difficult to pick a winner. However, there was something special about Myosotis Terra that made her stand out from the rest. Here is how Alina Metz described her character's abilities. Her magical quality is more of a curse than a gift. The ability to make everyone forget her immediately after meeting her makes her feel very lonely. However, it is a very useful gift for spies and thieves, and at least it helps her to earn her bread and butter. People will only be able to remember Myosotis if they've got an item which belongs to her, or if they get the chance to touch her. However, dementia sufferers are able to remember her perfectly. Myosotis Terra. Caves, Valkyrie Kane muttered. I hate caves. She reached the bottom of the stone steps, stepping into the light cast by the flame in Skulduggery Pleasant's hand. This isn't a cave, he told her. At least not a natural one. This has been carved out of the rock, man-made. From what I can gather, we're about to enter a series of interlocking caverns that could stretch on for as much as 12 miles. Quite impressive when you think about it. And do I have to think about it? Well, no, not really. Good, she said. It's freezing down here. Far too cold to be thinking about things. She clicked her fingers, summoning her own flame, and started walking through the darkness. So we're here in a rescue mission?
He sighed as he walked after her. Yes. What was that? What was that sigh? Where are you sighing? They walked side by side. Do you remember who we're here to rescue? Skulduggery asked. Yes, she said. Wait, no. I mean, I do. It's on the tip of my tongue. But I can't. I just can't. We're here to rescue Myosotis terra. She shook her head. No, we're not. That's not the name. I'll know the name when I hear it, but that's not it. I've never heard that name before. That's not strictly true. She's actually a friend of yours. Nope. I think I'd know if I had a friend called something what's it? Myosotis terra. And you wouldn't know, actually. Or to be more precise, you wouldn't remember. You've lost me. I'm used to it. Rock walls appeared in the gloom around them, signalling the narrowing of the cavern. They headed for a gap, and Skulduggery went first, squeezing through. There is a sorcerer named Myosotis, he said, from Germany. You first met her a few months ago and got along very well, I have to say. You both get quite annoying when you talk, but again, I'm used to that, too. Myosotis is, amongst other things, a spy. What makes her so very good at her job is the fact that once she moves out of sight, you forget all about her. The human mind can't retain any information concerning Myosotis at all. We've actually had this conversation 11 times over the past few hours. You always have the same reaction. Bull. That's the one. You're serious? Quite serious. They emerged on the other side. Torches hung in rusted brackets on the walls, and they followed the flickering trail of light through the darkness. Her power doesn't work on me because of my fabulous mind and the fact that I have no physical brain, Skulduggery continued. And if she could turn her power off, I'm sure she would. You're sure who would? Myosotis. Valkyrie frowned. Who? Ah, Skulduggery said. You're forgetting about her already. That's amazing, Valkyrie said. Forgetting about who? The spy, the girl who's been taken captive. Right, Valkyrie said. The rescue mission. Gotcha. Who has taken her? The inhabitants of this place. It was once a prison of sorts, hundreds of years ago. Now it's a refuge for sorcerers who can't bear to live on the surface. The people down here are damaged. Some are quite dangerous. And what was Myosotis? And what was Myosotis doing down here? The sanctuary in Berlin sent her over to investigate the disappearance of one of their own. He was last seen around these parts, so the natural assumption would be that he found his way down here and disappeared. Valkyrie nodded. And we're here to rescue him? No, we're here to rescue Myosotis. The operative sent to rescue him. If we happen to rescue him along the way, it's a bonus, but she is our main priority. Who is? Oh, dear God, Skulduggery muttered. This is astonishingly aggravating. He froze, and she stopped, splayed her hand, felt the air move against her skin, and then she heard something, a whisper from behind. They spun, but there was a rush of dark figures, and Skulduggery went down in a tangle of arms and legs. Someone hit Valkyrie, and she stumbled, couldn't do anything to stop the boot that smashed into her. She went back, rolling on the hard ground. Rough hands grabbed her, hauled her up. There was a crowd around Skulduggery, lashing in kicks, throwing down punches. Valkyrie's arms twisted, and she cried out, feeling them twist almost to the point of breaking. The crowd stopped kicking Skulduggery. They stepped away, and through the gaps she saw him, on the ground and not moving. All eyes turned to her. They were dirty, filthy, unshaven. They wore ragged clothes, worn thin. They were skinny, all of them, sunken cheekbones, sunken eyes that glittered in reflected firelight. "We're not here to fight you," Valkyrie said. One of the men observed her for a moment before opening his mouth. "Doesn't matter," he said. "You come down, invade our home, and you expect us to just stand by and let you? You think we're not ready to do battle? You think we're weak?" "No," she said. "I don't think that at all. But we're not your enemy." "We're not weak,"
the man roared, and the others joined in. "We eat moss and mushrooms. We drink from stagnant pools. We survive." All around her, mutterings. "We survive," over and over. "We like new people," the man said, and everyone laughed. "Yes, we do. Too bad for you." "Too bad," said one of the men, holding her. "You're tall," said the leader. "We like tall. Your clothes might fit us, some of us. Enchanted, are they? Protected. They'll last. They'll last forever. But you, tall, strong, pretty, you won't last as long." Skulduggery moaned, and someone kicked him. "The skeleton detective," said the leader, looking down at him. "We'll take him apart. Use his bones as weapons. He won't last either, but we can't eat him." The leader looked back at her. "We can eat you." There was a woman holding Valkyrie's left arm. Valkyrie pulled her in, smashed her forehead into the woman's face. She yanked her right arm free, reached for the shadows, but the air rippled and she flew back. More hands grabbed her. Someone started to hit her, and she turned her head, eyes closed, mouth tightly shut. They dropped her, and she latched onto a leg as others kicked. She held that leg and didn't let go, letting her clothes soak up most of the impacts. A bare foot came in, caught her on the side of the jaw, and the strength left her arms. She collapsed, sounds growing dim, her vision darkening. "She'll do," she heard the leader say. "We'll divide her up. We get half, the beast gets half." She heard someone laughing, and she slipped downwards, away from it all, plummeting into unconsciousness. They had managed to get a set of shackles to close tightly enough to secure Skulduggery's hands to the frame of old wood and hardened root. He hung there, arms above his head, feet tied below, in the centre of what could be considered the village. Small huts of stone and rock emanated outwards from a large campfire. The frame on which Skulduggery hung was on one side of the fire. The frame on which Valkyrie hung was on the other. The villagers milled around, talking amongst themselves. She watched them through one half-open eye, feigning unconsciousness. Her jaw ached and her head throbbed. Some of the villagers were talking about who should get which item of clothing. Others were talking about how best to cook her. Even if her own power hadn't been dimmed by the chain that bound her to the frame, she doubted she'd be able to do much. Everyone down here was a sorcerer of some description, be they necromancer or some other adept discipline. They couldn't have snuck up on someone like Skulduggery if they weren't using the air to hide their approach, so there had to be more than a few elementals around too. A scuffle broke out amongst the villagers. There were curses and raised voices, and then a man broke through. "Mine!" he roared. The crowd came after him, and he spun, snarling. "She's mine!" The crowd parted, and the leader came forward. "We share our food, Yosef." Yosef shook his head. "You're not in charge anymore, Owen. I am. I'm leader. I say she's mine." "And what about the beast?" Owen asked. "Do you cheat the beast out of its meal too?" Yosef hesitated. "Beast can eat," he said at last, "after I have fed." Owen narrowed his eyes. "You would anger the beast?" Yosef faltered. I need to feed, and I will. I am leader." Owen signalled, and a man walked up and handed him a heavy wooden club. "Then we will battle. Battle for leadership, like the old ways." "Yes," Yosef said, "like the old ways. Where's my weapon?" "Bring Yosef his weapon," Owen commanded. Another man moved through the crowd and handed Yosef a twig. Yosef said. Owen whacked the club into Yosef's head, and Yosef sprawled onto the ground. "Cook him first," Owen said. "Save her for later." There were protests from the crowd. "But Yosef's scrawny," cried a woman. "Not enough to go around." Owen sighed. "Fine. Cook Yosef," he said, then nodded to Valkyrie. "And we give the beast one of her legs. Tonight, the beast eats well.
The crowd cheered. Over the next few hours, they chopped up Yosef and slow-roasted him over the fire. Valkyrie did her best not to look. A shadow moved between the stone huts, steadily sneaking towards her. She closed both eyes, slowed down her breathing.
"Hello," someone nudged her leg. "I know you're awake. You can stop pretending."
She thought about it for a moment, then opened her eyes and looked down at him. He was thin and filthy, with long matted hair and a wispy beard. He looked to be in his early 20s.
"What's your name?"
he asked. He looked wild, dishevelled, but otherwise harmless.
"Valkyrie,"
she said.
"Who are you?" "I'm baffled. How are you?" "Not doing too well, to be honest."
He nodded, grabbed the frame, and clambered up until they were at eye level. He stank of bad breath and body odour.
"I don't like eating people,"
he said.
"Maybe you shouldn't do it." "Can't say no. It'd be a waste, wouldn't it? We kill you and cook and serve you. You'd want us to eat you, wouldn't you? Otherwise, what's the point?"
"Baffle, I really don't want to die. It's not fair. I never did anything to hurt any of you."
"Life isn't fair."
"You could help me."
"I could?"
"Sure. You just said you don't want to eat me, right? So you could help me, couldn't you?"
I suppose.
You'd have to be really sneaky about it."
He nodded. "That's true. If the others found out, they'd be very cross."
"So you'll do it?"
"If I do, will you be my friend?"
"Of course."
"Then yes," he said and smiled. "I'll help you." Then he threw his head back and started singing.
"Stop!" she hissed. "Shh!"
His eyes were closed, and he sang louder. It was Be My Baby by the Ronettes. Her mum used to sing that to her all the time when she was a kid. She strained against the ropes.
"Hey, shut up!"
Baffled, stopped singing. She glared at him.
"What the hell do you think you're doing?"
I'm helping."
"How is that helping?"
"It'll make you feel better. I might make you forget we're going to eat you."
"But you don't want to eat me. You want to let me go."
He looked horrified.
"No, I don't. Why would I do that?"
"Because we're friends, Baffle."
He shook his head.
"I know friends. Friends don't shout at each other. Friends sing to each other to take their minds off bad things that are going to happen." "Baffle!" someone shouted from inside a hut. "Are you singing to our dinner again?" "No," he called back. "You better not be." "I'm not."
He waited, but got no further response. Stifling a giggle, he turned back to Valkyrie.
"Did I help?"
"Sure," she said, totally deflated.
"You did great."
"You know another way you could help me? We're looking for someone. A girl, a woman. Her name is—" Valkyrie frowned. "Okay, I'm not sure what her name is, but she's got hair, I think. I imagine, though. I don't know what colour, but I imagine she has hair. Or she might be bald. Or she might be a he. Do you remember anyone like that arriving down here in the last few days?"
Baffle shook his head. "No one's been here for ages. Not since the man."
"What man? Did he have an accent? Did he have a German accent?"
"Don't know what that is. He talked funny, though."
"What happened to him?"
"The beast ate him."
"Oh, where's the beast now?"
"Out there,"
Baffle said, waving at the darkness.
"Waiting, watching. We feed it what we can. Sometimes Owen says we must feed it our friends and families."
His voice turned sad.
"The beast ate my sister."
"I'm sorry to hear that."
"I was given a bit of her leg to cheer me up."
"Right." There was a sound like a growl, low and threatening, that echoed up to them. Valkyrie raised an eyebrow at Baffle. "That's the beast?" she asked. "Yes," he breathed. "It doesn't come this close to the village. Not usually. Not unless it's very hungry." He looked worried. "We might not get to share you after all." There was another shout from one of the huts.
Baffle! What?
He yelled back.
Stop talking to the food! I wasn't. Baffle!
"Sorry," Baffle whispered to her. Sighing grumpily, he jumped down from the frame and trudged away. "About time," said someone from the darkness. "I thought he'd never leave." A girl stepped into the light. She looked to be around 20, and her blonde hair hung long and wavy. She was pretty, with green eyes behind her glasses, smaller than Valkyrie, in good shape, wearing grey jeans and a silver-grey coat. "Myosotis," Valkyrie said, the memory of the girl flooding back into her mind, bringing with it their friendship. "Love the coat." "Isn't it gorgeous?" Myosotis responded. "I got it a few weeks ago from a little shop in Legenfield. It's a bit dirty now, of course, but I suppose that's what happens when you're running around somewhere like this, searching for an idiot of a man." "Ah," Valkyrie said. "That man, I'm pretty sure he's dead." Myosotis frowned. "So I've been searching mile after mile of dark caverns for him, and he doesn't even have the common courtesy to stay alive until I find him? That is irritating. So, what are you guys doing here?" Valkyrie hesitated. "We're here to rescue you." "Really? Really?" Myosotis nodded. "And how's that going for you?" "I have to admit, it could be going better." "I would agree with you. It's the thought that counts, though. Isn't that what they say?" "It is. In which case, thank you for coming to rescue me." "You're welcome," said Valkyrie. "Can you get me out of these shackles now?" "What are friends for?" Myosotis asked, then clambered up the frame, took a lockpick from her sleeve, and set to work on the shackles. After a moment, she paused. Valkyrie raised an eyebrow. "What?" "Nothing," Myosotis said. "It's just, I'm not used to having a friend. It's a little odd, you know." "Yeah, you could probably work a little faster on the shackles." "Shut up, I'm being sincere and vulnerable. Can't you be those things and work a little faster?" "The problem with people forgetting you when you're gone is that nobody actually cares if you don't come back." Valkyrie regarded her as the lockpick scratched and scraped. "Sounds lonely." "It can be," Myosotis said. "But this is the life I chose. Mystery and intrigue and anonymity. There are things one must sacrifice in order to be a good spy. You could give it up, you know. Become a regular operative." Myosotis smiled, her thin lips rising. "My sanctuary values my expertise too much to allow that. But do not feel sorry for me. I never do." The shackles clicked open. "There. My rescuer is free." Valkyrie's magic washed over her as they jumped down from the frame. Myosotis handed her a bracelet. "Wear this. It's one of mine. So long as you keep it close to your skin, you won't forget me." "I'm honored. You should be. Though it's a pretty cheap bracelet. I buy in bulk. I'm still honored. You still should be." Valkyrie's grin caught on her lips as a low growl reached them. It was close. It was far too close. "The beast," she whispered. "It's behind me." Myosotis nodded. Valkyrie turned slowly, ready to click her fingers and summon a fireball, ready to grab the darkness and hurl spears of shadow. Instead, she frowned. The beast was 2 feet tall, with small arms and tiny hands. It was covered in fur everywhere except its face, where 2 large eyes blinked above a small snout. It had little ears that twitched and big feet. Valkyrie said. "That's it?" "That's it," said Myosotis. "Does it grow? Is it suddenly going to expand into a giant and devour us in one bite?" "Nope," Myosotis said.
That's the size it stays. Does it have razor claws that are going to pop out, or huge teeth, or... Nope. Is it really bad-tempered? It's quite good-natured, actually. Then I don't understand. Why is it so terrible? Who said it was terrible? What do you mean? Everyone's afraid of it. From the moment we got here, they've been talking about feeding the beast, how the beast must be fed, all that kind of stuff. And the beast must be fed, Myosotis nodded. Otherwise, it'd go hungry. But they're not scared of it. They love it. Look at it. It's adorable. Valkyrie had to admit it was pretty cute. It kind of wobbled when it walked. I think they named it the beast because they thought it was kind of funny, Myosotis continued. It's their pet. And how exactly would that little thing eat us? From what I can gather, it's going to just stand there, and then the people who are sneaking up behind us are going to cut our throats, chop us into bits, and feed us to it over the next week or so in very small chunks. Valkyrie turned, and a dozen villagers froze mid-step. Baffle was the closest. He looked embarrassed to have been caught out. Ah, she said. Is this where we fight? She snapped both hands against the air, and Baffle flew backwards, yelling as he crashed into his fellow villagers. She grabbed the shadows, brought them in low, knocking a big man off his feet before he could get to her. Fire flared in her hands, and she lobbed it into the middle of the crowd, scattering them. She slammed her elbow into a woman's face and stomped on the knee of another man. They were everywhere, all around her, but unable to use their magic in case they hit one of their own. Valkyrie didn't have that problem. She caught sight of Myosotis, taking on 3 at a time. But then more villagers were running in, joining the fight, and Myosotis was blocked from view. Valkyrie knew there were too many of them. She knew this wasn't going to end well. A beam of blue light flashed by her face, and she jerked back. It hit the man behind her, and he dropped instantly. Villagers were stumbling out of the way as one of them, a man in rags with crazy hair, swung his arms wildly, like he couldn't control the energy that was pouring from his fingertips. Valkyrie dived to the ground, and the blue beam swept over her, taking down 6 villagers in one go. Everyone was screaming at Crazy Hair to stop, but he looked terrified, like he'd forgotten how to turn off his power. And then Myosotis was behind him, grabbing his arms, redirecting the beams into the crowd above Valkyrie's head. Villagers fell around her, unconscious before they hit the ground. But then the beams sputtered and died, and Crazy Hair sagged, exhausted. "Thanks for that," Myosotis said, and punched him. He did a little twirl and fell down. Valkyrie scrambled up before the remaining villagers could grab her. She ran through the stone huts, Myosotis behind her, towards Skulduggery. A man crashed into her, and she went down, rolled over, dropped an elbow into his face, and hauled herself to her feet. Skulduggery raised his head. "Oh, hello," he said. "I see you found Myosotis." "Thank you for saving me," Myosotis called as she ducked the swipe of a crude blade. "Not a problem," Skulduggery answered happily. "So this is the exciting battle part, is it? I do so love these parts." "You might have to stay up there just a little while longer," Valkyrie called, using the air to hurl 3 villagers off their feet. A fist came in, crunched against her cheek, and she stumbled against Skulduggery's legs. "How long?" he asked. She kicked out, brought her elbow to the hinge of the villager's jaw. "Just another few moments." "I feel I have to ask," Skulduggery said, as a woman with earrings made from other people's ears brought Valkyrie down. "Do you have anything resembling an actual plan here, or are you making it up as you go along?" "We have a plan," Myosotis said after a headbutt, "but we're also making most of it up." "Best of both worlds," Valkyrie grunted, shoving the woman off her. She got up, turned. Something swung into her face, and the world exploded with light. She was aware of her body falling backwards, but couldn't feel the impact as she hit the ground. She was barely able to crack open one eye, but when she did, she saw Owain standing above her, holding that club. You think you can invade our home? He snarled. Attack my people? Owain, Skulduggery said. We're not here to invade. We came looking for a friend. Quiet! Owain roared. He looked around. He was the only villager left standing. This is what you've done? We are a peaceful village, but you come and ruin it all. Valkyrie heard the skepticism in Skulduggery's voice. No offence, Owain, but you're a village of cannibals. That's not, strictly speaking, peaceful. We will pull you apart, skeleton, Owain sneered. He looked down at Valkyrie. And you, he said, a dinner. Owain raised the club in both hands, ready to bring it down on Valkyrie's head. And then a voice said from behind, Hey, forget about me? He turned, and Myosotis hit him, slugged him right across the jaw, and his knees wobbled. He swung wildly, and she caught his arm and cracked his elbow. He howled in pain and dropped the club, but Myosotis grabbed it before it touched the ground and smashed it into the side of his head. Owain staggered and gurgled and fell down and didn't get up. Myosotis helped Valkyrie to her feet and then searched through Owain's clothes. She found the key to the shackles and freed Skulduggery. He jumped from the frame and looked around. You didn't leave any for me, he said. Sorry, Valkyrie said, before groaning in pain. You can kick him if you want, Myosotis said, nodding down at Owain. He's already unconscious, Skulduggery skulked. It's not fun if they're already unconscious. Wait, what about the beast? We've still got to fight that, don't we? Valkyrie said. No, and we're not calling it the beast anymore. We're naming it Fluffy, said Myosotis. Skulduggery tilted his head. You name the terrifying monster Fluffy. It actually isn't a monster after all, said Valkyrie. It's a cute little furry thing with big eyes. No fighting necessary. Skulduggery looked at her. So, who do I get to punch? Valkyrie looked at Myosotis, who shrugged. No one, Valkyrie said. Skulduggery sighed. He picked up his hat and put it on, then walked over to Owain, whom he kicked. Well, he said, straightening his tie, it's better than nothing. Going once, going twice. Valkyrie Kane, 15 years old, dark-haired, dressed all in black, was sitting in the office with her feet up on the desk, reading a battered paperback. A good old-fashioned private detective story, when the door opened and a nervous man with nervous eyes poked his head in the room. He said. Valkyrie looked up and waited for him to continue. I'm looking for Skulduggery Pleasant, the nervous man said. Is this his office? He doesn't have an office, Valkyrie replied, and went back to reading her book. It was a good one. It was about two tough guys in Texas who were on the trail of a serial killer. The writer had a way with one-liners. Valkyrie appreciated that. The nervous man cleared his throat. This office isn't his? Nope, said Valkyrie. Do you know him? The question isn't, do I know Skulduggery Pleasant, Valkyrie said. The question is, does Skulduggery Pleasant know me? And yes, he does. He thinks I'm awesome. She made a note of the page she was on and put the book down as she took her feet off the desk. It doesn't seem like you're going to go away, so I may as well ask what you want. Are you here to kill him? A look of horror washed over the nervous man's face. Dear Lord, no, I would never. Valkyrie shrugged. I didn't mean to offend you. Plenty of people want to kill Skulduggery. He's that type of person. I've known him for 3 years, and I've wanted to kill him for at least half that time. The nervous man stepped into the room. Are you Valkyrie Kane? She smiled. You've heard of me? I thought you'd be older. Well, I'm not. I'm the age I am,
Who might you be?
My name is Wisht Simple. Ghastly Bespoke said I'd be able to find the skeleton detective here.
You're a friend of Ghastly's.
Kind of, said Wisht. Well, not really, but I spoke to him, and he directed me to this office. I assumed this is where Mr. Pleasant conducted his business, but if this isn't his office, then who owns it?
It belongs to a man, Valkyrie said, whose life is in danger. We're helping him out. Why were you looking for skullduggery?
I need someone to find my wife. She's been kidnapped.
Oh, wow. That's awful.
I can pay, of course, whatever it takes.
Payment isn't the issue, Valkyrie responded. We don't really, take on outside cases. We work for the Sanctuary, mainly, or we just stumble into trouble and then, along the way, end up saving the world or something. That's generally how it works.
But I've got nowhere else to turn.
You should call the Sanctuary, and they'll assign your case to someone who takes care of this kind of thing.
My wife isn't in Ireland, though. I believe she's been taken to America.
Well, talk to the American Sanctuary.
I can't go to them, said Wisht. I think they're in on it. Or one of their operatives is. A detective called Gumshoe Grady.
That's a silly name.
I know.
So why did Gumshoe kidnap your wife?
A few 100 years ago, they courted. She ended the relationship, and he's never been able to forget her. I think he finally snapped.
They courted?
That's what they called it back then. Please, I'm sure he's dangerous. Once he realizes she doesn't love him anymore, I don't know what he'll do. Her life may be in danger. I think she's in Florida.
Valkyrie narrowed her eyes. Where in Florida?
South of Orlando.
Where exactly?
A place called Kissimmee.
Is that near the theme parks? Is that near the Magic Kingdom and Universal Studios and, to a far lesser extent, the Epcot Centre?
I suppose so.
Valkyrie nodded. We'll take the case.
No, we won't, Skulduggery said from the corner.
Wisht swung round, startled.
Detective Pleasant? Are you invisible?
Valkyrie smirked. He's not invisible, he's hiding behind that chair. The armchair was old and frayed, and sagged in the corner beside the door. A gloved hand emerged and waved.
Hello,
said Skulduggery.
Wisht hesitated. Why are you hiding?
I told you, Valkyrie said. Someone wants to kill the guy who owns this office, and we're helping out. I'm the bait, so I've been sitting here for 2 days. Skulduggery's the trap, so he's been hiding behind that chair.
For 2 days?
Yes.
Mr. Simple, Skulduggery said. My colleague was right when she suggested you take your case to the American Sanctuary.
Nonsense, said Valkyrie. We'll do it, Wisht. Can I call you Wisht? What do you do, Wisht?
You mean for a living? Wisht asked. As a job? I'm an archaeologist, actually. I travel the world and get into, adventures. You might not think it to look at me, but they call me the magical Indiana Jones.
Do they? Valkyrie asked. Really?
Wisht's smile faltered. No. Why do you think your wife is in Kissimmee, Mr. Simple? Skulduggery asked. Oh, well, that was a bit of detective work I did on my own, said Wisht. Her last credit card transaction was at a motel there. So you think her kidnapper's using her own credit card to rent the room he's keeping her in? Wisht frowned. Yes? What's her name? Liana. Liana Lacuna. And why do you think she was kidnapped? Because why else would she go? The door burst open, and a crazy man with a sword burst in, and Skulduggery stood up from behind the armchair and kicked the door, and it slammed into the crazy man's face, and he dropped to the floor, unconscious. Whisht stared. Valkyrie was used to being around Skulduggery, so she often had to remind herself what it must be like for most people seeing the tall skeleton in the exquisite suit for the very first time. But right now she didn't care. Right now, only one thing mattered. "The job's done," she said. "We can go to Florida now, can't we?" Skulduggery adjusted the brim of his fedora so that it slanted over his left eye socket. "What is it with you and Disney World?" "I've never been," said Valkyrie. "When I was a kid, my parents didn't really take holidays, but I used to go online and look at pictures of the Magic Kingdom and the castle, and I'd imagine myself going on all the rides." "Your boyfriend's a teleporter. Get him to take you." Valkyrie scowled. "Fletcher has a thing about queues. He won't line up for anything. And I don't want to go around on my own. That's just sad. Skulduggery, this is literally a childhood dream of mine. Please don't crush my childhood dream. It's the only one I have left." He sighed and looked down at Wisht. "Mr. Simple," he said, "apparently we're going to Florida. So please tell us more about your missing wife." An hour later, Skulduggery and Valkyrie were hiring a car in Orlando. They would have been there sooner, but Fletcher didn't pick up his phone for ages. When he finally transported them over, he started grumbling about how no one appreciated him for who he was, and everyone just called when they needed to get to places quickly. Valkyrie nodded along and waited for him to disappear. She had ditched her black clothes and was wearing yellow shorts and a white T-shirt. The heat pressed in from all directions. Her sunglasses could barely take the glare from the sun. It was magnificent. The car they hired wasn't as classy as the Bentley, but it was air-conditioned and roomy, and Valkyrie stretched out her legs as they drove along the wide highways of Orlando. "Where do you want to go first?" she asked. "The Magic Kingdom or Universal?" "I say we go to the Magic Kingdom." "We're going to the motel where Liana Lacuna last used her credit card," Skulduggery said. "Absolutely," Valkyrie said. "We've got a job to do, and we're professionals. But after that, we can go to the Magic Kingdom, right?" "Who knows what the future may bring?" "I do," she said. "I know what the future may bring. It brings Mickey Mouse ears, and it's a small world." Skulduggery didn't say anything to that. They got to the motel. Skulduggery's disguise was only good for half an hour at a time, so he stayed in the car while Valkyrie left the cool confines of the rental and braved the 14 steps to the air-conditioned office. A guy in his 20s came to the desk. He had a little beard and scrawny arms, and his name tag identified him as Greg. He didn't look like a Greg. He looked like a Spencer or a Finn or some indie-sounding name. "Hi there," he said. "How can I help?" "I'm looking for this woman," Valkyrie told him, holding up a picture of Liana that Wisht had given them. "I think she's staying here." Greg looked at the picture, then back at Valkyrie. "Is she your mom?" "No," said Valkyrie. "I'm just looking for her." "Do you recognize her?" Greg smiled. "Where's that accent from? Scotland?" "Ireland. I've always wanted to go to Ireland. My great-grandmother was from there. I heard it's really green." "It has green parts, yes." "Do you have electricity in Ireland?" Valkyrie made sure to smile. "I'm sorry. Do you have electricity?" "We do." "That's cool. Well done." "Thank you. This woman, Greg, have you seen her?" He laughed. "Why?" "Because I'm looking for her." "You playing detective, are you?" "I'm not playing." This made him laugh even louder. "Oh, that is so cute." Valkyrie bristled. She wasn't used to this. She wasn't used to disrespect. Usually, when she asked a question, people answered. "Is it the outfit?" she asked. Say what? Greg responded, still grinning. The outfit, she said. Is it the fact that I'm wearing yellow shorts and a t-shirt? Is that why you're failing to take me seriously? Usually I'm dressed all in black. Usually I look a lot more intimidating. I'm sure you do, said Greg. Her phone rang. It was Skulduggery. You're taking a long time, he said. Do you need help? No, Valkyrie answered. I'm fine. I can see it through the window. You look agitated. Greg was still grinning at her. She forced a smile. I'm not agitated. I'm just building a rapport with the motel clerk. These things take time. Greg sniggered. Don't hit him, Skulduggery said. Valkyrie took a step away from the desk to make sure Greg couldn't hear what Skulduggery was saying. I'm not going to. Stay calm. I'm very calm. He's a civilian and a mortal. He doesn't know that you've saved the world and that he owes you his life. Just stay calm, be polite, and find out which room Liana is staying in. But hurry up. There's nothing to do out here. Valkyrie frowned. You've been sitting in the car for 3 minutes. It's a very boring car. You once told me that 95% of detective work is waiting around. Which is why we tend to operate in the 5% where things actually happen. I like kicking down doors and occasionally people if they really, really deserve it. Hello? What? I'm not talking to you. There's a bee outside the car. It's tapping at the window. I think I'll let it in. What? No, don't do that. I don't want to be in the car when I come back. Too late. It's flying around. Hello, bee. It's sitting on the steering wheel. Now it's bouncing lightly against the windscreen. This is fascinating stuff. Oh? Oh, what? It flew through my eye socket. It's in my skull. It's flying around inside my head. Valkyrie sagged. Why are you like this? What was that? I didn't hear. The buzzing is very loud right now. I'm going to hang up. Please make sure the bee is out of the car when I return. She put her phone away, stepped back to the desk, and showed Greg the picture again. Have you seen this woman? Greg put both hands flat on the desk, somehow managing to make that a patronizing gesture, and said, Listen, what's all this about, huh? Just level with me. I'm looking for this woman, said Valkyrie. I think she's staying here. Her life may be in danger. That's a very dramatic thing to say. It's a very dramatic world, Greg. I used to say dramatic things when I was a teenager. It got me the attention I was so desperately craving. I'm not craving attention, Greg. I'm searching for this lady. Where are your parents? Was that your dad you were just talking to? Most definitely not. Where are they, huh? Who's taking care of you? Greg, I swear to God, answer my question, or I will smack you. Greg recoiled. There's no need for that. Do you recognize the woman in this picture? Have you seen her? Have any of your staff seen her? Maybe when they were bringing fresh towels or something. Yes, he said, clearly getting irritated. She checked in a few days ago. Valkyrie frowned. She checked in? Was there anyone with her? She was by herself, from what I could see. Did she seem to be here against her will? Greg bristled. This motel isn't that bad. How did she seem when she checked in, Greg? She seemed fine, he answered. It was all normal. Nothing stood out, okay? Is she still here? What room is she in? I can't give you that information. Can't you? You won't know until you try. Is that where it's written down, in that ledger there? Greg picked up a thick black ledger and placed it on a shelf behind him. No, he said. You're a bad liar, Greg. You should leave. Fine. Valkyrie went to the door, glancing back at Greg, who was eyeing her suspiciously. She stepped outside. It was like stepping into soup. Really, really hot soup.
She glanced back again as the door began to close, watching Greg head into the room behind the reception desk. She reached her hand out, connected with the stifling air, found the links between the spaces, and the black ledger flew off the shelf towards her. She caught it and started walking, the door finally shutting behind her. She found Liana's mortal name, the name all her credit cards were under, and walked over to the assigned room. She waved to Skulduggery, and he got out of the car. He tapped his collarbones, and his facade flowed over his skull. The face he wore was a pale one with a beard. Valkyrie knocked, and when no one answered, Skulduggery started picking the lock. He was buzzing. "Is that bee still in your head?" Valkyrie asked. "Not any more," he said. "It's flying around my ribs." "Isn't that weird?" "A little," he admitted. The door opened and they stepped in. Skulduggery deactivated his facade. The motel room was small, with a double bed, neatly made up. They searched through Liana Lacuna's things, but didn't find anything of interest. When they had finished, they stood in the centre of the room. Valkyrie's hands were on her hips. Skulduggery's arms were folded. The bee flew out of his right eye socket and then flew back in through his left. The door swung open slowly, and they turned to see a shabby man in a shabby suit standing there. He raised an eyebrow at Skulduggery, but didn't freak out. "Sorcerer." "You're Skulduggery Pleasant," the shabby man said, "which makes you Valkyrie Kane. It's very good to meet you both. My name's Gumshoe Grady. I'm a detective for the sanctuary here. Thanks for saving the world, by the way." "Finally," Valkyrie said. "Someone says what we're all thinking." Gumshoe walked in and closed the door behind him. "You're a little far from your regular stomping ground, aren't you?" "We're looking for Liana Lacuna," Skulduggery said. Gumshoe put his hands in his pockets. "Uh-huh. Yeah, I should have figured. Why are you after Liana?" "Because you kidnapped her." Gumshoe frowned and scratched the stubble on his cheek. "I did?" "Apparently." "Huh. That's news to me. I mean, I guess it could have happened. I'm always forgetting stuff, like where I put my keys, whether I paid this bill or that bill, that kind of thing. But I don't know if I've ever forgotten kidnapping someone. You'd think that'd be something that'd stick in your head, you know?" "So you're saying you didn't kidnap her?" "That's what I'm saying." "But you do know her." "Yeah, I know her. She came to me a few weeks ago looking for help. Then she disappeared. I tracked her here. Same as you, I expect." "What does she need help with?" "A rare and powerful artifact was stolen from her, she said, and she was looking to get it back. She had a feeling it might be going up for auction right here." "What's the item?" Valkyrie asked. "Doesn't matter," Gumshoe said. "It was a lie, all of it. My black market contacts had no idea what I was talking about. So I did a little digging and found out that the artifact is safely tucked away in a private collection somewhere in Europe, where it's been for the last 50 years. "So what did Liana get out of all this?" "I really don't know. As you can see by her choice of accommodation, she barely had 2 nickels to rub together. So why she wasted her money coming to Florida and hiring me, I can't begin to guess." "She paid you?" Skulduggery asked. "Half up front," said Gumshoe. "I'm not overly optimistic that I'll ever see the rest." Skulduggery tilted his head. "Did you keep Miss Lacuna updated on your progress?" "She insisted on it." "Did you tell her the names of your contacts?" "Clients don't need to know those things." "Could she have found out? Maybe glanced at your notes?" Gumshoe frowned. "I guess she could have, at that." Skulduggery turned to Valkyrie. "Have you figured it out yet?
What?
Have you figured out what Lyanna was up to?
Oh, said Valkyrie. No, sorry. I stopped listening. I was thinking about Big Thunder Mountain. You carry on, though. You two look like you're having fun.
She used me, Gumshoe said slowly.
Valkyrie smiled. Who used you?
Lyanna, he growled. She used me to get the names of people who'd be in a position to hold an auction for a rare and powerful artifact. I think it's time we called Wisht, Skulduggery said to Valkyrie.
She took out her phone, dialed, and put it on loudspeaker. Wisht, she said when he answered. We found Gumshoe Grady.
You got him,
Wisht exclaimed.
Well done. Did he put up a fight? Oh, I hope he did. I hope you taught him a lesson. I hope he's bruised and battered and crying like a little baby.
Actually, Valkyrie said, he's standing beside us right now.
Hi there,
said Gumshoe. There was silence on the other end. Then,
hello.
Gumshoe claims that he didn't kidnap Lyanna, Skulduggery said. He says she went to him, looking for help.
I see, said Wisht. But, and I don't mean to sound rude here, I'm sure Mr. Grady is a very nice man. Isn't that just what a kidnapper would say?
We have good reason to believe him, Skulduggery responded. Mr. Simple, you're an archaeologist, yes? You travel the world in search of historical objects.
Yes. My main area of expertise is finding magical artifacts.
And have any of these magical artifacts gone missing recently? Mr. Simple? Hello?
Why do you ask?
Shall I take that as a yes?
Wisht sighed.
A few months ago, I found a stone tablet on a dig in West Asia. Inscribed on it was a language of magic I'd never seen before, and below it a language I recognized, but only barely. I think both texts are the exact same passage.
You found a Rosetta Stone, Skulduggery murmured.
Valkyrie held up her hand. I don't know what that is.
In this case, it's a means to translate a language of magic that's so ancient we haven't, as yet, been able to understand it, Skulduggery told her. This artifact is the starting point. This is where we can start to decipher the code.
Okay, Valkyrie said. Cool. So what?
Those old languages are dangerous, said Gumshoe. If the wrong person cracks the code, the world could be put at risk. I'm sorry, Wisht said, but what does my missing tablet have to do with my missing wife? She must have taken it, said Gumshoe. Then she left Ireland, thinking she could come here and sell it without any alarms being raised. She used me to find the people who could set up such an auction. She's going to sell it? Wisht said, startled. Unless we stop her. I'm coming over, said Wisht. I'm catching the next flight.
It might be best if you stay in Ireland, Skulduggery said.
We'll find out where and when the auction is being held, and we'll keep you in the loop. But things might get dangerous. I'm an archaeologist, Wisht said. Danger is what I do. He hung up. Gumshoe took out his own phone. I'll see if I can find out if there are any auctions coming up. Shouldn't be too difficult.
He dialed a number and stepped out of the room. Okay, Valkyrie said. I'm not entirely sure what's going on because I wasn't paying attention, but let me know if I've got this part straight. We're waiting for information on something, which means we're not doing anything right now, which means that if we hurry, we can still make the illuminations in the Magic Kingdom?
Let's just wait and see if Gumshoe comes up with anything, Skulduggery said.
But that'll take ages, she said. Does he strike you as someone who works fast? Not particularly.
We might be waiting all night.
Gumshoe came back in.
Found it,
he said. Valkyrie grumbled.
Everyone's talking about it, he continued. A major auction tomorrow night. The tablet's going up for sale. People are flying in from all over the country, all over the world.
Well, okay then, Valkyrie said, clapping her hands together. You call your buddies at the sanctuary, get a squad of cleavers ready to arrest everyone, and our work here is done.
Gumshoe made a face.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Valkyrie sagged.
Why not?
The more people know about it, the higher the chance there'll be a leak. The only way to be sure that the auction goes ahead is if it stays between the three of us.
I agree, said Skulduggery.
Do I get a vote? Valkyrie asked, narrowing her eyes. Do I?
Of course.
Then I vote we tell the sanctuary.
Noted. But that's still 2 against 1. Valkyrie glowered.
Stupid mats. So what do we do until then, eh? I suppose we've got to stick around in case Liana Lacuna comes back to her motel room, do we? So we've got to stay in this horrible motel overnight?
Actually, yes, Skulduggery said. That's a very good idea.
Of course it's a good idea, she responded, a little harshly. It's mine, isn't it?
So they stayed at the motel for the rest of the night, and most of the next day, and Valkyrie sulked the whole time. Once night had fallen again, her mood lifted. Now they were doing something. She much preferred doing something to doing nothing. Doing nothing was boring. Doing nothing meant sitting in a motel room, looking out of the window and listening to a bee buzzing somewhere within Skulduggery. But once the sun went down, they got in the rental and followed Gumshoe's car to a well-kept estate with strangely unwelcoming lawns. When they left the cars and proceeded on foot, Valkyrie bent down to touch the grass. It was spiky and horrible.
The grass is weird, she said.
Gumshoe and Skulduggery ignored her. They continued on, breaking through a row of dark trees and emerging behind a brightly lit stage. Rows of seats were set up, and every single one of those seats was occupied.
There,
Gumshoe whispered, pointing.
Liana.
Liana Lacuna stood to one side. A pretty woman with short, blonde hair wearing a nice dress that wasn't exactly in fashion. She had nervous hands. The low-key murmuring died down as a man in a suit came up to the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, he announced, human and not quite human, welcome to today's auction. You will be bidding on a singular item of singular purpose, a tablet that can unlock the most ancient of the ancient languages of magic. Undreamed of power could be yours, if you're willing to pay.
Valkyrie couldn't see the auctioneer's face, but she could tell by his voice that he was smiling.
Shall we begin at, say, $100 million?
Liana's face brightened as hands went up.
150, 200, 300.
Valkyrie watched the bidders bid, and started to get freaked out by how calm they all were. The dollar count rose, and kept rising, and when it reached impossible levels of ridiculousness, people started holding up different things. A guy at the back, a large man with a face like the side of a mountain, held up a glass sphere filled with swirling lights.
3 souls,
he said. Another sphere was raised, this time by a woman with chalk-white skin.
5, she said.
A burly man held up a leather-bound book, and the elderly gentleman beside him said,
The only surviving copy of the Fatalist's Grimoire!
There were some gasps at that, and many envious, greedy glances. I have an idea, Skulduggery said quietly. Valkyrie frowned.
A plan? You have a plan?
I have a plan, yes.
Your plans are not good.
What are you talking about? My plans are great.
What's this one?
We're going to bluff. She shook her head.
No.
Bluffing might work.
It will not work, she said. "It really won't, and then we'll be killed." "We've been killed before," he told her. "It's not that bad." "That totally contradicts everything you've ever said on the subject. I vote no."
"If we allow the tablet to fall into the wrong hands," Gumshoe said, "terrible things could happen."
"Could happen," Valkyrie pressed.
"Yes."
"Not will happen? Could happen? I can live with could happen. Could happen isn't all bad. It means might not happen. Skulduggery, let's leave. For all we know, the person who buys the tablet might not be evil or bad in any way. They might just really like tablets."
"My plan will work," Skulduggery said.
"Your plan isn't a plan."
"So no one will be expecting it."
Skulduggery crept forward before she could grab him, and Valkyrie groaned as he bounded on stage. Guns were drawn and hands lit up with fire and energy.
Wait, Skulduggery said, waving his arms. "Let's not rush to judgment here. Let's all calm down. I realize what a shock this must be to you. You arrive here for a respectable night of bidding for a tablet that could make you into the most powerful sorcerer in the world. And here I come, the skeleton detective, to spoil all the fun."
No guns went off. No streams of energy were let loose. Skulduggery gently pushed the auctioneer to one side and stood at the podium. He leaned on his elbows, surveying the crowd.
"I'm not going to lie to you," he said, "but that's exactly why I'm here. However, I'm going to do you a big favor. I'm going to give you the chance to walk away. I understand why you're here. I understand why you want to bid, and I don't blame you for it. You want power? Of course you do. Who doesn't? You want to crush your enemies, maybe take over the world, or something hilariously old-fashioned like that. Again, I get it. I'm not taking this personally. So, pack up your things and grab your coat. The valet's waiting with your car."
Nobody moved. Then someone at the back shouted,
"Kill him!"
Skulduggery took off his hat, laid it on the podium.
"I give you the chance to walk away, and your first response is to shout, 'Kill him'? Who said that? Who was it?"
Nobody stirred.
Skulduggery sighed. "You've all heard of me. You've all heard of the things I've done. Chances are you know someone who I've defeated, or arrested, or at the very least punched. And here I am, standing before you, giving you the opportunity to run away. I don't give that chance to too many people."
A man with a stupid beard stood up.
"We outnumber him,"
he announced loudly.
"We can take him."
"And who's going to lead this charge?" Skulduggery asked. "You? Really?"
The man with the beard hesitated and faltered and sat back down.
"Violence is not the answer," Skulduggery told the audience. "Not for you. For me, it usually is the answer, and I'm okay with that. But you, all of you, should leave before something nasty happens. Go on. Yes, that's it. Pick up your things. Walk away."
Valkyrie heard a low murmur spread through the crowd. She saw them glance at each other anxiously, waiting to see who'd be the first to move. The old man, the one with the large bodyguard and the book, grunted and stood, and suddenly they were all doing it.
"It worked," she whispered. "It actually worked."
With Gumshoe following along behind, she joined Skulduggery on stage as he took a heavy chunk of stone, covered in strange markings from the hands of the auctioneer.
"Thank you," Skulduggery said. "You can go now."
"But," the auctioneer said, "but—" He looked like he might cry.
"Get out of here or I'll arrest you," said Gumshoe. "Go on, scram."
He waved him away, and the auctioneer blinked and then hurried off.
"See?" Skulduggery said to Valkyrie. "My plans are amazing. Everyone's gone, and no one got hurt." Valkyrie said, as Liana Lacuna stormed onto the stage, a gun in her hand. "I can't believe you did that," she said. "This is my chance. This is my ticket to a better life." "The tablet isn't yours to sell," Skulduggery said. "I was going to be rich," Liana screamed. "Rich beyond imagining. I don't care about magic. I don't care about being a sorcerer. I was never really that good at it anyway. But I always dreamed about being rich, and now you've taken that away from me." She extended her arm, her finger tightening on the trigger. "Liana!" Wisht stepped out behind her. She whirled, and Valkyrie made to run at her, but Skulduggery held her back. "Liana," said Wisht, walking forward slowly with his hands out. "Please, please come home. I love you." Tears ran down Liana's face. "Oh, Wisht," she said, "after everything I've done—" "After everything," he said, "I just want us to be happy again. I know you didn't mean those things you said, those incredibly hurtful, detailed things. I love you, and I know that you love me, and we can still be happy together." Liana sobbed. But they're going to throw me in prison." "No, they won't," said Wisht, and looked at Skulduggery. "You're not going to imprison her, are you?" "We are, actually," Skulduggery said. "Really?" "Technically, the tablet doesn't belong to either of you, and she was trying to sell it, so that's a crime." "Oh. She probably won't get too long, though. A few years, then she'll be out." "Do you hear that?" Wisht said. "A few years, sweetheart, that's nothing, and I'll be waiting for you. I'll be counting down the days." "Oh, Wisht," said Liana, and the gun fell from her fingers as she collapsed in her husband's arms. "It's okay, my darling," he said, stroking her hair. "I have you. I love you. And I know you love me. I do love you." She sobbed into his jacket. It might not be an all-consuming love, but it's love nonetheless." He nodded. "You probably didn't have to say that, my sweet. Our love is real, and that's all that matters." "It is real," Liana cried. "Small, but real." "Hush now. Stop talking." She wept. He cradled. Valkyrie felt awkward. Gumshoe took Liana away, and Wisht went with them. Valkyrie stood with Skulduggery. "What are you going to do with the tablet?" she asked. "I know of one collector in particular who'd be delighted to have it." "I'm sure she would," Skulduggery said. "But in the wrong hands, this tablet could spell disaster on a planet-wide scale. There are some languages best left untranslated, Valkyrie, and some secrets best kept hidden." "So what do we do?" "Florida is known for its alligator-infested swamps. I say we find the deepest swamp we can and throw the tablet in." "And then we go to Disney World?" He sighed. "And then we go to Disney World." He buzzed, and the bee flew out from behind his cheekbone and flew away. "Goodbye, George," Skulduggery said.
The Wonderful Adventures of Geoffrey Scrutinous. This story was written by Charlie Smith, who won a competition to create a new character to appear in Mortal Coil. The character Charlie came up with was Geoffrey Scrutinous, and this is how Charlie described him in his competition entry. Wears khaki shirts, Indiana Jones style, short trousers and maroon socks with leather sandals. Lots of beads and chains, lots of rings on one hand. Has a small goatee and wild, frizzy hair with piercing blue eyes.
a frantic, disbelieving nature, and is very erratic both in appearance and personality. He sorts out disturbances in the non-magical population. He has the ability to get you to agree with anything he says without you realising it. You'll have seen Geoffrey in Mortal Coil, of course, but as an added bonus, here's a little story all about him. Thanks, Charlie. The Wonderful Adventures of Geoffrey Scrutinous. The cop frowned. But there's a dead body in there. I can't let anyone into the house. It's my job to preserve the scene for the forensics people, to investigate and solve the crime. Geoffrey Scrutinous nodded. And you will do a wonderful job at preserving and investigating. I know you will. But for the moment, you want to delay all this hustle and bustle. I do? Scrutinous nodded. Oh, yes, very much so. I have some friends coming. They're special investigators, and they have to look around a bit first. Who are they? Asked the cop. Just some friends. A tall man and a teenage girl. They're very good at this kind of thing. I'm not sure I should be allowing this. Scrutinous smiled, maintained eye contact, and poured more magic into his words. It's perfectly fine. You know it is. You can feel it. That reassuring feeling that everything is going to be fine. You can feel it, can't you? I suppose they're good then. Very good. You think they'll be able to crack the case? If anyone can, they can. The cop nodded. Good. I was hoping I wouldn't have to. I've no idea how someone could be run over by a train in their own living room. Scrutinous patted the cop's shoulder. Don't you worry, he said. They handle this kind of thing all the time.
I have to confess, Skulduggery Pleasant said as he took his hat off in the dead man's living room, I have no idea what's going on here at all.
Valkyrie Kane nodded up to the corner of the room. What's that bit?
It's his head, said Skulduggery. You can see the rest of it there, hidden behind the curtain.
Oh, yeah. That's disgusting.
Nobody ever said being hit by a train was a neat way to die.
Valkyrie turned to Scrutinous. And you're sure that's what they said? Oh, yes, Scrutinous answered. Neighbours reported hearing an old-fashioned train. Like a steam engine, they said, with the choo-choo and everything. The walls of every house on the street rattled as it passed. Skulduggery murmured something to himself. The living room was small and tidy, the furniture in place, the TV still on with the sound muted. It was 3 o'clock in the morning and the lamps gave the place a gentle, warm light. It would have been a perfectly good room in which to spend an evening were it not for the man who had been splattered across every imaginable surface.
Well, Skulduggery said, purely to get this out of the way, I'll just go ahead and say it. There does not seem to be any sign of a railway track on the carpet or, indeed, a train hiding behind the sofa. And I don't think one could have fit through the door.
Maybe it was a ghost train, Valkyrie said. Do ghost trains exist? I've seen two, Scrutinous said. But I've never heard of a ghost train that could run over anything living. A ghost train would be able to run over a ghost, not a man.
And yet something big killed him, Skulduggery said. And it was powerful and fast-moving, just like a locomotive.
Valkyrie examined a couple of framed photographs on the mantelpiece. Who was he? He wasn't a sorcerer, was he? His name was Brendan Cassidy, Scrutinous said. From what I can gather, he was a perfectly normal mortal. He worked as an assistant manager of a local store. Nothing whatsoever to do with us or anyone in our community. Skulduggery took a bag of powder from his jacket and threw some into the air. It fell as a light cloud, shimmering with faint colour.
Definite traces of adept magic, he said. But I'm not getting a read on an exact discipline.
which only proves that he didn't explode of his own volition. Scrutinus watched the two of them work and tried not to get in the way. He wasn't a detective, after all. He worked in public relations. He convinced mortals that they didn't see what they actually saw. All this looking for clues lark was a tad beyond him. He liked to think of himself as a simple man. He wandered over to a lamp. It was a very nice lamp. He'd seen better. Of course he had. But this was a very fine example of a perfectly nice lamp. It suited the room. He approved. Beside the lamp was a fountain pen. He picked it up. It was an old pen, a classic. He wasn't an expert on pens, but he knew an old classic pen when he saw one. He remembered when pens like this had first gone on sale over 150 years ago, when they were brand new and cutting edge. He'd probably owned a few. There was a pad of paper on which the pen had been lying, and he looked at it now, at what was written across the top page. "I'm going to be hit by a train," it read. Scrutinus frowned. He said. "Yes?" Skulduggery asked, from somewhere behind him. I'm not sure, but I think I may have found a clue." Skulduggery and Valkyrie joined him and peered down at the pad. "Ah," said Skulduggery. "I think you're right. That is indeed a clue. I don't know what it tells us, apart from the obvious, but it definitely tells us something. Valkyrie?" "It tells us Cassidy knew what was going to happen," Valkyrie said. Skulduggery nodded. "Anything else?" Skulduggery hunkered down and poked the pad with his finger. "The handwriting is very clear, very legible. When he wrote this, he was calm. That tells us one of two things. Either he had already accepted his fate, or he didn't believe it would happen, or he wasn't aware that he was writing it." "That's three things?" Valkyrie said. "How do we know it's even his handwriting?" "There's a half-finished crossword by the armchair. Most of it is impressively wrong, but the handwriting is a match." Skulduggery straightened up. "Out of these three possibilities, Valkyrie, which one would you dismiss first?" Scrutinus stepped away to let them converse. It was always fascinating watching detectives work. "I don't think he'd accepted his fate," Valkyrie said at last. "There's nothing else here to suggest that he was preparing to die. There's no note to family or friends. The dinner plate in the kitchen hasn't been put away. He wasn't expecting this." Skulduggery nodded. "Which leaves us with options 2 and 3. He didn't believe what he'd written, or he wasn't aware he was writing it." Scrutinus picked up the newspaper by the armchair and glanced at the crossword. He wasn't a fan of them, to be honest. There were enough confusing things in the world without crosswords. "If Cassidy didn't believe what he'd written," Valkyrie said, "then why not tear out the page? This should be crumpled up in a bin somewhere as just another bit of nonsense. But he didn't tear it out." "So he wrote it, but didn't know he was writing it," Skulduggery said. "Which means something or someone was guiding his hand." "Someone wanted him dead?" Valkyrie asked. "A sorcerer? Why?" "There's something we're not seeing," Skulduggery said. "Geoffrey?" Scrutinus looked up. "Yes?" "What are you doing? I thought you hated crosswords." "I do, yes." "Where did you get that pen?" "It was on the pad." "What are you writing?" Scrutinus laughed. "Writing? I'm not writing anything." And even as he said it, he heard the scratching of pen on paper and looked down. "Oh," he said. "Oh, dear." He dropped the pen to the carpet. Skulduggery held out his hand. "Let me see." Scrutinus handed over the newspaper. Skulduggery read what Scrutinus had written. "I'm going to be eaten by a shark." "Oh, dear," Scrutinus said. "This does not bode well for me." Valkyrie waved her hand, and the pen drifted up off the ground and hovered at eye level. "Haunted pen?" she asked. "Cursed, more likely," Skulduggery said.
Physical contact seems to be enough for the curse to pass on. Geoffrey, you had no idea what you were writing?
I had no idea I was writing anything, Scrutinous replied. I hate to be a pain, but do you think there's anything you can do to help me? I really don't want to be eaten by a shark tonight. The next round of my bowling tournament is on Wednesday, and we're not doing too badly, all things considered. I'd hate to miss it.
If a shark does come for you, it won't be tonight, Skulduggery told him. The ink on the pad is at the very most a day old. Cassidy died 4 hours ago, and these kinds of curses really like the 12-hour rule. Any more than that, and the power starts to wane.
So I have 12 hours before a shark eats me?
Or you have 12 hours for us to save you, if you want to be glass half full about it. Cheer up, Geoffrey. You have our full attention focused on your dilemma. Wait, where's my hat?
Valkyrie picked it up off the armchair and handed it to him.
Perfect, he said. Now you have our full attention.
Scrutinous smiled gratefully, suddenly reassured that everything was going to be all right. The skeleton detective and Valkyrie Kane were on the case, and they would stop at nothing to solve it. I'm hungry, Valkyrie said. Skulduggery nodded decisively, said,
Then let's find you something to eat.
And Scrutinous sagged. They sat in the diner, Valkyrie doing her best to eat a burger that kept slipping from its bun. Skulduggery had activated one of his false faces, one which gave him a slightly bewildered look. He had placed the pen in a wooden box and was peering at it. Scrutinous sat in the booth and did his best not to worry. He had a glass of water in front of him that he didn't touch.
This store, Skulduggery said, where Mr. Cassidy worked, where is it?
Donnybrook, said Scrutinous.
Donnybrook,
Skulduggery repeated.
Interesting. Do you know of any sorcerers living in Donnybrook? I don't. Thoroughly nice area, but no sorcerers.
This burger is hard to eat, Valkyrie muttered.
You're doing a fantastic job, Skulduggery said happily.
He closed the box and put it in his pocket.
Now then, Donnybrook. No sorcerers in Donnybrook. No sorcerers around where Cassidy lived. So how did he meet the sorcerer who killed him?
Scrutinous found it hard to know when Skulduggery was addressing him or merely thinking out loud. The eyes on his false face were slowly swivelling in every direction.
Unless, Skulduggery said, he never did.
Valkyrie asked a question with her mouth full. Skulduggery's head tilted.
What I mean is, this is a curse that passes from one person to the next, yes? The pen keeps moving around. Brendan Cassidy may not have been the first victim, which means it's possible he had no contact at all with the sorcerer who started it, which means that there should be more unexplained deaths that we haven't heard about. Excuse me for a moment. Skulduggery took his phone from his pocket, then slipped out of the booth. He went away to make a phone call. Scrutinous looked back at Valkyrie. She had managed to shove half of the burger into her mouth, but now froze, her eyes on his. She mumbled something that sounded like, sorry. He looked away, and she munched on. A few minutes later, Skulduggery slid back into the booth. Excellent news, he said. There have been 4 unexplained deaths in the past 2 weeks. The first 3 were all sorcerers, and the 4th was a mortal woman who knew the last sorcerer killed, and who lived in Donnybrook. Before she died, she could have left that pen in the store in which Brendan Cassidy worked. He picked it up, took it home, and got hit by a train.
Who was the first sorcerer killed? Valkyrie asked.
His name was Elwood Satchel, low-level elemental. If the curse did start with him, then the killer must have some connection. We find that connection, we find the killer, we save Geoffrey.
Then let's do it, Scrutinous said. He paused. How do we do it?
We talked to someone who knew Satchel well. He has a brother who's out of the country right now, and a friend who lives close by.
So we talked to the friend, Valkyrie said. Let's go. They got in the Bentley, drove to the friend's house and knocked on the door. There was nobody home, so they went back to the Bentley and waited. Skulduggery didn't move for hours, and Valkyrie fell asleep. Scrutinous sat in the back seat and thought about sharks all night. Satchel's friend returned home at 10 the next morning. He was a sorcerer, but, like Satchel, he wasn't a very powerful one. He worked nights as a security guard to pay the bills. "It was a clear day," he said when Skulduggery asked him how Satchel had died. "The sun was shining. There were no clouds, but Elwood was panicking. He kept running around looking up at the sky. He ran into a cafe, ran right back out again screaming something about how it didn't have a ceiling, and then he jerked backwards, flew right off his feet. He was all twisted up, and you could smell burnt hair." "He was electrocuted?" Skulduggery asked. "Yeah, apparently. The doctor said it was massive electrical current, but I didn't see anything, and he was running across the park when it happened. There was nothing electrical around." "Did you find a note?" asked Valkyrie. The man frowned. "What? How did you know about that?" "Then you did find a note?" "Yes. Well, we think. A few days after he died, Elwood's brother found something written on the back of a receipt. It said, 'I'm going to be struck by lightning.'" Skulduggery nodded. "Did Elwood have any enemies?" "I suppose... doesn't everyone?" "Any enemies he had recently made?" Oh yeah, one. David and Maybury. They were friends once." "What happened?" I don't know. The usual." "I don't quite believe you," said Skulduggery. "Look, Maybury's a weirdo, okay? He comes out with these weird things to say, and he looks odd. He's got crazy eyes, you know, but Elwood grew up with him. They were childhood friends, and then Elwood kind of stole Maybury's girlfriend." "Ah." "I suppose it was kind of a sucky thing to do. Maybury found it hard to talk to girls because of his whole weirdness thing, and he finally found one who liked him, and Elwood comes in and sweeps her off her feet. You think Maybury had something to do with his death?" "Perhaps," Skulduggery said. "Do you know where we could find him? We just want a little chat." David Maybury's house was quite nondescript from the outside. Skulduggery knocked a few times, then kicked the door in. It was quite a nondescript house from the inside, too. Skulduggery went first, hand open and fingers splayed. "The air hasn't been disturbed for weeks," he said. "It doesn't look like anybody's home." "So what are we going to do now?" Scrutinous asked. "It's almost 11 o'clock. I have 1 hour before a shark eats me." "You'll be fine," Skulduggery said, poking around. "Everyone spread out. Look for clues." Skulduggery and Valkyrie went wandering, examining things and muttering to themselves and each other. Scrutinous bit his lip and checked his watch. Almost 3/4 of an hour later, Skulduggery found something in the main bedroom. "It's a door," he said, rapping his knuckles against the wall. "Very well hidden. Whoever installed it knew what they were doing." "Where does it lead?" Scrutinous asked, and shifted his weight. The carpet in here was soggy, and water spilled through his sandals to wet his socks. "It could be a stairway leading to a tunnel, or it could be a single room." Skulduggery stood back. "Maybury isn't the strongest sorcerer out there, and by all accounts he doesn't have many friends. It is therefore entirely conceivable that the moment he released the cursed pen upon Elwood Satchel, he secluded himself away until it was all over. If something went wrong with the curse, if it didn't work, then Satchel might come after him." Valkyrie peered at the wall. "So you think he's still in there?" "Mr. Maybury," Skulduggery said loudly, "we need to talk to you. If you can hear me, please open the door. I am a detective with the sanctuary. We're not going to hurt you. They looked at the wall and waited, and nothing happened. Said Scrutinous. Where's that water coming from? Valkyrie looked around. What water? Scrutinous splashed his foot a few times. That's the carpet? Valkyrie told him. And why is it covered in water? She frowned at him. What are you talking about? It's not. It's just a regular carpet. It's a regular carpet covered in water, Valkyrie. You're standing in it too. No, Geoffrey, I'm not. My feet are perfectly dry, as are yours. Are you feeling okay? He stared at her. The water was rising. It was up to her ankles. It had completely covered his own sandals. It was cold and wet. You can't see this? He asked. You can't hear the splashing? You can't feel it? She hunkered down, put her hand in the water, flat on the floor. Her eyes were on him the whole time. Am I touching the water now? He nodded. She brought her hand up. It was perfectly dry. No drops fell. Oh dear, Scrutinous said. Interesting, Skulduggery murmured. The curse must deliver a reality that only the victim can experience. Which explains how a train fit into Cassidy's living room, Valkyrie said. Scrutinous peered into the water, and his eyes widened. I see a fish, he said. A small one, a tiny one, but it's a fish. He looked up. When there's enough water, the shark will appear, won't it? I'm afraid so, Skulduggery said, which means we have to get through this door. Skulduggery and Valkyrie walked through the water without disturbing it, Scrutinous splashing noisily after them. They ran their hands all over the wall, feeling for imperfections. There has to be a lever here somewhere, Skulduggery said. The time and the effort was put into making this door virtually undetectable, not into making it impenetrable. At Maybury's price range, it's one or the other, so there has to be a lever somewhere nearby. Even as he spoke, something clicked beneath his fingers. The wall shifted, the door swung open, and Skulduggery led the way in. It was a small room, windowless, with an armchair and a side table. On the side table, there was a thick book and a scalpel. There was water in here, too. Now it was up past Scrutinous's knees. His legs were freezing, and every now and then a school of tiny fish would brush past and he'd jerk away. We may have a problem, Skulduggery said. Scrutinous stopped scanning the water and glanced up, saw a corpse in the armchair. Valkyrie had her hand covering her mouth and nose, but all Scrutinous could smell was the briny sea. That's Maybury? He asked. But he's dead. He is dead, isn't he? He must have trapped himself inside, Skulduggery said. He starved to death? Valkyrie asked. I'm afraid he ran out of air long before that could happen. He obviously didn't think this through too well. But if he's dead, said Scrutinous, how can he lift the curse? Who's going to lift the curse? The important thing to remember is not to panic, Skulduggery said. How can I not panic? A shark is going to eat me. It's really not as bad as it sounds. I was attacked by a shark once, back when I was alive. Well, not so much a shark as a rather large fish, and not so much attacked as looked at menacingly. But it had murder in its eyes, that fish. I knew, in that instant, if our roles had been reversed and the fish had been holding the fishing pole and I had been the one to be caught, it wouldn't hesitate a moment before eating me. So I cooked it and ate it before it had a chance to turn the tables. That, Valkyrie said, is one of the most useless stories you've ever told me. I'm just trying to make Geoffrey feel better. You went fishing, Skulduggery. That's not the same as being eaten by a shark. It shared similarities. Like what? It was wet. Also, one eats the other. When looked upon like that, the main points are practically identical. Scrutinous said.
Could we start talking about how we're going to lift the curse if the man who started it all is dead?
Yes, Skulduggery said. Of course, all is not lost. While it would have been easier to have Maybury simply cancel the whole thing, that is only one way to solve the problem. David Maybury was not an evil man. He was a weird one by all accounts, but not evil. As such, it does not make sense that he would want many people to die, when all he was after was revenge on the one man who had stolen the woman he loved. He took the wooden box from his jacket and opened it. Hesitating only a moment, he took the pen from the box. "Well," he said, "now we're in this together, Geoffrey." He held the pen in both hands and twisted. The outer shell cracked, and he pulled it away. He murmured something, then held up the pen for Valkyrie and Scrutinous to see. 4 symbols had been cut into the inside. "The curse," he said. "I think Maybury made a mistake. Instead of the curse afflicting the first person to touch the pen, it has instead afflicted every person to touch the pen. Maybe he used the wrong symbol or misjudged the depth or the width. Every aspect of these sigils has to be perfectly judged." "How does that help us?" Valkyrie asked. "It means we don't have to lift the curse. We just have to correct his spelling." "He carved the wrong symbol, so now we have to carve the right one?" "In theory, once we do, it will mean the curse will have fulfilled its purpose the first time it was used. And all this will just stop." "In theory?" Scrutinous pressed. His teeth were chattering. "Yes." "That doesn't sound very certain." "It's a very strong theory, Geoffrey, in much the same way that gravity is a very strong theory. It's almost certainly true. If I were you, I wouldn't worry about it." "I have 10 minutes left. The water has reached the ends of my shorts. There are fish swimming all around me, and the floor has changed to a seabed. How do you expect me to not worry about this?" "By taking deep, calming breaths." "Do you know how to correct it?" Valkyrie asked. Skulduggery picked up the scalpel from the side table before opening the book. "This is obviously what Maybury used to start it all. But because he got it wrong, I would be disinclined to trust the same instructions he followed. We'll have to ask China." Valkyrie raised an eyebrow. "But China isn't here." "Your boyfriend," Scrutinous said. "He's a teleporter. He can bring her." "Fletcher's never been here," Valkyrie said. "He can't teleport anywhere he's never been." "Well," Skulduggery said, taking out his phone, "where magic fails, technology prevails." He took a picture of the pen, then made a call. Scrutinous glanced behind him, just in time to see a pale fin sink beneath the water's surface. "It's here!" he screeched. "It's over there!" Valkyrie jumped in front of him protectively. "That won't do any good," Skulduggery said. "I know," she snapped. "But we can't just stand around while he gets eaten." Scrutinous took a deep breath and ducked his head into the water. The confines of the room did not exist down here. Down here, he was in the middle of the ocean. He saw a dark shape move out of the corner of his eye, and then it was gone. He came up for air. "It's huge!" he said. "Oh, God, it's huge!" "China," Skulduggery said suddenly. "We have a bit of an emergency here. I just sent you a picture. Did you get it?" "Excellent." He waited a moment, listened to her talk. "But that's just the thing. It is a mistake. The gent who sent the curse didn't mean it to apply to everyone. He meant it to apply simply to the first one." Scrutinous took another breath and ducked down for another look. The shark, and it must have been a great white judging by its size, was visible in the distance, turning towards him. Scrutinous broke the surface, gasping for air. "It's coming!" "But my question," Skulduggery was saying, "is how to correct the curse so that the original intent overrides the mistake." "Really? Oh, that's interesting." "It's coming!" Scrutinous screamed. "Geoffrey, please," Skulduggery said. "I can't hear what she's saying." He put the phone back to his head. "Carry on." "Splash about," Valkyrie said. "Make a lot of noise! Scare it away!" Scrutinous splashed at the water and kicked his legs and screamed and yelled and hollered. "A shark's coming for him," Skulduggery said into the phone. "Oh, have you? OK, I'll tell him." Skulduggery looked over. "China was attacked by a shark once, just like I was. Except it was an actual shark, and she was actually attacked. She says you're not to splash about. She says that makes you look like a seal, and sharks really like eating seals." Scrutinous froze, and Valkyrie winced. "Oh, yeah," she said. "I saw that once on TV. Sorry." "So it's just the upward slash, then?" Skulduggery was saying, peering at the pen. "Is it too long or too short?" "How long should it be?" "No, shouldn't be a problem." He put the phone on loudspeaker and placed it in his top pocket, then readied Maybury's scalpel. "OK, making the cut now." China's voice came from the phone. "Has the shark eaten him yet?" "Not yet," Skulduggery muttered, focusing on his task. "What happens if I do it wrong?" "Geoffrey gets eaten," China said. "Am I on loudspeaker?" "Yes, sorry, should have told you. Valkyrie and Geoffrey are here." "Can they hear me?" "Yes, they can." "Hello, Valkyrie," China said. Hi," Valkyrie said back. "Is this going to take long? The shark's coming for him." China said something in response, but Scrutinous didn't hear it. The shark came at him like a torpedo, its mouth open impossibly wide and all those teeth biting in at him. Scrutinous shrieked, dimly aware of Skulduggery gesturing, and then he was sent deeper into the water, tumbling head over heels, the shark missing him by inches. Scrutinous turned, twisted, saw the shark flick its great tail and shoot back towards him, coming in for another go. In desperation, knowing it was useless but doing it anyway, he started to swim away from it. But there was nowhere to swim to, nowhere to hide, and then something snagged his right wrist. An invisible force yanked him to the surface, the shark passing so close its rough skin scraped like sandpaper across his leg. He broke the surface, gasping, realizing that Valkyrie had grabbed his arm and pulled, and for a moment he saw the both of them, the alarm in Valkyrie's eyes, Skulduggery still working on the pen, the room around them, and then he dropped again below the surface, and Valkyrie and Skulduggery disappeared, and there was only the shark down there in the middle of the ocean. Oxygen bubbles filled his vision, and he jerked his head from side to side, trying to get his bearings, trying to work out what direction the shark would attack from. Then he saw it. That huge mouth, those huge teeth coming in on top of him, and there was no way out. Not this time. And the massive jaws closed over him just as the water went away, and Scrutinous fell to the floor. "There," Skulduggery said. "I think that did it." Scrutinous sat up, gasping, looking around in astonishment. "Is he dead?" China asked from the phone. "Not even remotely," Skulduggery said. "He's back on dry land. Many thanks, China." He hung up as Valkyrie helped Scrutinous to his feet. The water was gone. The shark was gone. Scrutinous wasn't even wet anymore. "It had me," he said. "The shark had me. I was literally about to be torn in two. You saved me. In the nick of time, you saved me." "You're welcome," Skulduggery said. "I was talking to Valkyrie." Skulduggery's head tilted. "But I'm the one who worked the whole thing out." Valkyrie grinned. "You're very welcome, Geoffrey. Although I can't take all the credit. China helped, you know." "But I carved the right symbol," Skulduggery said. Scrutinous clasped Valkyrie's hand in his. "If there is anything I can do for you in the future, anything at all, do not hesitate to ask." Skulduggery looked at him. "Can I ask too?" "No." "Why not?" "Valkyrie cared that I was being attacked. You told me to shut up." "That's because your screaming was very annoying. How is that my fault?"
If you'll excuse me, Scrutinous said, I'm going to go for a walk, a nice, long walk on solid ground.
He left them, heard them bickering behind him, and then Valkyrie was laughing, and Skulduggery was acting offended. Scrutinous emerged into the midday sun, took a deep, calming breath, and headed off in search of some lunch. Possibly seafood.
Apocalypse Kings 1. Adadayo was 14 when he discovered that he was magic. Up until then, he'd lived what he reckoned to be a normal life. He was on the school football team, which he enjoyed. He was on the school debating team, which he didn't. He had his family, he had his friends. He liked dogs but was wary of cats. He didn't like spiders. He hated rats. And he ran away from wasps. All pretty normal. All pretty standard. The magic thing happened over the course of a few weeks, when things started to come to him. Not answers, or knowledge, or insight, or anything like that, but actual things. Lamps, and bottles of water, and big, heavy books. They'd fly at him as soon as he looked at them, and he'd have to duck or jump back or run screaming from the room. At first, Adadayo thought he was being haunted. Then he thought that he must have annoyed an invisible man at some point. One afternoon, after a teapot had collided with his face, he covered the kitchen floor in flour and waited for a footprint to appear. His mother appeared first, of course, and yelled at him, told him to clean it up. Adadayo was more scared of his mum than he was of an invisible man, so he did what he was told, and wondered why he was being singled out for torment by this invisible gentleman when his two younger sisters were way more annoying than he ever managed to be. Then his grandmother came to stay. She was a small Nigerian woman who didn't speak much English, but her health wasn't the best and she couldn't stay on her own anymore. Adadayo's sisters were told they had to share a room, and their grandmother, their beloved Iya Agba, moved in. It took some time to adjust to a new person in the house, but she was lovely, so nobody minded. And a few weeks later, she knocked on Adadayo's door. Adadayo didn't speak much Yoruba, his grandmother's language. His parents were both English speakers, and once they'd moved to Ireland to start a family, that's how they'd raised him and his sisters. They'd tried to teach him a few words over the years, but he didn't have much interest in learning, so when his grandmother sat beside him on the bed, he prepared himself for a few long, long minutes of hesitations and the slow searching for words in English that always accompanied the rather pointless stories of her childhood. But she was his Iya Agba, and he loved her. So Adadayo smiled and pretended with all his heart to be interested in whatever she had to say. She surprised him then by telling him something so brain-punchingly interesting that it changed his life forever. She told him, in that hesitant way of hers, that magic was real, and that she was magic, and so was he. At first, he thought she was just telling him a story to entertain him. But when she clicked her fingers and conjured a fireball into her hand, it all started to make sense. The odd occurrences, the weird coincidences, the objects that moved on their own. That was magic. His grandmother explained that there were rules for people like them. There were styles of magic he could specialize in, other magical people, sorcerers or mages he could meet. She told him about the sanctuaries around the world, and the wars that had been fought between the sorcerers who wanted to enslave ordinary people and the sorcerers who wanted to protect them. He had such a life ahead of him, she said, such wonders to uncover. She taught him some things, how to move objects by manipulating the air around them, how to make strands of energy dance in the palms of his hands, how to click his fingers and generate sparks. She told him about the 3 names that sorcerers have: the name they're given, the name they take, and their true name, the source of all their power, But she was an old, old woman, and a few weeks after his 15th birthday, her health deteriorated so much she had to be taken to hospital. Her energy dipped so that she lost all of her English and could only speak the language of her childhood. When Adadayo went in to sit with her, she woke, took his hand, and said weakly, "Ma, shi, apoti." Then she smiled and closed her eyes. "Ma, shi, apoti," he repeated in his head. "Ma, shi, apoti." He made a note to ask his folks what that meant, but it slipped his mind, and his grandmother passed away later that night, and Adadayo was left with a lifetime of questions, a heart full of grief, and a polished wooden box. His grandmother had insisted that it had to go to him, apparently, that only he would know what to do with it. The box was the size of a biscuit tin. It had carvings across the lid and along the sides, carvings that looked like letters, that looked like words, but weren't. There was no lock, no latch, no way to open it. There was nothing inside, though, or there didn't seem to be when Adadayo's mum shook it. His dad tried prizing the lid off with a screwdriver. Didn't work. The wooden box had been sitting on Adadayo's desk, under a pile of pristine textbooks and dog-eared graphic novels, for weeks, when Adadayo woke in the middle of the night, suddenly knowing how to open it. He got out of bed, crossed the dark room, and cleared the junk off the lid. He tapped the carvings on the box's left and right sides, then pressed, then tapped again, and moved his fingers in a swirling motion. A dim blue light shone from between the carvings, travelling across the box in strange swirling patterns. There were sounds from inside, like wooden cogs turning. And then there was a click. 2. Suddenly apprehensive, and not a little nervous, Adadayo ever so slowly lifted the lid. Inside was dark. Inside was empty. But something in that emptiness reached out, and Adadayo went rigid, his fingers splayed, his legs locked straight, his head back and the muscles in his neck standing out. He felt a consciousness, more than one, poking through his mind, picking out his language, sorting through what he knew of the world. And then his knees wobbled, and he went floppy and staggered back a few steps before collapsing. A hand emerged from the box. The hand became a forearm, and then there was an elbow, and the elbow pressed down on the table for leverage, and a shoulder appeared, and then a head with a black veil and horns poking out, a head far too big to be squeezing through a box the size of a biscuit tin. This thing, this being, was called the Cetharial. Adadayo didn't know how he knew that. He just did. It was like there was a swimming pool full of weird knowledge, and he'd just cannonballed into it. He watched the Cetharial climb out of the box and stand by the table, his black robes long and ragged, his breathing heavy, his horns sharp. He had mottled green hands tipped with black nails, and from his robes he drew a gnarled staff as tall as he was. The smell he brought with him was pungent and made Adadayo think of people screaming. Something else came out of the box. A tentacle, wet and dripping. It probed the air, then found the table, and a second one came out to join it. Then another. Then there were a dozen tentacles, some as thin as a cat's tongue, some as thick as an elephant's trunk, and once they'd gained purchase, they lifted the Cethral straight up out of the box. The Cethral, the many-tentacled one, hid most of his body beneath a robe of soiled crimson. but Adadayo caught a flash of pale, squirming flesh that made his stomach roil. The Sithrall had a wide, gaping mouth lined with small, sharp teeth, like a lamprey eel, and a single black, blinking eye. He looked down at Adadayo, and then, thankfully, away. There was another creature in the box. The last of the Apocalypse Kings unfurled himself from his confinement and stepped into the bedroom. Tall and thin, black-haired and pale, long-faced and red-eyed, the Deathless wore a robe of rags and filth that fitted him like kingly vestments. He looked round Adadayo's bedroom and breathed in, then smiled. "Smells like feet," he said. And all three of them vanished. 3. For reasons both completely outrageous and totally understandable, Adadayo found it hard to concentrate in school the next day. He had said nothing to his parents or his sisters about the creatures that had emerged from the box. He had said nothing to them about anything, in fact. His Iya Agba had told him that his sisters might develop magical abilities as they got older, and if they did, it would be his job to guide them. But until that happened, it was safer to keep the truth from ordinary people. Safer for them, and safer for Adadayo. He'd walked to school, met up with his friends, wearing a smile and laughing when the others laughed, but not paying one bit of attention to what anyone was saying. As he sat in class, he ignored the teachers and stared at the pages of his books, and worried, for there was a lot to worry about. The first lesson of the day was given over to debating practice, in which Adadayo performed even worse than usual. He'd joined the team because he needed at least one extracurricular activity for when he eventually applied to university, but he wasn't very good at debating. He found it difficult to come up with a coherent argument at the best of times, and this was certainly not the best of times. The hours passed in a confusing, hazy blur, and suddenly Adadayo was in maths, the last lesson of the day, his eyes on a long line of equations the class had to solve. There was a knock on the door. "Hello," a girl said, coming in without waiting for an invitation. She was around Adadayo's age, 16 or so, taller than him, with long, dark hair. She was wearing the school uniform, but he didn't recognise her. "Yes," said Mr. Hopkins, frowning with irritation. He didn't like his lessons being interrupted. "Hi there," said the girl. She had a nice, confident smile. "I was wondering if I could speak to Adadayo Akindi." Everyone looked at Adadayo, except for Mr. Hopkins, whose frown deepened. "Who?" "Adadayo Akindi," the girl repeated. No, who wants to speak to him? The principal? Another teacher?" "Oh," the girl said and laughed. "No, only me." Mr. Hopkins blinked at her. "Are you a student here?" "Yes, exactly. I'm new, though. I just need Adadayo for a moment. Maybe 2 moments. 3 at the very most. I don't know how they did things in your last school, young lady, but here we don't have pupils calling on other pupils in the middle of classes." She didn't respond right away. She just looked at him, as if she couldn't understand why he wasn't simply doing what she wanted. "I'm sorry," she said. "I think we got off on the wrong foot. I need to speak to Adadayo. Thank you." She turned to the class. "Adadayo, are you here?" Once more, everyone looked at Adadayo, but he put up his hand anyway, and the girl smiled. "A word?" she said, indicating the doorway. Adadayo stood, but Mr. Hopkins was quicker. "Adadayo, you are not to leave this room. Young lady, unless I get a full explanation—" "What is this class?" the girl asked. "Maths? I'm a maths prodigy. I'm so far beyond genius that they don't even have a word for what I am. People like me have a club, and we think Adadayo might belong in it." Mr. Hopkins looked insultingly sceptical. You think Adadayo is a maths prodigy? Adadayo, what do you think of this idea? Said Adadayo. That's what I thought. The problem with prodigies such as ourselves, said the girl, is that mainstream schools fail to challenge us, and in doing so, fail to recognise our vast, vast intellects. Mr. Hopkins folded his arms. And do you have anything to back up these claims of yours? The girl walked over to the whiteboard, picked up a red marker, and started writing a sequence of bracketed numbers. She wore a thick black ring on one of the fingers of her right hand. This equation for super geniuses is as easy as falling into a ditch, and if you've ever fallen into a ditch, you'll know how easy that is. If you or anyone in this class come even close to solving it by the time I finish talking to Adadayo, that'll be all the proof you'll need. She popped the lid back of the marker and tossed it to Mr. Hopkins. Adadayo, out here, please. Adadayo didn't know what to do, so he hurried into the corridor. I'm a maths genius? He asked, once the girl had shut the door behind them. What? She said, glancing at her watch. Oh, God, no. I mean, maybe you are you? I haven't a clue. I hate maths. Always have. Too many numbers. Then what was that equation you wrote on the board? Complete gibberish, she said. In fact, your teacher will figure that out in a few seconds, so do you mind if we walk as we talk? Thanks awfully. She began to stride away, and Adadayo, unable to think of what else to do, followed her. 4. As they neared the end of the corridor, the new girl turned to him and smiled. Adadayo, my name is Valkyrie Kane. I heard you had some interesting visitors last night. He stopped. How did you know about that? Valkyrie took his arm, started him moving again. I'll explain everything later, I swear. Or maybe I won't. It kind of depends on the threat level we're facing, to be honest. But I'll tell you what we know, OK? It won't take long, because we don't know a huge amount. 3 creatures appeared in your house last night, and then promptly left. She paused. And that's it. That's as much as we know. Well, apart from the fact that these creatures, they're pretty bad news, but I probably don't have to tell you that, do I? I probably don't. Who are you? Like I said, my name's Valkyrie Kane. I'm the good guy. They heard the door open behind them. We can run if you like, she said, smiling, and broke into a jog. Adadayo jogged alongside her round the next corner. Did they say anything, the creatures? She asked. Did they mention who they were, what they wanted, anything like that? All they said was that my bedroom smelled of feet. Huh, Valkyrie said. That's a little mean, isn't it? Even if your bedroom does smell of feet, they didn't have to say it. Didn't have to point it out. You know the problem with supernatural creatures? They're rude. Yes, a lot of them also want to kill humans and/or destroy the world, but I'd say their main problem is the rudeness. Where are we going? Adadayo asked, as they jogged past the balcony overlooking the sports hall. That way, said Valkyrie, nodding to the exit at the bottom of the stairs. He slowed. What? I can't leave school. Of course you can. You do it every day. But classes haven't ended. I'll get in trouble. Valkyrie put a hand on his shoulder and led him down the stairs. I used to worry about things like that, she said. I used to worry about teachers and homework and detentions, and what other people thought of me, and what my friends said, and what to wear, and what music to listen to. And none of this is true. I didn't worry about any of that, because I'm way too cool and always have been. But at least I've managed to distract you long enough for us to get outside. She pushed open the doors, and they emerged into the fresh air. Adadayo looked around, expecting a horde of teachers to come sprinting up. Instead, an empty crisp packet skipped lightly over the ground. Come along, said Valkyrie, and strode across the courtyard. He didn't know why exactly, but he followed her. They passed the old house, a tall, imposing building that used to be the main school 100 years ago, but was now for staff only. They walked right by the window of the principal's office. No one saw them. There was a big black car parked in the staff car park, an old-fashioned car that gleamed in the sunlight. No one else was around. "You're a sorcerer, aren't you?" Adadayo asked. Valkyrie looked at him, surprised. "You know about us?" "My my gran told me. She said I'm one of you." "Oh, thank God," Valkyrie said, laughing. "I hate having to explain to mortals that magic and monsters exist, and yes, there are bad guys, but we're the good guys, and please, please stop screaming. I hate when they scream, you know. It's just so unnecessary." "Totally," said Adadayo. A man got out of the car. A tall man in a dark blue suit, with a crisp white shirt and a dark blue tie. His hands were gloved, and he wore a hat like a detective in an old black-and-white movie. "Adadayo," said Valkyrie, "this is my partner, Skulduggery Pleasant." Adadayo was about to remark on such an unusual name when Skulduggery Pleasant tapped his shirt just over the collarbones, and his face melted, actually melted, flowing off his bare bones and disappearing beneath his collar, so that what Adadayo saw looking at him now was just a skull wearing a hat. "Hello, Adadayo," the skeleton said. "Very pleased to meet you." And Adadayo screamed. 5. Skulduggery and Valkyrie waited for Adadayo to finish screaming. It took a few seconds. "Excellent," Skulduggery said, opening the door and moving his seat forward. "In you get. We need to talk, and privacy is required." Adadayo should probably have run away. Instead, he climbed in. Skulduggery got back behind the wheel, and Valkyrie slid into the passenger seat. The car started with a gentle purr, and they left the school grounds and turned onto the road. Said Adadayo. "Are you kidnapping me?" "No," Skulduggery said immediately. "No," said Valkyrie. "Absolutely not," Skulduggery said. "Are we, though?" Valkyrie asked. Skulduggery shook his head. "If he agrees to come with us of his own free will, then it's not kidnapping. It's a day out." Valkyrie looked back at Adadayo and shrugged. "There you go." "Cool," Adadayo said, trying to smile. "I just wanted to check. Could I ask what's going on? And also, how are you a skeleton?" "The story of how I became a skeleton is a long one," Skulduggery said. "Thankfully, it is also a really interesting one, because it's about me. The year was 1690, and the war with Malevolent had reached—" "We're just going to skip this," Valkyrie interrupted, "because, like we said, we don't have an awful lot of time. Skulduggery, Adadayo already knows about magic. He's one of us." "Oh, good," said Skulduggery, turning right. "That cuts down on the tedious explanations and the screaming." "I was just saying that." "I don't know an awful lot, though," Adadayo pointed out. "Iya Agba, my grandmother, she was magic, and she taught me a few things in secret. The rest of my family don't know. Things like—" He clicked his fingers a few times, but nothing happened, and he frowned. "Usually sparks fly out." "It can be difficult to make magic work when you're nervous or scared," Valkyrie said. "Or when people are trying to kill you." Adadayo blinked. "Will people be trying to kill me?" Valkyrie and Skulduggery glanced at each other. "No," Valkyrie said, unconvincingly. "Adadayo," Skulduggery said. "We know a few psychics, and they had some rather disturbing dreams last night. The details are rather vague, but they all saw 3 beings at your address. They saw you, and they saw these beings abruptly depart. Then they saw these 3 beings destroy everything and kill everyone on the planet. Pretty standard apocalyptic stuff, to be fair, but it's our job to make sure that doesn't happen. So that's why we're here. We visited your home first, of course. Don't worry, No one was there, but we did find a wooden box in your bedroom. This is where the creatures emerged from, I assume."
Adadayo nodded. "My grandmother left the box to me."
"It will, with your permission, be examined by experts at a later date. But from what we've seen, the box appears to be an ancient but incredibly sophisticated prison. It's quite astounding, really."
"You get excited about the weirdest things," Valkyrie muttered, before turning back to Adadayo. "What can you tell us about the creatures that climbed out of it?" "Everything," said Adadayo. Valkyrie frowned. "Everything? I don't know exactly how to describe it, but I think they kind of looked into my head to learn about the world and the language and stuff. But when they looked in, I don't know, it's like they left the door open to their minds. So I went in. Only it was more like I was jumping into a swimming pool full of knowledge. It was amazing."
"Oh, Adadayo," said Skulduggery, taking another rite. "You just might be my favourite person I've met since you got in the car. So who are they?"
"Gods," said Adadayo. "All these gods, countless gods, lived like billions of years ago. Then the people came and started worshipping them and sacrificing each other, and things were good, if you were a god. The worshipping was nice, but all those sacrificed souls were nourishment, I suppose. They made the gods stronger. So then one race of gods would attack another, and wars broke out, and... Anyway, there was this one race called the Faceless Ones." "We're acquainted," Valkyrie said. "Oh," said Adadayo. "Cool. So they hunted down and, eradicated all the other gods. 3 races, the Sithral, the Sithariel, and the Deathless, were on the verge of being wiped out, and they wanted to make sure that the Faceless Ones starved to death once they were gone. Just to, teach them a lesson or something. So each race sent one of their last survivors to kill all worshippers. The humans, basically. To cut off the source of souls, you know? But the Faceless Ones managed to trap them in a magical box. The box my grandmother had. They put it aside and forgot about it for all that time, and then last night I opened it and let the Apocalypse Kings out. That's, I think, roughly what their, collective name is." He sagged. "I'm such an idiot."
"Hey," said Skulduggery. "Hey."
Adadayo looked up. "Yes?"
"Hey," Skulduggery said again.
Valkyrie glared at the skeleton, then smiled at Adadayo. "You're not an idiot. There's no way you could have known what was in that box, or what would happen once you opened it. I mean, it's a box. Boxes are meant to be opened."
"I know another lady who said that," Skulduggery muttered, turning right again. "Her name was Pandora, and things did not go well for her."
"Oh, really?" Valkyrie said. "You knew Pandora, did you?"
"Yes," he responded. "Pandora Willoughby Smythe, a very nice English lady who owned a rather nasty Pomeranian that got itself locked in a trunk one sunny afternoon. When she finally let it out, it had peed all over her cashmere blankets." He shook his head. "It was a massacre."
Valkyrie closed her eyes. "You will never not be weird."
"So how are these Apocalypse Kings going to destroy the world?" Skulduggery asked, taking the next rite.
They'd done a loop and were arriving back at the school. Adadayo winced. "I didn't get a chance to find out before I had to leave the swimming pool of knowledge that I mentioned. Sorry."
"And how much time do we have?"
"Not long. All they have to do is get their strength back. They're going to be feeding on souls. They're going to, attach themselves, I suppose, to people, and they'll feed until they're strong again. They don't need to be as strong as they once were, just strong enough to do whatever it is they're going to do. But I think I know how to beat them." The car pulled up outside the school, and Skulduggery tilted his head.
"Something you saw in their minds while you were paddling around in the swimming pool of knowledge? A weakness?"
"Not exactly," said Adadayo, and cleared his throat.
Ma shi apotsi. What's that? Valkyrie asked. It's the last thing Iya Agba said to me. I think it's a spell. I think maybe it'll stop them, or maybe trap them in the box again. Apoti means box, I think. A spell, eh? Valkyrie said, looking doubtful. What? Said Adadayo. Don't you do spells? Not really, Skulduggery said. Spells can be useful in focusing your intent, distilling it down to its basic and most potent essence. But, in general, spells aren't really a thing. Oh, said Adadayo. Okay. He nodded like he was accepting what they were saying, but he still thought his grandmother's words were a spell. He still thought they could be useful. Can you stop them? That's why we're here, Skulduggery said with utmost confidence. Relief flushed the anxiety from his bones, and Adadayo smiled. Thank you, thank you. Valkyrie and Skulduggery nodded. Didn't say anything. So, will I just get out? Yes, Skulduggery said. That would be a splendid idea. Valkyrie let Adadayo out on her side, then got back in. Before Adadayo could say anything else, they drove off. He hesitated, then waved. 6. The next morning he felt better. Valkyrie Kane and Skulduggery Pleasant were going to take care of things. They were going to stop the Apocalypse Kings, and life would return to normal, and nothing bad that happened would be his fault. Adadayo could go back to focusing on the debates. Argue with me, said his dad at breakfast. He held up a slice of toast. Convince me to give this piece of toast to you. Adadayo frowned. But that's your toast. This is practice. Training. Come on now. Convince me. Adadayo nodded, frowned at the piece of toast, his mind working to come up with persuasive arguments. Please, can I have that toast? He asked. No, his dad said, sighing. Oh, said Adadayo. Please. Ade, this is not an argument. When you debate, you have to convince. That's the whole point of debating. Convince me to give you my toast. Dad? Yes? Give me your toast. Dear God, said his dad, you are dreadful at this. I told you, Adadayo said, slurping his orange juice. I told you I was really bad at debating, but everyone said I should do it. He's too nice, Adadayo's mum said to her husband. That's his problem. Thank you, Mum, said Adadayo, even though it sounded like an insult the way you said it. His mum grinned. You're going to be late for school. But I haven't finished breakfast. She took the slice of toast from her husband's hand and gave it to him. There you go. Hey, his dad said. Adadayo took a big bite. Victory! He was halfway to school when the big black car pulled up beside him, and Valkyrie hopped out, still wearing school uniform, and held the door open. Adadayo didn't know what else to do, so he got in. What's going on? He asked, once they started driving. Our psychic friends, Skulduggery said. They tracked these Apocalypse Kings to your school. What? Adadayo said, his eyes widening. Why? Why would they go there? They scanned your mind, said Valkyrie, and your school is somewhere you know well, with plenty of people walking around, each one fitted with a juicy little soul, ready for plucking. It makes sense that they'd choose it for a hunting ground. Adadayo stared. They're going after the people in my school. Don't worry, Skulduggery said as they approached the school gates. We'll be here to search for them, stop them, and keep everyone else safe. He pressed his collarbones, and a new face flowed up, one with a hooked nose and a moustache. How's this? Is this one okay? It's fine, said Valkyrie. Fine, but not great. It'll do. I need it to be great. I'll be wearing it for hours. Then it's great. Okay, I believe you. They drove slowly into the school, the crowds of students parting, staring at the car as it passed. What's happening? Adadayo asked. What's going on? We're going undercover, said Valkyrie. I'll be a student, obviously, and he'll be a teacher. No, said Adadayo. What? No, that's not a good idea. Nonsense! It's a wonderful idea, Skulduggery said, stopping in the far corner of the staff car park. Safely away from prying eyes, they got out, and Skulduggery opened the boot. He placed his hat on the carved wooden box that had started this whole mess, and took out a teacher's black robe. He put it on, completing the look with a six-sided hat sporting a golden tassel. He stood there with his hands on his hips and said, "Am I not magnificent?" Valkyrie frowned at the hat. What's that? It's called a tam, Valkyrie. You're not wearing that. I am, as it turns out. No, you're not. May I remind you that I'm a teacher and you're a student. Therefore, you will do as I command. Valkyrie flicked her hand, and the six-sided hat flew into her grip. She clicked the fingers of her other hand, and suddenly she was holding a ball of flame. She set fire to the tam, then dropped it. I see, Skulduggery said slowly. But I don't think any of this is a good idea, said Adadayo. I think you might, raise suspicions or something. Why would we do that? Skulduggery asked, taking another six-sided hat from the boot and putting it on. Because you don't seem to be very good at keeping a low profile. Shadows leaped from Valkyrie's ring and slashed the tam from Skulduggery's head. We are excellent at keeping a low profile, she muttered. Skulduggery, don't you dare put on another... He put on another, the tassel dangling in front of his face. Valkyrie glared. How many of those do you have? 8, he said. And you're aware that they're ridiculous and they make you look stupid? I am aware that they are amazing, and they make me look like a teacher. No teacher wears any of that stuff anymore. Then I will usher in a revival of the trend. She glowered. Fine. You want to look stupid? You go ahead and look stupid. Thank you. I will. Will you even be allowed into the school building? Adadayo asked. Skulduggery shut the boot and locked the car. Don't you worry, Adadayo. As far as the faculty is aware, I am a substitute teacher filling in for an absent member of staff, and Valkyrie has just transferred here. Most of the necessary paperwork has already been forged. Most? Skulduggery adjusted his tassel and grinned. Quite. Most is all you need, most of the time. And for those times when most isn't enough, unswerving confidence is bound to see you through. Come now. We have a world to save. 7. Adadayo took his seat in Irish class and waited for the room to fill up. Valkyrie was the last one in, and Miss Coll tapped her ruler on the desk to call for silence. We have a new student joining us today, she announced. Valerie, is it? Valerie, welcome. Most teachers would embarrass you by making you stand up and tell us a bit about yourself, but I've always found that to be needlessly cruel. So stand up and tell us a bit about yourself. There's a good girl. It seemed to Adadayo that there wasn't a whole lot that could embarrass a girl like Valkyrie, and she stood there like she was standing in her own living room. Right, she said. Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Valerie. A few of you might know me from my appearance in maths class yesterday. Like I said, I'm something of a prodigy, something of a genius, but I'm modest, and I hate showing off, so don't ask me to prove it in any way. I don't know anyone here apart from Adadayo, so I'd appreciate it if I could sit next to him just until I get settled, because of how shy I am. She fixed Masood with a look. I'll take your desk if you don't mind. Masood blinked at her for a moment, then looked round the room for support. When he received none, he sighed, gathered his stuff, and moved to the empty desk at the front of the class. Cheers, Valkyrie said. Also, I don't have my books yet, so I'll have to share. She moved the desk closer to Adadayo's and sat. Miss Coll looked at her. "You're quite an assertive young lady, aren't you?" Valkyrie raised an eyebrow. "Am I?" The lesson began, the class splitting up into pairs to hold conversations in the Irish language. "What are we meant to be looking for?" Adadayo whispered. "The kings won't be just walking around out in the open, will they?" "Wouldn't that be nice?" Valkyrie responded. "Oh, that would make our job so much easier. But no, they'll probably disguise themselves, so we'll have to stay alert for something out of place. We don't know how these guys are going to do what they need to do, so just keep your eyes open, you know?" "Eyes open," Adadayo repeated, looking round the room. "Right. And we can't discount the possibility of possession." He looked back at her. "I'm sorry? What?" "Possession," Valkyrie said again. "When these apocalypse kings choose a target, there's the possibility that, in order to feed on the soul, they might have to possess that person." "Like possess? Like control their actions?" "I might be wrong, but it's something to look out for." Have you ever been possessed?" "Not me personally, but I know people who have. It's not nice. Even after it's over, you feel rotten, apparently. People like us, we'd recover a lot faster than mortals, but even so, does not sound like a good time to me." "So anyone in this school could be possessed right now?" "It's a possibility." She sighed. "This whole thing is totally unfair, to be honest." "What do you mean?" Valkyrie gave a quiet grunt. "The Faceless Ones may have been a threat way back when, but the last time they tried to break through into this reality, we pushed them out again. So the Apocalypse Kings want to destroy the world to starve the Faceless Ones. But there aren't any Faceless Ones to starve. They came, they saw, we conquered." "Do you think the Apocalypse Kings will realise that?" "I doubt it. They've been in that box since long before recorded history, and the only thing they've had to focus on has been the destruction of every living being on the planet. I don't think they'll be changing their minds any time soon." "Good point." "Make sure," Miss Coll announced loudly, "that whatever it is you're talking about, it is os Gaeilge, yes? In Irish. That's the whole point of the class, after all." She raised an eyebrow at Adadayo and Valkyrie, and Adadayo frowned back suspiciously. After Irish, it was history. Once again, Valkyrie sat beside Adadayo as his classmates chatted and laughed among themselves. The teacher was late. A feeling of cold dread overtook Adadayo. And then Skulduggery swept into the room, his robe billowing behind him like a cape caught in a crosswind. The class went quiet. "Oh dear," Valkyrie muttered. 8. Skulduggery got to his chair, frowned at it, and looked up. His moustache twitched, like it was about to bolt from his face. Niall put up his hand. "Aha!" said Skulduggery. "A question already. Yes, young sir. What do you have burning inside you, curiosity-wise?" "Why are you wearing gloves?" "I have cold hands," Skulduggery answered. Clodagh leaned forward in her seat. "Why are you wearing that hat?" "It keeps my head warm." "Why are you wearing a cloak?" asked Bolanley. "It billows impressively when I walk." Shamey folded his arms. "What's with the moustache?" Skulduggery tilted his head. "I have a moustache." The students stared. "Welcome," Skulduggery said loudly, "to this class of..." He looked at the books on his desk. "History. Ah, excellent. That's one of my specialist subjects, you know, as I was there for most of it. My name is Mr. Me. You may call me Sir, or Your Lordship." "Your name is Me?" Cian asked. "Yes." "The word me?" "The name Me, actually. But yes." "That's not a name." "Yes, it is. It's mine. I happen to come from a long line of reluctant narcissists. We don't like to talk about it." So you are me?" There were a few laughs, and Skulduggery took a moment, then broke into an unnervingly huge grin. I get it. Yes. Wonderful. You, boy, have a keen wit. I shall call you Barnaby. That's not my name. Skulduggery waved away the objection. I have neither the time nor the inclination to learn names, and that goes for all of you. So I will call you by whatever pops into my head. Try not to be offended by my casual indifference to your feelings. We'll get on so much better if you can manage that. Now then, as a class, what topic are you studying right now? Raffaella said. We're revising the Great Famine. Ah, the Great Famine, Skulduggery repeated. Thank you, Winifred. Also called the Great Hunger or the Great Starvation. Great as in widespread, not great as in wonderful. Caused by what? Can anybody tell me? Caitlin raised a hand. Potato blight. Potato blight, Skulduggery said. Yes, the dreaded Phytophthora infestans that swept across Europe in 1845 had a particularly devastating effect on Ireland because... Why? Because people loved potatoes, said Roanoke, and everybody laughed. Did they, though? Skulduggery asked. He perched on the edge of his desk, adjusted his tassel, and observed the class grimly. Let me tell you a story, then, of a nation forced to export huge quantities of livestock, fish, beans, peas, even honey to Britain, while being left with nothing but fields of rotting potatoes for themselves. Let me tell you a story of pain, of prejudice, of cruelty, and of sacrifice. Let me tell you a story of people, a story of... Yes? Haley lowered her hand. Mr. Me? Please, Skulduggery said. Call me your lordship. She sighed. Your lordship, we have our notes and a test at the end of the week. We really don't need stories of people. But that's what history is, Skulduggery exclaimed. History isn't a list of dates or a collection of events. History is people. It's the decisions they make and the consequences of those decisions. History is a jigsaw puzzle, and when you have all the pieces in place, you can step back and finally see the whole picture laid out before you. History is a mystery waiting to be solved. Rania held up her textbook. Mystery solved, sir! Ha! Skulduggery barked so loudly that Adadayo actually jumped. You can't get history from a textbook. You can't find truth in a contents page. History is a living, breathing thing. Hold on, said Connor. So history is people, a jigsaw puzzle, a mystery, and it's a living, breathing thing. It's all of these things and more, Skulduggery said. And it's a mistake to think that it can be captured and placed into a safe little cage on a safe little page to be memorized. History defies your tests and it denies your exams. But they don't want you to know that. Who? Asked Lucy. Who doesn't want us to know? Governments, Skulduggery said, almost whispering. Corporations. Textbook manufacturers. They're all in on it. That's why I could never be a teacher. The idea that I'd be regurgitating falsehood upon falsehood for generation after generation would be, frankly, more than I could handle. What do you mean you could never be a teacher? Cian said. You are a teacher. Once again, Barnaby, your quick wits impress me. Have a gold star. Skulduggery dug into a pocket in his robe and flung a fistful of tiny gold stars across the room. Thank you, said Cian, brushing them from his hair. 9. Ian Tynan had been a teacher at the school for 18 years, and he was proud of the fact that he made time to chat to each and every substitute teacher who passed through those hallowed doors, no matter how short a time they were here for. The new guy, the one called Me, was a tall one, with an interesting moustache, and he wore a robe and one of those six-sided hats. He stood in the middle of the staff room, peering at every teacher who passed. Ian walked up to him. Welcome to the madhouse, he chuckled. Name's Ian. They shook hands. Hello, Ian. The name's me. Honolulu Me. Ian frowned slightly. That's quite an unusual name you got there. And yet believable, said Honolulu. My parents met in Hawaii, you see. It's where they fell in love. After a whirlwind romance, they got married, and I was born 9 months later, which you'll find is the customary length of time for a pregnancy to come to full term. They named me Honolulu, after the city that changed their lives. This is not an unusual decision, as many people are named after geographical locations. That's actually very sweet. Is it? Said Honolulu. Good. They died soon after in a terrible parasailing accident. Oh no. They were sharing the same parasail when it... No, actually. They were on separate parasail wings, as they're called, but the boats that were towing them passed too close to each other and... Well, I'm sure you can imagine what happened next. Still, at least they died in each other's arms. That's awful. After their sad demise, I was raised in a series of orphanages in which I had many adventures, and eventually I grew up and became a teacher. That's the story of my life. Do you have a story of your life, Ian? Not one as eventful as yours. Then I thank you for not sharing it with me. Can I ask you a question, though? Have you noticed anything unusual lately? What kind of unusual? Honolulu chuckled. Oh, nothing sinister, I assure you. Just regular levels of unusual. Have you noticed, for instance, somebody acting strangely? Or someone seeming drained of energy? Or maybe you've seen some ghostly apparitions, anything like that? Apparitions? Ghostly apparitions, yes. What about voices? Have you been hearing any voices? You mean apart from yours? No voices. Oh, good, said Honolulu, failing to hide the look of disappointment on his face. You're a strange man, Honolulu. It's a strange world, Ian. 10. Alicia Walsh had been a student at the school for 3 years, but she remembered quite clearly the feeling of walking in and not knowing anyone. So, when she saw the new girl sitting alone in the cafeteria, she walked over and sat next to her. Hi, she said. I'm Alicia. You're Valerie, right? Yes, the new girl said, smiling. Hey there. Just to let you know, everyone's having a big discussion about why you're switching schools in the middle of term. Some of my friends reckon you got kicked out of your last school for fighting, while others reckon you just burned it to the ground. Are either of those close to the truth? Not especially, Valerie said. My folks got new jobs and we had to move. That's the entire story. Sorry to disappoint. I'm sure they'll get over it, Alicia said and smiled again. This place isn't so bad. You've got your different groups that you need to be aware of, though. She nodded to a table in front of them. Those are the sporty types, the jocks, as the Americans would say, although they're not really that sporty, all things considered, and they do have plenty of other interests. She indicated a table next to one of the windows. Over there you have the geeks, and all they ever talk about are comics and movies and books, but they're quite well liked because everyone loves that stuff. She pointed again. There you have your popular girls, the pretty ones. Some of them are really nice, and while there are a few who aren't classically beautiful, everyone's welcome, you know. She scanned the room. After that, there are the weirdos, the burnouts and the losers, but they tend to mingle with all the other groups because everyone has redeeming qualities and no one is left out. And I think that's it, really. And where does Adedayo fit into all this? Oh, to be honest, I'm not too sure. He's not the best at sports, and he's not amazingly geeky, and he doesn't get the best grades, but, he's a member of the debating club, did you know that? I didn't. I mean, yeah, I'd say he's quite a reluctant member, if you know what I mean. He doesn't really like arguing all that much, which is a drawback, but he's cute, and he's nice, and he's just the right kind of weird, so if you fancy him, I say go for it. I'll keep that in mind, Valerie said, smiling. It sounds like a nice school. Alicia shrugged. It has its problems, the same as everywhere. You get bullies, and you get people being mean to each other, and you get those who just can't seem to fit in. But on the whole, it's not bad. And you're the welcoming committee, are you? Ha! Hardly. I just thought you could use some company. Well, that's very nice of you. I'll introduce you around, and you'll make friends in no time, just you see. A girl went past their table, her head down. Hey, Lorna, come say hello. Lorna! Lorna! But Lorna just kept walking, and Alicia rolled her eyes. OK, that wasn't the best example, but everyone else is lovely, I swear. Valerie grinned. I'll take your word for it. 11. Debating practice went disastrously, as it usually did. Adedayo was given the task of arguing against the idea that society should eat the rich, but ended up persuading everyone, himself included, that eating the rich would probably be a good idea, all things considered. The bell sounded, the corridors filled with students heading to their next class, and Adedayo rushed for the toilet. He got halfway there when Valkyrie appeared at his elbow. Who are you following? She asked, peering ahead of them. What? Who's your suspect? I don't have one. Then why are you sneaking around? I'm not sneaking, said Adedayo. That's just how I walk when I'm bursting to go to the loo. Oh. He squeezed through the throng. She barged through after him. What's your next class? Chemistry, he said. She made a face. I hate chemistry. But, like I said, I have to go to the toilet now. Cool, she said, still at his elbow. You can't follow me in there. Sorry? Oh, yeah, of course. Duh. He went to walk off, then turned. What happens if we don't find the Apocalypse Kings before the final bell? Then we start again tomorrow. And do you think, Mr. Me will come back? It's just, I don't feel he's blending in as well as he thinks he is. They watched Skulduggery march down the corridor, smiling at nothing. Yeah, Valkyrie said. He's pretty awful at it. It's been so long since he was, alive, that he's completely forgotten how to act around normal people. I'm much better at it. Yeah, Adedayo muttered. She looked at him sharply. What? Sorry? You said yeah like you didn't mean it. You don't think I'm blending in? I don't know. I suppose it kind of depends on your definition of blending in. I'm a 16-year-old blending in with a bunch of other 16-year-olds. I can't not blend in. That's like saying a blade of grass isn't blending in with the rest of the lawn. Why do you think I'm not blending in? Adedayo chose his words carefully. You're very confident. So? Most people aren't that confident, especially when you're the new kid. But this is how I've always been. Oh, OK. Is this what you're like in your own school? Do you even still go to school? Of course I do, Valkyrie said. Then shrugged one shoulder. Well, technically it's not me. I'm not sure I understand. The corridor was emptying fast, so she lowered her voice. Technically, it's my reflection. It steps out of the mirror and goes to school in my place and does my homework and spends time with my family, stuff like that. It means I'm not missing out on anything. You have a magical reflection? And it takes over your life? Only the boring bits. I'm not really sure how to, process that. You can have a magical reflection too, Seriously? So I could, send it in to do my exams and stuff? Magic, dude. It's awesome. Her phone beeped, and Adedayo swallowed the urge to tell her that they weren't allowed to have their phones on during school hours. Elliot, she said, looking at the screen. Skulduggery suspects a teacher called Elliot. This way, said Adedayo, and Valkyrie followed him. They got to Mr. Elliot's classroom. The door was still open, and they watched him sitting at his desk, his shoulders hunched, staring into space and completely ignoring the students. Is this normal behaviour from him? Valkyrie asked, keeping her voice low. Not really, Adadayo answered. He doesn't look well. Having a hungry god leech off your soul will do that to you, I suppose. She took Adadayo's arm and moved them on. OK, so we have our first suspect. Now we need 2 more. Cool, said Adadayo. But you head on to chemistry, OK? I'll meet you there. Valkyrie frowned. Where are you going? He went to answer, and she clicked her fingers. Toilet? Yes, go. Pee. Pee and be free. She walked off, and Adadayo shook his head. She was so weird. He hurried on. A couple of boys were at the urinals, so he stepped into one of the cubicles. He heard the boys leave, and then he finished up, flushed the toilet, and stepped out. Lorna stood at a wash basin, staring at her reflection in the mirror. She was pale, her spine curved. Lorna? Adadayo said. Everything okay? She turned suddenly, smiling. Yes, she said brightly. Everything's great. How are you, Adadayo? I'm good. Lorna, this is the boys' toilets. She blinked. Oh, she said. Oh, dear. There was a flash, like a light bulb flaring, and in that instant, Adadayo saw the hazy figure of the Sith thrall looming behind Lorna, his tentacles stuck in her head. Then he was gone again, almost immediately. I should get to class, Adadayo said. Oh dear, Lorna said again. You saw, didn't you? Oh dear, oh dear. What are we going to do about that? Her smile widened. 12. Adadayo bolted, but she was on him before he reached the door, and she tossed him behind her like he was nothing but an old coat. He somehow managed to keep upright as he bounced off the wall, stumbling into the cubicle. You saw me, Lorna said. He slammed the cubicle door, locked it. The latch rattled loosely. No, I didn't, he called. You saw me, Lorna sang. That's a pity. We were going to leave you alone. We thought it polite. You're the one who set us free, after all. The least we can do is refrain from eating your soul. Adadayo pressed his hands against the door. I won't tell anyone. I promise. Through the gap between the hinges, he watched her shape get closer. I know, she said. She shoved the door, and it was like a truck hit it, flinging Adadayo back. He scrambled onto the toilet seat as she reached for him, and vaulted clumsily over the cubicle wall. He hit the ground and bolted as she lunged, grabbing the back of his jumper. He turned, twisted, pulling his head and arms free, and then he was sprinting into the corridor. She came after him. Adadayo ran, adrenaline pumping through his system, painfully aware of how close she was, of how her fingertips grasped at the shirt on his back. Up the stairs, turning right, running alongside the balcony that overlooked the sports hall. She was going to get him. He was going to slow down or trip or make a mistake, and then she was going to have him, and this time there'd be no escape. He knew it. It was inevitable. He was dead unless he did something unexpected. He launched himself over the balcony, and Lorna screeched and grabbed his wrist, and he swung back and hit the wall. But her grip wasn't good, and she had to let him go, and he fell, slamming down onto the soles of his feet, jarring his knees, teeth crunching together, and then he was spinning, running on shaking legs, bursting through the double doors into the sunlight. Adadayo! Valkyrie yelled from the old house, and Adadayo sprinted across the courtyard. She grabbed him. Let's go, she said, bolting for the stairs. Skulduggery's waiting. We have a plan. What kind of plan? Adadayo gasped, trying to keep up. A good one, she said. Well, kinda. He glanced back as the door burst open. Lorna stormed in, looked up right at him, and smiled. Adadayo tripped over the top step, would have fallen if Valkyrie hadn't kept him upright, turning him to the second set of stairs. She stopped suddenly, and he crashed into her. Mr. Elliot stood halfway up, the hazy image of the Cethariel looming over him. "Hold on," Valkyrie whispered, wrapping an arm round Adidio's waist. She brought her other arm in, and it was like the air seized them and flung them high over Elliot's head. A small part of Adidio's fear-spiked mind recognised how exhilarating it all was. They crashed onto the landing, and Valkyrie led the way onwards to a part of the old house Adidio had never been. Down a narrow corridor they went, up some steps, turning a corner, up more steps, before arriving in an attic space the size of a swimming pool. The room was clean and empty, the ceiling high, the windows flooding it with light. "So what's the plan?" Adidio asked, trying to get his breath back. "Where's Skulduggery?" "He's supposed to be here," Valkyrie said, frowning. Adidio kept his eyes on the door. "Maybe you should call him. Maybe you should call him now, like. It's a bit of an emergency, don't you think? Lorna said, or no, the Cithrall controlling her said they were going to eat my soul." "They're not going to eat your soul," Valkyrie said firmly. "He said they weren't planning on it out of politeness, but he's changed his mind and he's going to eat it." "He said that, did he?" "He did." "Well, I can assure you, Adidio, we are not going to eat your soul." Adidio stopped moving for a few seconds, and then he turned, ever so slowly. Valkyrie stood there, smiling calmly, while the Deathless stood behind her, his fingers inside her head. 13. "Oh dear," said Lorna, joining them in the attic, Elliot at her heels. Adidio backed up against one wall, keeping all three of the Apocalypse Kings in sight. "How long?" he asked. Valkyrie's smile widened. "How long have I been controlling her? Only a few minutes. I had attached myself to one of your school friends, but once I sensed Valkyrie's sheer power, I couldn't resist the... what's the word? Upgrade." "We should eat their souls," Lorna said. "We agreed that we would keep the damage we inflict to a minimum," Valkyrie responded. Her face, her voice, his words. "When they are dead, they will need their souls to move through to what comes next." Elliot nodded. "We will feed, but not devour. It is what we agreed." "But that was before," said Lorna. "You can feel it as I can. It will be better for us if we consume their souls completely. It will make us stronger." "This isn't about strength," Valkyrie said. "This is about punishing the faceless ones. And we are strong enough already. It is time to stand on our own." "I agree," said Elliot. Valkyrie stiffened, and the Deathless stepped away from her, letting her collapse. He stood there, clenching and unclenching his fists, rolling his shoulders, working his jaw, getting used to having his own flesh-and-blood body once more. Mr. Elliot grunted and then sank to the floor, as unconscious as he was ungraceful, and the Cethariel stood over him, his hand going to his brow, as if the light was hurting his eyes behind his veil. "I object to this," Lorna said. "I know," the Deathless replied. She arched her back and gritted her teeth, and her knees gave out, and she fell. But the Cithrall caught her and lowered her gently to the ground. "This isn't right," Adidio said softly. "You will be treated fairly," the Deathless said. "You have my word." "Well, you're planning on killing everyone, so right now your word doesn't mean much to me. No offence."
"The Deathless sit in judgment," said the Cithrall.
"The Deathless do not lie," said the Cethariel. "I would not mislead you, Adidio," the Deathless said. "The other races, the faceless ones among them, relied on my kind to be impartial, to be just. We even had the confidence of those who slumber, whose name we dare not speak, lest they rouse to waking. But that was before the scourge, before the great betrayal.
Adadayo frowned. I recognize some of what you're saying. Those who slumber, whose name we dare not speak, lest they rouse to waking. They were in your mind when I looked into it, in the swimming pool of knowledge, but
I hid the details from you, said the Deathless, as I hid so much else. There are truths you are not ready for, truths that would harm you and tear you in two.
How very considerate of you, said Skulduggery, walking in. His teacher's robe and six-sided hat were gone, as was his face. He was just a skeleton now, and he wore his other hat, the one that went with his suit, dipped low over one eye socket. So, what is it going to be? The Deathless turned to him.
I beg your pardon.
How are you going to do it? How are you going to kill everyone? Plague? Pestilence? Are you going to snap your fingers and we'll all crumble to dust?
No, the Deathless said. We're going to die.
I see, Skulduggery said slowly. Valkyrie sat up, blinking. Mr. Elliot and Lorna, mere mortals without the benefit of magic in their blood, stayed unconscious.
Our passing will cause our souls to reverberate, said the Cithrall, and those reverberations will shake this world to pieces.
The Cithariel continued.
The ground will quake, and the mountains will tumble. Fire will rain from the skies, and the seas shall boil and reclaim the land.
Skulduggery nodded. So, bring your umbrella, is what you're saying. Can you even die? Valkyrie asked the Deathless as she stood.
Do not allow our name to mislead you, Valkyrie. In our arrogance, my kind named ourselves, for we thought there existed no power that could rob us of life. We were, as in a great many things, wrong. By the time the Faceless Ones betrayed us all, we had already been thoroughly humbled.
He smiled.
But the name stuck.
They're not here, said Adadayo. The Faceless Ones. You're doing this because of them, because of what they did to your race. But they're not even around anymore. They've been banished.
Yet this world reeks of them, said the Cithariel. The air has grown stale with the stench of them. They have made their mark here, and they wish to return. They see this place as their rightful home, the Cithrall said. While they still live, they will seek to cross realities until they are worshipped here once again. But when they arrive, we want them to set foot on the remnants of a barren land, a land devoid of humanity.
Then how about you help us? Valkyrie said. How about instead of spoiling their home, you stand by our side if they ever come back?
There are but 3 of us, said the Cithrall, and the Faceless Ones' numbers are immeasurable.
The Deathless shook his head. If we fight them, we may lose, and forego our chance at retribution. Destroying their food source, however, destroying their homeland, that is guaranteed to inflict damage.
Fair enough, said Valkyrie. I mean, if you're happy with merely damaging the Faceless Ones instead of actually fighting and possibly destroying them, then, hey, you do you.
You will not change our minds. Nope. Looks like you decided what you're going to do a long time ago, and you've got no intention of changing. Your attempt at reverse psychology will not work. I don't even want it to. You are amusing, said the Deathless, as he took a glass ball from his robe. Energy flowed from his hand into the ball, and Adadayo watched the Deathless sag. When he was done, he handed it to the Sithariel, who took his turn. Let me guess, said Skulduggery. That orb is your equivalent of loading a gun with 3 bullets, yes? The Sithariel slumped and handed the orb to the Sithrall. Then what do? Skulduggery continued. It looks fragile, so I imagine you destroy it, releasing the bullets that will then seek you out. The Deathless smiled. You've seen this before. I've seen something like it, yes. A way to ensure you all die at the same instant. The Sithrall handed the orb back to the Deathless. The different coloured energies flickered around inside, like fish in a bowl. Something to hang on the Christmas tree, said Valkyrie. Cute. You won't have to wait long, said the Sithariel. Once the orb settles, we will end your suffering. Valkyrie rolled her shoulders. Putting all that energy into the orb really took it out of you, didn't it? Even the way you're standing right now. You look dead on your feet. Don't you think so, Skulduggery? Yes, I do, Skulduggery said. We are still more than strong enough to restrain you, said the Sithariel. Skulduggery tilted his head. You think so? The Sithariel raised an arm, but Skulduggery flew across the room, smashing into him. The Sithrall moved to help, but shadows leaped from Valkyrie's ring and wrapped round him, binding his many tentacles. The Deathless backed away from it all, then turned and ran out of the room. Adadayo! Skulduggery called as he wrestled. Stop him! Adadayo nodded, then shouted, What? The Sithariel slammed Skulduggery back against the wall. We can't do it! Skulduggery yelled. He punched the Sithariel, drove a knee into his leg, followed it with an elbow shot to the face. We're a bit busy. You'll have to. But I can't use magic when I'm panicking. It's not about magic, Valkyrie cried as the Sithrall broke free of her shadows. It's about trying your best, you muppet. The tentacles grabbed her, picked her up, hurled her across the room. Adadayo hesitated, then ran after the Deathless. 14. He caught a glimpse of the Deathless turning a corner and sprinted after him. This was stupid. This was amazingly dumb. What did he know about fighting a god? But he had no choice. There was no one else around to do it. There was no one he could turn to for help. This had to be him. He had to try. The fate of the world depended on him. His parents, his sisters, everyone he loved depended on him. A small set of stairs led to a door that was just swinging closed. Adadayo charged up, clicking his fingers until he had a small ball of flame in his hand. He burst out onto the roof of the old house. The Deathless stood on the roof's edge, his back to him. Adadayo hurled the fireball. It barely made it halfway before going out. He tried pushing at the air, but all he could manage was a slight breeze. The Deathless turned to him slowly. Adadayo had one chance left. One slim chance. Ma shi apotsi! He shouted. The Deathless raised an eyebrow. Pardon? Adadayo frowned, wondering if he'd got the pronunciation wrong. Ma shi apotsi, he repeated, a lot quieter this time. The Deathless didn't react. The spell didn't work. Adadayo realized his fists were clenched. He unclenched them. "Please don't do it," he said. The Deathless gazed at the orb in his hand. "I promise you, what awaits your soul in death is far greater than what this life has had to offer you." "Maybe it is, but I don't want that yet. Barely anyone does. You're robbing us, all of humanity, of who we are." "Who you are is wonderful," said the Deathless, looking at him, "but ultimately unimportant. Your soul is eternal, Adadayo, or as close to eternal as can be. By contrast, you, your memories, your personality, these things exist for so brief a time that it could be argued they don't exist at all." Adadayo took a step forward. "But they exist now. I exist now. I'm right here. I'm talking to you. I'm asking you not to destroy us." The orb started to pulse with a soft glow. "It is ready," said the Deathless. "It is time." "Wait! Please wait. I get that you think I'm unimportant, that humanity is unimportant, but who are you to decide this?" "I'm a god," said the Deathless. That was, admittedly, a good point. "Okay, right, you're a god, so I'm asking you to be a merciful god. You want to destroy the Faceless Ones because they wiped out your race, but what are you about to do? You're going to kill my race the same way the Faceless Ones killed yours." "I am fully aware of the hypocrisy of my stance." "Then be better than them. Isn't that the least you can do after what happened? Isn't that how you defeat them?" "We are under no illusion, Adadayo. We have long since lost this battle." He raised his hand, preparing to hurl the orb to the ground. "Not yet, you haven't," Adadayo said quickly. "Not while you're still alive. Yeah, they murdered your race. They murdered the Sithral's race and the Sathariel's race. But they couldn't kill you, could they? They could only trap you. You know what that says to me? It says they're scared. It says they feared you getting out. And now what? Now that you're out, instead of fighting them, you're going to end yourselves to spoil their food source? I don't know anything about what's out there on other planets or in other dimensions, but what's to stop the Faceless Ones from finding another world full of worshippers with souls they can eat?" The Deathless hesitated. "This is still their home." "So you're going to ruin it just to spite them?" "I don't expect you to understand." "But if you can't make me understand, maybe that's not a fault with me. Maybe that's a fault with your argument." The Deathless said nothing. "I don't know what the best thing to do is, but Skulduggery and Valkyrie and other sorcerers like them, I'm sure they'll have plans. You don't have to be the bad guys here. You could be the heroes. You could do your races proud." "You are a good boy, Adadayo. A good human. It is a pity it has come to this." "But I'm not alone," Adadayo responded. "I'm not the only one. The human race, we have our problems, we do, but there are plenty more good people in this world than there are bad. Give us a chance, please." "A chance to do what? To poison your planet further? To kill yourselves your own way?" "At least give us the chance to decide our own fate. A chance the Deathless were never given." "You are trying to convince me that humanity is worth sparing, even though I have already looked inside your mind. I know about their petty cruelties." "You can't judge us by the idiots, though. Judge us by the nice people. That's what you do, isn't it? Sit in judgment. All those other gods, they trusted your kind to be fair. That's all I'm asking now. Just be fair." "This accord between my kind, the Sithrals and the Sathariels, has long been in motion." "That doesn't mean you have to see it through. You can change your mind. You can focus on helping us instead of hurting us. The faceless ones are still out there somewhere. Don't you want to fight back? I know you do. You can deny it if that makes you feel better, but I saw it when you let me look inside your mind. You want to fight. Not like we fight, not like humans fight. But you want to... He searched for the right words. You want to be better than them. You want to prove that you're better than them. And for you, that doesn't mean beating them physically. It doesn't even mean ruining their home. It simply means that you beat them by being better than they are. You could do what you're planning to do. I can't stop you, but it's just... It's revenge. That's all it is.
Revenge, said the Deathless, is all we have left.
That's not true, though. You've got so much more because you are so much more. You're talking to me. You're hearing my side of the argument. The faceless ones wouldn't listen to a word I said, but you're not them. You're listening. You are better than they are. Or, at least, you can be. But taking revenge on someone, on anyone, that just brings you even with them, doesn't it? It means you're operating on the same level. The Deathless raised an eyebrow slightly.
And you want us to operate on a higher level?
I do. And so do you, I think. You could have the revenge that you planned right now by smashing that orb thing. Or you could choose not to. You could pass over it. You could let it go and be better than them.
The Deathless smiled sadly. You are wise, Adadayo Akindi.
I am?
I will consider your words. If I decide that you are right, then we will return to our confinement. It was, if nothing else, peaceful in there. If, however, I decide that I am more right than you, that our plan is truly the way to proceed, then I hope your death is swift and painless.
Adadayo hesitated. Cool. The Deathless inclined his head ever so slightly, and Adadayo fainted. 15. Adadayo opened his eyes. It was dark. Oh, God. He'd failed. He'd failed, and the Apocalypse Kings had destroyed everything, and everyone was dead, and the world was in darkness, all because of him and his stupidity and his... No, wait, it was night. He was lying on the roof of the old house, and it was night time. Yes, that made sense.
There you are.
He sat up as Skulduggery walked out onto the roof. What happened?
You did it, Skulduggery said. The Deathless came back down and the fighting stopped. He explained to the other two what you talked about up here and made them understand. They're quite a reasonable bunch. For gods, I mean. They abandoned their plan, retrieved their energies from the orb, and agreed to return to the box until they decide what to do with themselves. We can't lock it like the faceless ones did, but when you're dealing with beings like the Apocalypse Kings, you take what you can get. He stood beside him. Well done.
Thank you, Adadayo said, getting up. How long have I been out here?
About 5 hours.
Oh! His eyes widened. My parents are going to kill me.
Probably.
What about Lorna and Mr. Elliot?
Both fine, said Skulduggery. They're mortals, so they won't remember anything about what happened. That's always best, I find. Things like this tend to traumatize mortal minds.
You found him, Valkyrie said, walking onto the roof. Wow, it's chilly up here. Adadayo suddenly realized how cold he was and crossed his arms. Valkyrie slipped off her jacket and handed it over. Go on, she said, until you warm up. He accepted it gratefully. This is a moment, Adadayo, Skulduggery said. In life,
we are offered so very few moments to truly savour. So, when they occur, you must take the opportunity to sear them into your memory. This would be, I imagine, your first time saving the world.
I saved the world?
We all did, which means the three of us can say both we saved the world and I saved the world. Go ahead. Say it. Don't be shy.
Adadayo cleared his throat. I saved the world.
Yes, you did, said Skulduggery. I want you to stand here on this rooftop, Adadayo, and reflect on those words. Do you know what makes a hero?
Bravery, said Adadayo. Or maybe fear. You can't be brave unless you're feeling scared, right? So bravery in spite of fear? Is that what makes a hero?
Skulduggery shrugged. I was going to say punching, but sure, yours is okay too.
What do I do now? Like, do I go back to my normal life and forget about all this? Or do I abandon my normal life and focus on learning magic?
Skulduggery took a moment before answering. I don't care, he said.
Oh, said Adadayo. It's up to you, Valkyrie said. Skulduggery can't tell you what to do. It wouldn't be right.
And also I genuinely don't care, Skulduggery said.
Valkyrie ignored him. When I found out about magic, that was it for me. I couldn't let it go. I wasn't about to return to my old life, not after what I'd seen. But everyone's different. Do you like your life? I mean, I suppose. Do you ever feel as if something's missing? He was quiet for a bit. Not before now. It's up to you, dude. You get involved in magic, and it can be really, really dangerous. You could get killed doing this.
Or you could get killed in your bedroom playing video games, Skulduggery said. A meteor could come through your window and take your head clean off. I've seen it happen.
You have not, Valkyrie said crossly.
Yes, I have.
She folded her arms. You've seen a meteor take someone's head off in their bedroom, have you?
Maybe not exactly that, he responded, somewhat grudgingly. Okay, fine. It wasn't a bedroom. It was a kitchen. And it wasn't a meteor. It was a rock. And it didn't take their head off, but it left a bruise.
Skulduggery, did you throw a stone at someone while they were standing in their kitchen?
I did, yes.
She sighed and turned her attention back to Adadayo. It's your choice. I'm going to leave a number with you for a place called the Sanctuary. If you decide you want to explore magic, they'll be able to help. Oh, and take a name, all right? If you become a sorcerer, you'll need a new name. Okay, said Adadayo. Sure. What name should I take? Valkyrie smiled. I can't tell you that. If you decide to learn magic, if you're capable of putting in the work and the practice, you'll be a new person. You've just got to decide what this new person will be called.
Skulduggery checked his pocket watch. And now we must be off. I have a tailor friend who has a new suit waiting for me to pick up, and he gets unreasonably grumpy when I'm late.
He stepped right to the edge of the roof and turned.
Adadayo, it's been a pleasure working with you. Maybe we'll do it again sometime. Maybe not.
He let himself fall backwards off the edge and disappeared. What a show-off, Valkyrie muttered. Adadayo passed her back her jacket, and shadows flowed from her ring, enveloping her. See you around, she said, and when the shadows dispersed, she was gone, and Adadayo was alone on the rooftop. 16. Adadayo got home and apologized for being so late.
He told his parents he'd been out walking, thinking about his Iya Agba. They seemed to accept that and let the matter drop. His sisters arrived in the kitchen and announced that, even though Iya Agba was gone, and so a bedroom was suddenly available, they wanted to keep sharing. They announced this like they expected their request to be denied. His youngest sister's eyes were already brimming with tears. When they were told that was fine, they shrieked and hugged their parents and even hugged Adedayo and ran back to their room. Adedayo's dad chuckled and went into the living room. "Mum?" said Adedayo. She was making herself a cup of tea. "Yes, sweetie?" "What was Iya Agba's life like back in Nigeria?" His mum paused. "I'm not too sure, actually. She never talked about it all that much. She was happy, though. I know that." She smiled. "She used to tell me stories when I was your youngest sister's age. All kinds of stories she'd made up about people with amazing names all over Africa, people with magical powers. And in the stories, she was always in the middle of the adventure, always having fun. I miss her. I miss her too." His mother's smile turned sad, and she took a packet of biscuits down from the cupboard and held it out. "Take 2, she said, "and don't tell your sisters." He took 2, and she winked and carried her tea to the doorway. "Mom," said Adedayo, "what does ma shi apotsi mean?" She frowned. "What?" "It's just something Iya Agba said to me in hospital." "What does it mean?" "Are you sure that's what she said?" "I mean, I might not be remembering it exactly right, but I think so." His mum shrugged one shoulder. It's an odd thing to say, that's all. It means, don't open the box." Adedayo looked at her, then nodded. "Yep," he said. "Makes sense."
Just another Friday night. In December 2011, Derek launched a competition on his blog, dereklandy.blogspot.com, to find 2 characters for a new short story to be published exclusively in this book. One of them had to be Australian, and one of them had to be New Zealandish. From New Zealand. After much deliberation over all the fantastic entries, Derek chose Tain Ayaveo of New Zealand, created by Josie. Tain is a laid-back Maori elemental with 0 planning skills. Hayley Skirmish of Australia, created by Sparky Braginski. Hayley is a strong-willed, plain-speaking adept with the ability to jump, flip, and run along walls and ceilings. Congratulations to Josie and Sparky. And now read on for the brand new story featuring their amazing characters. Just another Friday night.
"Zombies," Tain Ayaveo muttered as they crept closer to the mausoleum. "I hate zombies." The night air was filled with the stench of the dead. It wafted through the headstones and played with the long grasses of this remote Brisbane cemetery, and it was all Tain and Hayley could do to stop from gagging whenever one of the shambling, rotting things got too close. They stayed low, moving through the shadows, ready to run or fight in an instant should their luck change. Hayley Skirmish, her brown hair tied back in a ponytail, held the axe in a 2-handed grip. Tain, his own hair sticking up in a clump, followed behind her and did most of the complaining. Unlike his Australian companion, Tain didn't cherish these calm moments before the storm, and he cherished the storm even less. Tain was a New Zealander, a Kiwi, and even more than that, he was a Maori, and he reckoned Hayley could learn a thing or 2 from him on how to relax. Not that he'd ever suggest it. Tain was a big guy, but not all of it was muscle, and there was something about Hayley that was just flat-out intimidating to a bloke like him. She was athletic and pretty and impressive. Looked to be around 17, so she was a bit younger than he was. But even so,
She was in charge, and that was the end of it. Haley moved her hand in a quick motion, and they stopped where they were, within sight of the rusted iron gates of the Doherty family crypt. They could hear movement all around them. Tain peered about and caught glimpses of things that had once been people, lurching with each step. He disguised his whimper behind a terrified moan, and realized that Haley was looking at him, like she was waiting for something.
"What?"
he whispered.
"The amulet,"
she whispered back impatiently in that broad Aussie accent.
"Harry."
He frowned at her.
"I don't have the amulet." "What? You were meant to bring it."
"I thought you were meant to bring it."
"I brought the axe."
"No one told me I had to bring the amulet."
"I told you before we left."
He let a moment pass. "I thought you were joking."
"Right,"
she whispered decisively, turning so she was facing him.
"I'm going to kill you."
He flinched away from the axe. "I thought we didn't need the amulet. Didn't Skulduggery say they'd be able to do this without it?" Her grip on the axe was turning her knuckles white, and she had that look in her eye, the look that meant she was barely controlling her anger.
"He did say that, and then Valkyrie said no. They hoped they'd be able to do this without the amulet, but that if they couldn't, they'd use the amulet as a last resort."
"A last resort?"
"To save the world."
Tain gave a feeble smile. "See? We've got nothing to worry about. I mean, when was the last time we used a last resort type weapon?"
"Monday?"
He chewed his lip. "I'm sure we won't need to do it again so soon, though. It'll be fine." She leaned in close, real close, close enough to bite his nose clean off.
"You,"
she said in a whisper so coarse it was sliding off sandpaper,
"are an idiot."
He shrugged and muttered something and went to retie his bootlace before he remembered gumboots don't have laces, and eventually Haley looked back at the mausoleum. When they were sure they wouldn't be seen, they hurried to the gate. The lock had been snapped, but the hinges still creaked as they slipped through. Tain's feet crunched on pebbles, but Haley's bare feet moved over them with barely a sound, and within moments they were passing through the heavy door into the dank confines of the final resting place, in theory anyway, of the once great Doherty clan. 2 flaming torches, held in wall brackets on either side, illuminated the ancient coffins that lay empty and broken all around them. Moving slowly, they approached the crumbling hole in the ground, a pit so impossibly dark it could have led into the infinitely fathomless depths of hell itself. "Looks pretty deep," Tain said. Haley didn't bother answering him. She did a quick check around to make sure all the coffins were indeed empty, and then moved back to the door. Haley was good at standing guard. She was alert, and she didn't get bored as easily as Tain did, and she didn't start fidgeting or go for a wander the way Tain tended to. His eyes scanned the crypt, not finding a whole lot of interest. The plan was that they wait here for the sign, and that they help Skulduggery and Valkyrie close over this gaping pit, which was the reason the dead were walking. Skulduggery had explained it to them that very afternoon, how they had figured it all out, about the centuries-old family curse, and the last of the Doherty bloodline, and something else about how the wicked shall not rest, and something about a dog, or a bog, or something like that. Maybe a log?
"What does a log have to do with all this?"
he asked Haley.
"Nothing whatsoever."
He nodded to himself. It was definitely either dog or bog. He looked down into the pit. Could it really be called a pit? What made a hole a pit? It was about 2 meters in diameter and very dark, but apart from that, it was just a hole. He picked up a small piece of rubble and dropped it into the darkness. He listened for the sound of it hitting the bottom. Nothing. Either the hole was very, very deep, or the piece of rubble was way too small. He picked up another piece, a heavier, chunkier piece.
"What are you doing?"
Haley asked suddenly. He hid the chunk of rubble behind his back. "Nothing."
"You're doing something. What are you doing?"
"I'm not doing anything," he said. "I'm standing here, that's all." Her eyes narrowed.
"Stay away from the pit."
"It's more of a hole, really."
"Shut up and stay away from it."
He didn't respond. She glared at him once more, then went back to peering out of the door. In Taine's experience, Australians were fine most of the time, but whenever they were in dangerous situations, they tended to lose their sense of humour. Making sure he wouldn't be caught, Taine tossed the chunk of rubble into the hole and listened for a sound. It came almost immediately, a soft thud and a moan. Taine frowned. A moan? The zombie pulled itself up and grabbed his ankle, and Taine shrieked. He kicked out and fell back, and the zombie was clambering from the hole, pit, whatever it was, its flesh rotten and disgusting. Taine was aware of Haley dragging him away as the zombie reached for him again. "What did you do?" she hissed. "I just wanted to see how deep it was. I told you not to go near it." "Who are you to be giving me orders?" She dropped him and strode forwards. "I'm the one with the X." Zombies are scary and all, and there's the whole loss of identity and mindless savagery side to them, but one-on-one, they're not very effective. Now, in an enclosed space, if you're outnumbered and there's nowhere to run, you can offer up a prayer to whichever god you believe in and prepare to have your brains eaten. In that kind of situation, you're pretty much doomed. But when there's only one of them, and they're as slow and clumsy as they usually are, and they're facing an Australian girl who's had experience wielding an axe, they don't really stand much of a chance. The zombie had only just got to its feet when Haley swung, and Taine had to admire her proficiency. The only way to kill a zombie is the tried and true. Destroy the brain or sever the head, and where Taine would have chopped and hacked and made an unholy mess of it, one swipe was all it took for Haley to get the job done. The head hit the ground, and the body crumpled, and she glanced back at him, and her eyes widened. "Look out!" Taine twisted just as the mausoleum door burst open and the zombies staggered in. He scrambled up as they poured through the doorway, a seemingly endless parade of decomposing corpses, moaning and snarling in that guttural way of theirs. He pushed at the air, and a few zombies went stumbling back, but he'd be the first one to admit that he wasn't the best elemental the world had ever seen. Haley was doing better, jumping and flipping and taking off heads, but there were just too many of them. Enclosed space, outnumbered, nowhere to run. "This is bad," he said to Haley as they backed up to the edge of the pit. "Yes, it is." "Okay, listen," he said. "I've got a plan. You run at them, do that jumping around thing you like to do so much, let them eat you, and I'll try to escape." "Good plan. Thank you." "Or how about you run at them," said Haley. "Do that standing around thing you like to do so much, let them eat you, and I just stay and watch." "I think I prefer my idea." They were doomed. There was no way out. The zombies were closing in. Taine looked at Haley. So much he wanted to tell her. So much he wanted to say. And then they heard a voice behind them. "Thought I told you to stay away from the flesh-eating zombies from beyond the grave." They whirled as a skeleton in a mud-stained suit and a 17-year-old Irish girl with blood-matted hair climbed from the pit. Skulduggery held a wooden staff, and Valkyrie threw him a headpiece carved from stone. He fixed it to the staff, then held it up for the zombies to see. The shuffling stopped. The moaning stopped. They stared, transfixed. "Hear me," Skulduggery said loudly. "You are the Doherty clan, the last of the great families. You have been cursed to an undeath, cursed to never know peace because of the sins of one man centuries ago. That man, your ancestor, has now been punished. I have seen to it myself. The curse is lifted. This staff belonged to the one who cursed you. It is yours to destroy." Skulduggery stepped back, held the staff over the pit they had just emerged from, and let it go. A moment passed where nothing happened, and then, as one, the zombies lurched forward. Skulduggery and Haley went one way, and Valkyrie and Taine went the other, parting so that they wouldn't be caught in the surging mass of bodies that started to topple into the hole. Like lemmings they went, albeit uglier and smellier, without even a murmur as the darkness swallowed them. When the last of them disappeared into the pit itself closed over, and so was neither a hole nor a pit any longer. "Told you we wouldn't need the amulet," Taine said, wiping the dust from his combats. "How did you do it?" Haley asked Skulduggery as he checked his pocket watch. "What's down there? What happened?" "Assorted things," Skulduggery said as he led the way to the door. "We've got to kind of hurry a little bit," Valkyrie said, walking after him. "But how did you lift the curse?" Haley asked. "How did you punish their ancestor?" Skulduggery was already at the door, but Valkyrie hesitated just as she was about to leave and turned. "He lied. We didn't lift the curse. We didn't punish anyone. We stole the staff to get the zombies to go away, and if we're not out of this graveyard by the stroke of midnight in exactly 70 seconds, we will inherit the curse, providing the Hound doesn't kill us first." The Hound. So it was Dog, not Bog, and certainly not Log. Tane remembered it now. The Hound was the spectral guardian of the curse on the Doherty family, and it was meant to be very, very mean. Feeling pretty chuffed with himself that he'd managed to remember that much, Tane spoke up. "So how big is it, this Hound? Big as a German Shepherd?" Skulduggery stepped back inside the mausoleum and nodded to just over Tane's shoulder, said, "Oh, it's about as big as that one." And Tane looked back. The Hound stood where the pit had been. It was huge and scarred and ravaged, and it was sniffing at the ground and pawing at the earth. And then it looked up at them with fiery red eyes, and its hackles rose and it growled, and Tane felt very strongly that they should be running away now. They bolted from the crypt. As they sprinted over people's graves, Tane could hear Haley hissing apologies. He felt no such remorse. He'd run across 1,000 graves if it meant delaying his entry into one of them. The Hound burst through the mausoleum door, taking it from its hinges. But it hit the gate, and for a moment it stalled, unable to find a way past. It solved its dilemma by leaping clean over the rust-tipped spikes and landed on the far side in a crouch, its muscles rippling beneath the welts and the fur. The road outside the cemetery was ahead. They were halfway there when the Hound caught sight of them and gave chase. Tane started laughing, one of his nervous reactions when being pursued. Skulduggery and Valkyrie and Haley were ahead. If the Hound was going to pounce on anyone, Tane knew it was going to pounce on him. He was unlucky that way, always had been. He didn't dare look back. He didn't need to. He could hear the Hound gaining on him. It was all over. He thought it had been all over before, in the crypt, but he had been premature. Now, it was all over. His life, snatched away, extinguished like a candle in the wind, like in that song, Candle in the Wind. And then Tane tripped and fell on his face, and the Hound passed right over him, snapping at the space where his head had been. "Struth, bro, that was lucky," a chirpy little voice in the back of his mind piped up. The Hound landed and skidded on the gravel, but snapped its body around, eyes fixed on Tane, saliva dripping from its bared fangs. Its body tensed, coiled, prepared to spring. One lunge would be all it took to close the distance between them, and Tane, lying belly down on the ground, was in no position to even try to escape. The chirpy little voice wasn't saying much of anything now. There was shouting. Valkyrie and Haley were at the very edge of the cemetery, calling out to the Hound and hurling stones. One of the stones, probably hurled by Haley, hit Tane, but he didn't utter a sound. The beast snarled and reluctantly shifted its stare, snapping its jaws in the direction of the other two. And then Skulduggery came darting out, waving his arms, and the Hound took a single step towards him, and Tane kept his head down, didn't move an inch, and proved to be such an uninteresting target that the Hound quickly switched focus. It leaped for Skulduggery, and Tane scrambled up and ran straight at Haley. As he ran, he saw Skulduggery sprint for a large Celtic cross, made from stone and standing as a proud testament to some dead guy's life. Right before he ran straight into it, Skulduggery turned his body sideways and let his momentum carry him forwards. His shoulder collided with the cross, and he spun and hit the ground, but the Hound hit it head-on. Tane noticed something approaching from in front of him and realized it was Valkyrie, but she was standing still, and in fact it was he that was moving. He crashed into her, and they tumbled back over the low wall and sprawled onto the road in a mass of flailing limbs and cursing. It was mainly Valkyrie cursing. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Skulduggery running for them, the hound having recovered right behind him. Skulduggery dived out of the cemetery, and the hound leaped after him and then kind of faded into nothing, like the air had come and whipped it away. Skulduggery landed and rolled and was on his feet again, checked that the hound was gone, and then looked down at Tane and Valkyrie. "Having fun?" Valkyrie hit Tane and got up. "Is it over?" Haley asked, looking around warily. "It's over," said Skulduggery, straightening his tie. "Stroke of midnight, so it was in the nick of time. But when isn't it for us?" "Always in the nick of time," Valkyrie mumbled. "Why can't we ever solve a problem early?" Skulduggery tilted his head at her. "Where's the fun in that?" Haley peered at Tane. "You okay down there?" "A dog tried to eat me," Tane said, not getting up.
"If it's any consolation," Skulduggery told him, "it tried to eat me too."
"Yeah, that's no consolation at all." "I need a shower," Valkyrie said. "I'm covered in gore and zombie gook, and I don't want to get on the plane reeking. It's a long flight back to Ireland." "Was this your first trip to Australia?" Haley asked her, suddenly all friendly now that the threat was averted.
Bloody typical, that.
"No, but it was definitely my goriest. Are you sure your friend is okay?" Haley scowled down at Tane. "He's not really my friend. He's just an idiot that I know." "She loves me," Tane whispered. The others talked a bit more, discussed this and that, but Tane stayed on the ground and didn't join in. He was alive. He was alive, and he was going to stay alive, and he was going to enjoy living again. He suddenly had a mad urge for fish and chips. He poked his head up. "Anyone hungry?"
"I don't eat, I'm afraid," Skulduggery said. "And we really have to get going."
Valkyrie smiled. "Thanks for the offer, though." Haley looked at him and sighed. "Fine," she said. "I'll go get some grub with you, but you better not talk to me." He grinned, and Haley helped him up. A little bit of weird. The door burst open, and Eddie shrieked and whirled and fell backwards over the stupidly low coffee table his wife had insisted on buying, despite Eddie's tendency to shriek and fall backwards over things. As he lay on the thick carpet that went with the walls and the curtains, but gave him a static shock whenever he walked across it, wearing socks, he watched a tall man stride into the house. A tall and thin man. A tall and very thin man, dressed in a suit and a hat, a fedora, like one of those old-fashioned private eyes in the black-and-white movies. Except all of those old-fashioned private eyes at least had the decency to wear a face with their fancy suits and fancy hats. This guy just had a skull. "Hello, Eddie," said the skeleton. And for the second time in 30 seconds, Eddie shrieked. A girl walked in behind the skeleton. She couldn't have been more than 16 years old, and her hair was as black as her clothes. So Eddie, who found teenagers vaguely scary, especially when wearing black, took an immediate dislike to her. But at least she had a face, so that was something. "Help!" Eddie cried. "It's a skeleton!" The girl ignored him, went into the other room as the skeleton looked around. His shoes were shiny. His hands were gloved. The brim of his hat was pulled low over his left eye socket. "House is clear," the girl said, walking back in. She frowned. "He's still on the ground, then?" "He appears to be," said the skeleton. "Eddie, how are you? I'm sure you're very startled right now, but I'm going to have to insist that you snap out of it as soon as possible. Bad things are happening, and we need your help." Eddie's brain wasn't cooperating. This happened sometimes, usually when his boss, Mr. Mackenzie, invited him into his office for chats, which had been happening a lot lately. Eddie didn't do well under pressure. "He doesn't say much, does he?" the girl said. "Some people don't have to," the skeleton responded. "Eddie here strikes me as the strong, silent type. Would I be correct in that assumption, Eddie?" Eddie gargled. The skeleton nodded. "See? What did I tell you?" Eddie, my name is Skulduggery Pleasant. This is my associate, Valkyrie Kane. We are sorcerers. We use magic. We use that magic, in large part, to protect people like you from various threats, though sometimes we use it to show off. It's about 50-50, said the girl, Valkyrie Kane. That was a weird name. So was Skulduggery Pleasant, for that matter. Eddie didn't like weird stuff. It unsettled him. We're here, Skulduggery Pleasant continued, because one such threat is on the loose, and we think it's coming for you. Skulduggery waved his hand, and the air around Eddie shimmered, seemed to grab him, and lifted him off the carpet. It deposited him back on his feet and dispersed. Eddie didn't know how to react to that, so he laughed, and then started crying. Oh, said Skulduggery. Valkyrie stepped forward. Eddie? Eddie, look at me. Stop crying and look at me. I understand that dealing with a living skeleton is a lot to take in, so maybe focus on me. I'm not scary, am I? I'm totally and completely normal, right? You're not scared of me, are you? I am a little bit, Eddie confessed, sniffing back his tears. Valkyrie narrowed her eyes. But I'm not scary, she said scarily, and Eddie started crying again. She scowled and went to stand by the window when Skulduggery took over. Eddie, there is a man, a sorcerer like us, except he's bad. A bad man. And a psychic. Do you know what a psychic is? Eddie nodded. People who can read minds, but they don't exist. Some of them don't exist, absolutely, but some of them very much do. This one's name is Hornswoggle Ra. That's a funny name. It is, said Skulduggery, chuckling. It is a funny name. Hornswoggle Ra wants to devour your brain, Eddie. Eddie was appalled. But he can't. It's the only one I have. Hornswoggle doesn't care about that, I'm afraid, Skulduggery said, leading Eddie to the sofa. You see, he's what we term a psychic vampire. Do you know what a vampire is? Eddie sat. Creatures who drink your blood, who don't exist either. Correct on the first part, sadly mistaken on the second. Hornswoggle Ra makes you feel strong emotions, usually anger or sadness or outrage or fear, and instead of drinking your blood, he drinks all that energy back up. If he drinks too much, he'll leave you as little more than a husk, and you'll go through your life as an empty shell of a man. Eddie swallowed. Why is he after me? Who knows how psychic vampires choose their victims? Skulduggery asked, then paused. Well, actually, I do, because I'm a detective, and knowing things is part of my job. But we don't have time to get into it, Eddie, because Hornswoggle Ra is on his way here as we speak. You've got to help me. That's why we're here, Skulduggery said happily. Helping people is what we do, Eddie. Helping them, rescuing them, saving them from the very jaws of danger itself. You'll be perfectly safe with us. Have no fear. But you will have to act as bait to draw him in, Valkyrie said. Oh, yes, said Skulduggery, like he just remembered. That's right. He'll have to see you and come in and actually begin the attack in order for us to sneak up undetected. So, if you could disregard everything I just said about being perfectly safe with us, that would be great, because actually the amount of danger you're going to be in will be quite extraordinary. Valkyrie stepped away from the window. He's here, she said. Eddie got up, and Skulduggery placed his hands on his shoulders. I'm going to need you to be brave now, Eddie. Can you be brave? You're going to leave me alone? No, Eddie, never. Yes, we are, said Valkyrie. Yes, we're going to leave you alone, Skulduggery said, nodding. But only because he'll sense Valkyrie's presence if we stay. He won't sense me because my thoughts can't be detected by psychics. Then why can't you stay? Eddie asked, desperation creeping into his wavering voice. Skulduggery hesitated. Because that's boring, he said at last. It'll be much more fun to burst in when he least expects it. Probably through the window. They left quickly, before Eddie had time to properly beg, and so he was left alone, standing in his quiet house. He heard footsteps. The front door opened. A well-fed man walked in. "Mr. Mackenzie," said Eddie.
"Hello, Eddie," said his boss. "You weren't at work today. We missed you. We were worried about you. While you may not technically be a funny person or a fondly regarded colleague, you are an essential part of our business, much like the photocopier or the coffee machine."
"Neither of those things work anymore," Eddie said, thoroughly puzzled and understandably wary.
"That's something else you're going to have in common," said Mr. Mackenzie. "Eddie, I have some bad news."
"Are you sick?"
"No, Eddie. The bad news is not regarding me. The bad news is regarding you. I'm afraid I am not Mr. Mackenzie, affable boss and all-round good egg. My real name is Hornswoggle Ra."
Eddie swallowed. "That's a funny name."
"It is, isn't it?"
said Hornswoggle Ra with a small smile.
"I've been feeding off your emotions for some time now, Eddie, and today was supposed to be our final meal together, after which you would shuffle away to live out the rest of your life as a sad, grey little man. But you didn't come into work, so now I've had to come to you. Tweet out, as it were."
"You're a psychic vampire?" Eddie whispered. Hornswoggle frowned. "Now, where did someone like you hear a term like that?" The window exploded as Skulduggery Pleasant jumped through and Hornswoggle Ra spun. But Valkyrie Kane was already charging in, and Eddie shrieked and fell backwards over the coffee table, and he lay on the carpet with his eyes closed until things went quiet again. He raised his head and blinked. Hornswoggle Ra was unconscious and handcuffed. Skulduggery did that thing with the air that raised Eddie to his feet. "Is it over?" Eddie asked. "It is," said Skulduggery. "Normally we would have someone come in to alter your memories, but that tends to work best with, and I don't say this to be mean, but it works best with imaginative people. And you're not overly imaginative, are you, Eddie?" "No, I'm about as imaginative as a foot." "So we're going to trust you not to tell anyone what happened here," said Valkyrie. "And that's it? You expect me to go back to my normal life after this? After living skeletons and psychic vampires and scary teenagers? How can I return to the ordinary now that I know real magic exists in the world?" His eyes widened. "Unless I join you. Unless I leave my old life behind and go on adventures with you. Can you teach me magic?" "No," Skulduggery and Valkyrie both said at the same time. Eddie sagged. "But you don't need us to," Skulduggery continued, "because it's not about knowing magic, Eddie. It's not about using magic as a weapon or a shield or a tool. You know why? It's because the magic, the real magic, has been inside you all along." And Skulduggery tapped Eddie's chest just over his heart. Eddie smiled. "Really?" "No," Skulduggery and Valkyrie said at the same time, and they carried Hornswoggle Ra out of the house. Eddie's wife got home a little later and asked why the window was broken. Eddie couldn't think up a convincing lie, so he just blinked and waited till she got bored. It seemed to do the trick. After he'd cleaned up the glass and she'd gone to bed, Eddie sat on the sofa and thought about his life. He tried to imagine himself as a magical detective, saving people from psychic vampires and psychic werewolves and psychic ghosts. But in his wildest imaginings, the furthest he got was putting on his shoes and standing in the doorway to adventure. In his wildest imaginings, he couldn't picture what was even one step beyond. So, in his imagination, Eddie closed the door to adventure, and in the real world, he got off the sofa and went upstairs.
The End of the World. This story is dedicated to cover artist extraordinaire Tom Percival. For most people, the cover is the reason they pick up a book in the first place. The amount of correspondence I get proves this, as people go on and on about how the cover caught their eye, made them want to read about a skeleton detective, how the covers are the best thing ever, how the covers blah 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 blah. I think it's a generally agreed upon fact that I could draw the covers if I really wanted to. I have the raw talent, I have the eye, and I have that 1 year of art college under my belt. And I think Tom knows this, which is why he pushes himself to excel each and every time, why he pushes himself to make these books stand out from the others on the shelf. The threat I pose is important. The threat I pose is a good motivator. Keep pushing yourself, Tom. My time is coming. P.S. You're welcome. The End of the World. Chapter 1. The man with the unfortunate face stood in the aisle between the science fiction section and crime, and he seemed to be trying to blend in with the bookshelves. He wasn't doing a particularly good job of it. When an old woman shuffled too close, he snarled at her. Actually snarled. And the old woman yelped like an injured puppy and hurried away as fast as her little old legs would carry her. People weren't used to snarling, not in a public library. For as long as he'd been coming here, Ryan certainly hadn't witnessed any snarling. Until today, of course. He watched the man out of the corner of his eye, watched him whispering with his companions. They were an odd bunch. The snarling man was the biggest, arms like tree trunks, black, matted hair completely failing to hide a face that was in no way attractive. The smallest one of the group was a middle-aged man who stood very still and didn't join in with the whispering. He looked like an accountant who'd wandered out of the office one day and had accidentally joined a biker gang. The woman beside him wore battered leather and had short, spiky hair. She was pretty in a sinister sort of way, but she didn't have a very nice laugh. It carried through the quiet building, unnerving all who heard it. The librarians, usually so strict about things like that, pretended not to notice. The final member of the gang seemed to be the leader. He was lean and his arms looked strong. He had tattoos curling down from beneath his T-shirt. His jeans were black and his boots were scuffed. He had dark hair that hung over his brow. The big man and the woman would whisper to him and he'd nod. He never stopped looking around, though. Once or twice he almost caught Ryan's eye. Ryan sat back in his chair, exited his email account on the computer. No emails, as usual. No one ever sent him emails, not even spam. Maybe if he made more friends, like his mother was always saying, maybe then he'd at least be sent some junk every once in a while. 15 years old and no friends. It was kind of sad when he thought about it. He didn't think about it much. He got up, walked through the children's section, running his fingers along the spines of the books he passed. He found himself in history and picked a book at random, something about the Second World War. He didn't care. He was just here to waste time, after all. Waste time and build up the courage to run away. It wasn't his mother's fault. It wasn't even his new stepdad's fault. Ryan didn't have a problem with either of them. He just missed his father so much, and every moment spent living in that house reminded him that his father was dead and gone and never coming back, and Ryan didn't want to live like that any more. So he was going to run away too. Somewhere else, just for a little while, just to get away.
He put the book back and went to take another one. But something fell from the shelf. He saw a flash of silver, what looked like a clasp or a brooch, and without thinking he reached out and caught it, closed his fingers round it tight. It was cold to the touch, but immediately turned hot. Pain lanced up his arm, and he cried out. He opened his hand to drop it, but the only thing he was holding was silver dust. The clasp, whatever it was, had crumbled away in his grip. The pain was gone too. Not wanting to make a mess, Ryan emptied the silver dust onto a gap in the bookshelf, then brushed at his hand. There was something smudged on his palm. He tried to wipe it away, but it wouldn't come off. Then he realized his skin wasn't smudged. It was burnt. The clasp had burned itself into his flesh. "What have you got there?" Ryan turned at the sound of the voice. It was the leader of the gang. The other three stood behind him. They were all looking at him like he was prey. "Nothing," Ryan mumbled, closing